everybody, to another episode of the Football Friday and New York Giants talk show with your host, yours truly, you know who it is, NYG Jeffy T85, here to bring you and talk about a lot of the news and notes that have been going around the NFL, as we are only a few short days away from the beginning of NFL free agency, or if you want to talk about NFL free agency, the 48-hour tampering period that starts on Monday. But just to go off a little bit kilter from that, there's been a lot of NFL news that has been dropping for the past couple of days. A lot of NFL news that just dropped this morning. But first off, I'm going to give my couple of news, notes, and nuggets on the obviously thing to go on with my team right now, the New York Football Giants. And I'll have my buddy over here, Mitch Kofsky. He can talk about the Eagles because there's a lot of news going around the Eagles as well. Right now for the Giants, obviously the news that happened with Big Blue is the fact that Daniel Jones, they were able to work out that long-term deal with Daniel Jones before the franchise tag deadline this past Tuesday. 4 years, $160 million, $82 million guaranteed for the first couple of years, $35 million added in terms of incentives. And in the interim, the Giants were able to use the franchise tag on Saquon Barkley for $10.1 million this year, though General Manager Joe Schoen is looking to try to see if he can give Barkley a long-term extension before the deadline on July 17th. That's beautiful. That is music to my ears. As a Giants fan, no matter what you think about Daniel Jones, no matter how you feel about Daniel Jones, this is the best outcome for this football team going into the 2023 season because of the fact the Giants had a very good season, 9-7-1, won a playoff game, and then they ended up getting eliminated by the Eagles in the second round in the divisional round. But either way, the Giants really didn't have another option at the quarterback position, and the best course of action was to bring back Jones. You have him at least locked up for 2 years. That's the beauty of this deal that Joe Schoen worked out. It's really, in a way, a 2-year deal, and the third year they can always get out of it because the $82 million is guaranteed only the first two, and they can eventually get out of the third year and move on after that. Either way, Joe Schoen was able to work out a big-time deal with Daniel Jones. Jones is back, and Saquon Barkley will be back for 2023 as well, and we'll have to find out and see if they're going to work out a long-term deal with Saquon Barkley. And some other news that popped out with the New York Giants. Obviously, Odell Beckham Jr. is planning a workout in Arizona. I believe it's early next week, to show that he is fully recovered from the ACL tear. As we all know, Odell Beckham Jr. was coming back from a severe injury this past last Super Bowl, and now he was thinking about coming back during the season, but instead he's going to be coming back and showing teams how he's going to be looking. And the Giants are one of the teams that are monitoring Odell Beckham Jr. in terms of his overall workout. So that's another thing to keep in mind and keep monitoring, is that OBJ is going to be in line for a workout with the New York Giants and other teams, seeing how he's coming back from his injury. And it's going to be curious to see if OBJ at all will be on the Giants' radar by the time we hit the free agency. And then one more quick thing. Joe Schoen said in his press conference, we are not shopping for minimum players anymore, when he was asking about the difference between last offseason and 2023. Joe Schoen is going big market hunting. He's looking for guys that can help improve this football team. Obviously, the Giants have already locked up their quarterback and running back. Now they're going to be trying to look to see if they can lock up some of their internal players. You know, some guys that are already on the team, give them long-term deals, as well as try to see if they can lock up some players that are right now impending free agents. But either way, that's music to the ears to hear that Joe Schoen is going to be going out there and trying his hardest to try to improve this football team either way. But that's beautiful to hear. Glad to hear that. I want to see what Joe Schoen and the New York Giants have up their sleeves when we get to the start of free agency or the NFL tampering period by the time we get to Monday, and then obviously when the new league year opens up on Wednesday, March 15th. Either way, I'm going to get to the comments real quickly, and then I'll let Mitch go over all the stuff with the Philadelphia Eagles, because there's been a lot of news dropping around the Eagles, including a certain quarterback that might be looking to seek a trade out of Philadelphia. But first, going to get to the comments real quickly. Dakota, what's going on? Thank you so much for coming by the live stream. Arku, my buddy Arku, how are you doing today? Volcano the Sweat, how are you doing today, Volcano? Darius Slay, yep, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Adam Thielen, we'll talk about him as well. Pollard, same thing. Yep, 3 running backs got the franchise tag, including Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. But would I trust Jerry Jones? Definitely not. Nope, I wouldn't trust him either. What's going on? No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. How you doing, bro? Why there in New York have 3 teams that rise? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea, Arco. But Mitch, glad to have you on the panel. And Mitch, what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles? There's a lot of news going around your team. Do you want to care to elaborate on what's going on with Philadelphia and everything Eagles? I guess Mitch is away from his computer at the moment. I'll talk about the other news that dropped this morning as well. Adam Thielen, the longtime Minnesota Vikings wide receiver, was released today by the Vikings after they couldn't work out a rework deal today. So that's the news that happened with Adam Thielen. He has officially been released by the Minnesota Vikings. So curious to see what the Vikings are going to do now at wide receiver in terms of how they're going to be able to replace him going forward. That's a very big news that dropped as well about Adam Thielen, no longer part of the Vikings, the former multi-time Pro Bowl / All-Pro player, wide receiver, longtime Minnesota Viking. He's no longer part of the team now. So that Slay news was fake. Is that true? Is that true? I mean, I don't know if it's real or fake. Don't want him or on the Giants. He's over the hill, maybe. I don't want Adam Thielen. He's not what the player he was before. I'd rather move on and either try to get a younger receiver that could be more cost-effective or try to go into the NFL draft and do it the right way and get ourselves a young receiver to bring to the fold that we could help develop going forward. So, but yeah, Rob, if you want to hop on the channel, you might as well. I saw my buddy Lou G Nation for a split second that was on the backstage. Lou, if you're around, my friend, you can always pop on and give you a talk about the Giants. So, but yeah, that's just some of the news that's dropped as well. Also, Brock Purdy, he underwent UCL surgery. Obviously, he had a successful surgery. They all always say that. So, Brock Purdy had successful UCL surgery. He's going to be out, I believe, for the next 6-7 months or so. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Yeah, he does want an extension. Rob, if you want to hop on for a little bit, I sent you the link in the Hardcore Sports Network if you want to talk about it, my friend. Let me see the other news that's dropped today. Brandon Graham, the longtime Philadelphia Eagles defensive end / outside linebacker, he signed a deal up to $6 million this next season. Not shocked. I'm not surprised he signed with the Eagles. He deserves to be there. I mean, longtime Eagle. There's no reason for him to go anywhere else, so it makes sense that he was going to come back. Or draft a dynamic tight end early and a dynamic wide receiver around the 3rd round. That's maybe what the Giants are going to do. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. That could be the direction they're going to be going. Cowboys are reconstructing Dax and Zach Martin's contracts. That's smart. Try to free up a little bit more money going forward. They're doing right at least. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I absolutely agree with you, Arco. What's going on, Volcano the Sweat? Your team. What happened to your Titans? I just saw they released Ben Jones now, too. The Titans are absolutely just tearing it down and rebuilding from the ground up. Derrick Henry's on the trade block. Robert Woods, Taylor Lewan, Zach Cunningham, Bud Dupree, Ben Jones, all gone from the Tennessee Titans. So it's going to be a very, very difficult time over there for the Tennessee Titans. And my head coach, Mike Vrabel, they're pretty much rebuilding from the bottom up. So it's going to be a curious offseason for the Tennessee Titans this year. Curious to see what they're going to do and, how they're going to try to reconstruct and put their football team back together after everything that's happened with the Titans. Mitch, you still there? Apparently, though, the New Orleans Saints, they offered Jameis Winston a restructured deal to remain with the team. They offered him the deal. The options for Jameis Winston are simple. He could accept the reconstructed deal, or the team will release him by the beginning of the league year. Obviously, Jameis Winston, he took over as the quarterback of the New Orleans Saints. Injuries have limited him just to 10 games over that span over the last couple of years. But the Saints off to a 5-2 start while throwing for 1,170 yards, 14 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. That was a couple of years ago before he tore his ACL in 2021 in the week 8. So that's another thing that dropped as well. Tyreek Hill restructured his deal with the Miami Dolphins. He restructured his deal where he's allowed to free up $18 million in cap space for the Miami Dolphins. And the Dolphins also reconstructed the deal of left tackle Teron Armstead, which freed up another about $11 million, $12 million. So they freed up about a little over $30 million in cap space for Miami going into the 2023 season. So that's pretty good. It's all right. I got my basketball team, so that's true. I mean, if you're all right with rebuilding your team, I completely understand that. You guys had a hell of a run for a while, but it sounds like that the Titans are just pretty much trying to tear it down and rebuild it up from scratch. Some of the other news that's been going down. Obviously, we're still waiting to hear, and there we go. Dak Prescott restructured his deal. Glad Arku just dropped that before. The Cowboys restructured the contracts of Dak Prescott and Zach Martin, right guard, to clear nearly $30 million in cap space. This is likely the beginning of a handful of restructures the Cowboys will do in the coming days as they look to improve on their current cap situation. Of course, the team has still something to do about $16.7 million due on Ezekiel Elliott's contract, which will likely result in a pay cut or an outright release for Elliott this offseason. So the Cowboys are continuing to try to fix up, Tyreek Hill. Shout out to Darius Slayton. Hope he resigns. Yeah, shout out to him too. But Mitch, I want you to go over and talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of news dropping with the Eagles, so I want to hear your 2 cents on what's going on with the Eagles.
Well, yeah, but first things first, the Flyers have fired GM Chuck Fletcher today. That's the best news ever.
Mm-hmm. If you're a Flyers fan, you're probably jumping for joy about that news.
I'm like,
because he's doing virtually nothing with that team. They're an absolute disgrace.
Nothing. Like, absolutely freaking nothing.
No, it was a disgrace what that was happening with that hockey team. But
yeah,
how do you feel about the whole Eagles news? Go ahead.
So with the Eagles, first things first, Darius Slay, or the Eagles have given permission to Darius Slay to seek a trade. Now, we all know that we can't keep everybody. We can't.
By the way, Rob said that news was fake. He said it earlier. Here he is, by the way. But Rob just said and mentioned in the chat that he said the news was fake.
Yep.
No, it was reported. What? Who was that?
Because first of all, I don't think Slay's the type of guy that. First of all,
it wasn't. I'm trying to think who reported it. It wasn't. No, I'll figure it out.
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
So Keenan DeVille sent me a screenshot from Jeff McClain, pretty much saying, Slay didn't ask the Eagles for permission to shop a trade.
No, they just gave him permission to do it. That's it.
Jeff McClain says otherwise, Mitch.
Yeah, whatever.
So they're giving him an option for a trade, or is it actually they're looking?
It's part like negotiating tactics.
Okay, so they're trying to negotiate a long-term deal.
Yeah, so So Slay does want to stay in Philly.
Okay.
And yeah, of course. And then Brandon Graham, 1 year, $6 million.
Honestly, I'm not surprised about that because the dude just bleeds green for the last 14 seasons. Well, 13 seasons actually, going 14, but it's like I said, no surprise. So
I would have been shocked if he decided to go anywhere else because would it make sense? He's 34, 35 years old. You played your whole career with one team. Is it really that? Do you really want to go out and explore another team when you're pretty much at the end of your career? Just stick with the Eagles. You still have a chance to maybe do something in the NFL.
And plus, we got Josh Sweat waiting in the wings, so you could actually help him learn out as well.
Mm-hmm. And Sweat had a terrific year as well this past year, so he's only going to get better as he goes on in his career. So
I think we got Jordan Davis waiting up when Fletcher Cox is gone.
They're not going to keep Cox. They're not going to try to work on another 1 year deal with him. Try to keep him on for another year.
It's possible, but I doubt it.
Okay, so they think he's going to go chase the money,
or I think he might consider hanging up the spikes.
Yeah, I remember you guys did saying that he was thinking about maybe retiring.
Because, I mean,
he was thinking about maybe retiring.
Because, I mean, we have most of these guys, Graham, Cox, and even Lane Johnson, Jason Kelce are one of our most tenured Philadelphia Eagles the last decade plus.
Yeah, I mean, I figured after what they did last year, the Eagles, some of these guys might want to give it, maybe take less money to go at it for one more year and see if they can maybe win a Super Bowl since they came really close. They came really close. Yeah. I don't want Thielen in Dallas. That'd be a terrible move. That'd be a terrible move by Dallas. Terrible. He's not that bad, Rob. He's just nowhere where he was in his Pro Bowl years. I think they'd be reaching on a 32-year-old Adam Thielen who did not look like the same player.
No, he really didn't.
I think they did a smart thing, the Vikings, just cut ties with Thielen. Unfortunately, it is the name of the business.
So if somebody needs a receiver, he's already there for the taking.
Yeah, I think he's going to go to a team that has a shot at maybe winning a Super Bowl this year. I mean, I thought the Vikings and him would be able to work out a restructured deal to keep him in Minnesota, but
I doubt.
Nah, I think they're better going for like a younger
option. The next one will be a stretch. I mean, maybe the Chiefs could make a push for him because you never know. Because Patrick Mahomes could use more weapons.
Yeah, but don't they have enough receivers? They got it. I mean, they do have a Sky Moore. They got Kadarius Toney. Juju sounds like he's going back. He's re-signing with the Chiefs.
Yeah, and I originally saw some rumors that the Saints might be pushing for him. But first of all, that doesn't make any sense. They have no money.
And why would they need another receiver? They have Jarvis Landry. They're trying to work out an extension with Michael Thomas to keep him there. I don't know.
And they restructured Michael Thomas too this past season.
Yeah, and they already have Chris Olave, and you just saw what that kid Rashid Shaheed did. Why would you want to add another receiver? How many receivers do you need on your team, but the rest of your team is crumbling? I mean, that makes no sense. That would be a dumb move by New Orleans.
But yeah, so like I said, I'm not gonna stay long because I got the Philly spring training later in a couple of minutes, so thought I'd give my little 2 cents on that.
No, it's all good, Rob. I appreciate you popping on for a little bit, and make sure you guys go sub up to Rob's network as well, the All Star Sports Network that him and Tyler just pretty much started off. So make sure you guys go sub up to him if you have not already. Buffalo could use another receiver, but they'll probably go younger. I'm hearing some rumors about Stephon Diggs potentially getting traded out of Buffalo. I don't know if you heard that, Mitch, but there's some rumors that Stephon Diggs might want to trade out of Buffalo.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
I mean, Josh Allen is probably crying in the corner right now if it ends up happening. He's like, no, not my receiver. Because, I mean, if he ends up leaving the Bills, what the hell are they going to end up doing?
I don't even think that news is fake, so.
The Slay one?
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
You think it's legit?
Yeah. Because think about it. With this contract, we can't afford anything. And Halftime actually called it like a month ago. So it's just like, I forget what he said, why. But, yeah, I think it's not. I think it's real. I don't think it's fake.
Does that mean that you're probably going to be more interested in trying to work out something with Bradbury?
We can't keep them both. We can't. Gardner Johnson's the first priority.
Yeah, of course.
Give him the money first and then figure out what to do with the others.
But I mean, like, are you going to play if Slay actually wants to trade and they're going to try to accommodate to trade him out of Philadelphia? Does that put more priority on trying to work out a deal with Bradbury to bring him back instead of potentially losing both?
Who knows? Gotta wait and see how it unfolds. But they informed. Oh my gosh, I can't speak right now. They gave permission to his agent, not him. So it's just like the agent can do whatever the agent wants.
Yeah.
So just gotta wait and see here. I need to see proof. So. Key, if you're watching it, send me that screenshot.
Do you think it's likely they work out a long-term? Do you think it's likely they work out a long-term deal, or do you think they're going to be? They will have to end up trading him.
I think they might have to trade him. And honestly, Arthur, I'm the most calm out of everyone on Eagles Twitter. I'm the most relaxed right now. Me and a couple other ones.
Well, who else is like very calm when it comes to that?
There we go. But yeah, apparently CJ's contract is getting done. So And wait and see.
Well, how much is he going to command? Because in a safety market, I guess he's going to get paid as a top safety, not a cornerback.
He's gonna be.
So how much do you think he's going to command in free agency? And you got to worry about Hurts too. Hurts is going to get a monster deal as well. Well, how much do you think per season would you think that Gardner Johnson is going to command in free agency?
Johnson's going to he's going to want the bag.
16, 17 per season?
Something like that. I'd say 20.
You think he's going to want 20 mil? Let me see the top paid safeties in the NFL. Top paid NFL safeties. Let's see. Minkah Fitzpatrick is getting paid $22 million per season. Then Marcus Williams, who signed last year with the Baltimore Ravens, is getting $16 million per year. And then Justin Simmons, $15.1 million with the Denver Broncos. And then you have the Jamal Adams deal with the Seattle Seahawks. So you think he's pretty much commanding around 17 million? You think he's wanting to go like Minkah Fitzpatrick type money?
I think he's going to want maybe, if he loves Philly, if he says he does, he's going to want 16 to 17. But if he wants the bag, he's going to want 20.
So he's going to pretty much be going around between Marcus Williams and Minkah Fitzpatrick's deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and while I have you on, Mitch, I want you to give your non-biased opinion about the Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley and Giants moves.
Oh my God.
I'm being non-biased with the Eagles. I want to hear your non-biased opinion of it.
That is okay. All right. Saw it coming. Honestly, I saw it coming. I knew you were going to have to keep franchise tag Barkley. I mean, that's just common sense. He's a heart and soul of your freaking offense, or a team, rather.
Yeah,
and then Daniel Jones, he did have a hell of a year. He only won one playoff game, though. Only one. With no weapons. Okay, you got to go into that because Giants fans keep on telling me he had no weapons every now and then.
Well, at the same time, Eagles fans have said that when Hurts won his first playoff game, they didn't have anybody either besides Devontae Smith. So, got to be fair.
Yeah, but we had Devontae Smith. That was at least a weapon. You had nothing.
Well, you had Goddard, too.
Yeah.
Okay, no, Goddard's a good player. You had Goddard, Smith, and you had Sanders at running back. So your running back position really hasn't changed, but
no, not really. This year it's gonna make a big change this year. Running back room. But
yeah.
It was a good deal. Is it overpaid a little bit? Probably not. I think that's fair. You think it's fair?
I honestly, if you want me to be real about it, I would have probably paid at least 20, about 35, 38 mil per season.
How much did you get again?
We gave him 40 mil per season.
Oh, 40? That's a little too much. I thought it was like 37.
No, we gave him his deal is it's 82 million guaranteed for the 2023 and 2024. It's 160 mil. I got the contract breakdown right here by Spot Track. Yeah. He's right now in 2023. He'll be making a base salary of $9,500,000 with a $9 million signing bonus. He has a workout bonus of $500,000, and his cap hit for 2023 is $19 million, and his dead cap would be $82 million, obviously because of the deal he just signed. And then 2024, he's going to be making $35,500,000. Is his base salary with a $45 million cap hit and a dead cap of $63 million in 2024. But the Giants have a potential to get out of his deal in 2026. 3 years, $112,500,000. That's the deal that's going to happen. But they'd only have a $9 million cap hit after that because his deal really sinks after 2025. So if he doesn't perform to where their expectations are, they can't potentially let him go after 2023. 2024, right. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is less guaranteed money than Carr. It's essentially, it's a 2-year deal worth $82 million, and it's going to be drastically going down after 2024. So they can essentially, if Jones isn't the guy, you can let him go. Maybe you think about drafting a future quarterback in 2024 or 2025, and then there you go. You reset the market with your team. So it's actually a very good deal by Joe Schoen. But, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I've said everything I needed to say.
And some of the other news. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just said I think it was good for you guys. Now we don't have to worry about quarterbacks. Both of
No,
us.
no. You got your guy's going to get the bag in a little bit. Jones is signed up for at least the next couple of years, and then we're going to find out what's going to happen with Dallas. It sounds they're going to keep Dak obviously next year because they restructured his deal.
Yeah.
So I
They're
mean,
gonna keep
that's
Dak and the Commanders. Sam
I think they're
Howell.
going with Howell. Yeah, they're going with Sam Howell. They're putting their faith in the second-year player out of North Carolina. I think he's a decent quarterback. I don't think he's great, but we'll see how it
Right.
happens. He's got a hell of a lot of weapons around him, a lot of playmakers over there in Washington. So curious to see how that team's going to look going into 2023. But a couple of news that just broke around I got to get some news around the Jets too. Jets did not tender a restricted free agent deal with James Robinson, so he is officially now a free agent after the Jets traded for him at the trade deadline last year. So he's now going to be an unrestricted free agent going into next week. So that's going to be a very interesting deal. They didn't really need him because Zonovan Knight, who they discovered last year, as well as you had Ty Johnson. You're going to get Breece Hall back. You still got Michael Carter. So there really was no room for, James Robinson on the team. So that's not really a surprise moving on. And also, the New York Jets traded for safety Chuck Clark from the Baltimore Ravens yesterday in exchange for a 7th-round pick. And Clark is actually going to be making only, I believe, $4 million this year. So the Jets actually saved some money on the cap by trading for Clark. He's going to be a free agent after 2023. Put him into their starting lineup at the safety position. And then you're going to have to see if they can maybe work out a long-term deal if he's one of the answers at that safety position. And as well, the Jets released Braxton Berrios from their roster as well. And we're still monitoring what's going to be happening with Aaron Rodgers, as we're going to see if Aaron Rodgers might still be on his way to the New York Jets. And also, Jimmy Garoppolo might get some interest from the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders might be interested in signing Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not going to be Carson Wentz. That dream, Mitch, is dead. It's not going to be Carson Wentz with the Las Vegas Raiders. And if it is, he's going to be a backup. He's not going to be starting. So
it's so funny how his career just fell.
It's the injury, man. That injury to Carson Wentz is really.
He was mentally defeated in Philly. You see it now.
I think it was a combination of the injury and then it was the trade when they got Jalen Hurts. That just pretty much took out his heart and his spirit after that one, because he already knew he wasn't the guy there. They already knew. They already pretty much saying we're going to move on from you after this season. So it made a lot of sense why, they would be pissed off about why Carson Wentz would just lose his, swagger. So and I think that ACL injury really did him in, because he was playing like a top level quarterback the entire season that year, and then that ACL injury came. He was never the same. Mentally, it just screwed him up everywhere he went, whether it was Philadelphia, Indianapolis, and then last year with Washington. It's a shame because he was actually a very good quarterback for the Eagles when he started his career, and it's just a shame where it's gone since. So.
Oh, by the way, you had a good basketball game last night.
I did.
The Knicks, right?
Oh, yeah. No, the game was awesome. We'll be on when I log into my computer. Take your time, Coach. Appreciate you hopping out as always, my friend, Mr. Coach Ed Gladney. Hope you're doing well as well, Coach. Make sure you guys go sub up to Coach Ed Gladney if you haven't already. But, yeah, the game is actually very good. Jalen Brunson ended up hurting his foot, which is not good for the Knicks. But,
I saw that.
Yeah, Randy hopped on with me a little bit later in the day, and we were calling the game, just shooting the shit, talking basketball, and it was a really good stream overall. And hell of a game towards the end, but the Kings did enough to pull that one out in the end. So post game, Mike Brown was not happy post game. I wonder why wasn't he happy? Because of the way the refs were calling the game, or because of the way his team gave up that big lead? Raphael, what's going on, Raph? I know your team's in the news right now, so if you want to hop on too and talk some football, I'll send you the link.
And by the way, really quick, I said Mike Brown should be Coach of the Year.
Oh, I would be shocked if he's not. He deserves to be Coach of the Year. With the great job that he's been doing with that team.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they give it to Thibodeau last year?
I don't think so. I don't think the Knicks were that good of a team last year. I don't think it was Tibbs that got
Can
the.
someone tell me who was the coach of the year in NBA last year? I really think it was Thibodeau.
Maybe it was Thibodeau. I could be wrong. I don't think it was Thibodeau, but I'm gonna look it up. Raph, I just sent you the link, by the way, if you want to hop on. Let me see. NBA Coach of the Year.
Oh, it was the year before. Oh,
Monty Williams, the Suns. That's why I figured.
got it. It was Monty Williams and then Thibodeau the year before. Okay.
Because the Suns had a terrific record in the regular season. It was the year before, Mitch. Yeah, that's when the Knicks made the playoffs, and I think they got eliminated in the first round by the Hawks, but they had that tremendous season.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, that made sense why that was the case. I mean, the Dolphins. I don't know if you heard about the Dolphins, too. The Dolphins restructured some deals as well, Mitch.
What, Tyreek Hill?
Tyreek Hill and Teron Armstead, they restructured their deals.
I did not hear about Armstead.
Yeah, they restructured his deal, and I also saw the Bucks restructured Vita Vea's contract.
I saw that.
For $9 million in more cap space. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now, real quickly. Tyreek Hill restructured his deal to save $18 million, and then $11 million overall for Teron Armstead. So they saved about a little around $30 million for both guys.
Yeah.
Tibbs was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was last year.
Yeah, I think it was a couple of years ago because the Knicks had a bad year last year. They were one of the worst teams, I believe, in the NBA in 2022. 21, 22. Yeah, they were not good at all. Savon Ahmed signed a new deal with the Miami Dolphins. Just broke this afternoon for $1.8 million. The little used running back on the Miami Dolphins. I believe that Raheem Mostert is a free agent as well as Jeff Wilson. So they're bringing back at least some running back depth this year for the Dolphins. So that's a good move for Miami. Trying to look up some more NFL news that might be breaking. But yeah, I was a little shocked to hear about the news about Stephon Diggs, him potentially wanting to be traded I'm blanking on what the hell I was going to say. He wanted to be traded out of Buffalo. There we go. It took me a while to get that out, but he wanted to potentially want to be traded out of Buffalo. That's a little bit of a surprise. I didn't think that would be.
Wait, did you talk about the Cowboys with the Prescott contract?
Yeah, about Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys restructuring his deal. They've cleared about $30 million in cap space between both Zach Martin and Dak Prescott, and there's going to probably be more moves coming for them, including Ezekiel Elliott, who's supposed to be making $16.72 million this year. What do you think about that?
About time.
Would you cut him or would you keep him still?
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Would you cut or would you keep Zeke?
Oh, I would cut. I would get rid of him.
Just keep him as depth?
I would get rid of him. He's going to want too much next year.
How much does he have left, though? That's the problem. He doesn't really have a lot left.
I don't even know.
Tank. I mean, who's really going to want a broken down? I mean, I hate to say it, but a broken down Ezekiel Elliott. He's not the same player he was. We talked about it last week. Some executives think that he's nowhere near the player left, and he would be like, he's pretty much on his last leg, and he'd be getting like maybe a minimum deal in free agency, and that's it. I mean, so what exactly is Ezekiel Elliott even going to command in free agency?
I don't know.
That's how much he's going to get.
He needs to get out of Dallas.
He's going to get nothing. He's going to get nothing at all. Put a younger, more explosive running back behind that line. With Dallas, yeah. They have Pollard. They already have Pollard back, so he's going to be on the team next year. And obviously now they're going to be looking to see if maybe they're going to draft another running back to go with Pollard. Can you imagine? I didn't want to think about it, but Bijan Robinson and Tony Pollard on the same team.
Oh God! Please don't speak that into existence.
I don't. But it's a damn good possibility. That's the direction they might go. And they're going wide receiver hunting this offseason too. I've heard rumors of Adam Thielen. I've heard rumors of Stephon Diggs. I've heard DeAndre Hopkins. I've heard Cortland Sutton. A lot of receivers being linked to the Dallas Cowboys.
I heard OBJ too.
Yeah, OBJ is another one. That's another guy I've heard linked. Speaking of Cowboys, there's our guy, Cole's Cowboys. Speaking of him. How you doing, Coles? What do you think about your Cowboys offseason so far, my friend? Hope you're doing well. I don't know if you saw the news about your Dak Prescott and Zach Martin restructuring their deals. Now they're clearing up about $5 million in cap space, or $30 million in cap space for Dallas going into the offseason in a few days for free agency. But
I cannot wait for free agency to start. I cannot wait. We're going to be live all day for that.
Yeah. And if anybody didn't know, we did move the Pick and Roll podcast. That will be on Thursday instead and not Wednesday.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I moved it to Thursday because we're going to be doing free agency stuff all day. So I figured, why don't we move
That
that
makes
to
sense.
Thursday
What time?
instead?
Same time?
Same time as usual, 5 o'clock. I could always change the time if possible, but Diggs
All
want to
right.
play with his bro.
Thank
and
you for letting
Jerry
me know. I'll
obsessed.
tell Nikki.
Yeah, I figured it'd be a lot easier because there's going to be a lot of free agency stuff. So I figured let's just move it to Thursday so we at least have more time to talk about free agency. And that point,
Yeah, and I
we
think
might
I'm going to
already
be
know.
shooting. I might be shooting AEW again because I got to be on the wrestling experience with Earl.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe we'll do AEW as well. We'll see.
Yeah.
Diggs want to play with his bro, and Jerry's obsessed with OBJ. Yeah, well, I know how much he's obsessed with OBJ. He's been talking about OBJ for a while, and the Cowboys will be at that private workout for OBJ. Just hope we make a move with the money. I think you will. Cole.
Hey, in words of Cool Cat Connor, Jerry Jones and Steven Jones are cheap.
Yeah, well, they better sign CeeDee Lamb to a deal after the season that he had. CeeDee Lamb is going to be commanding the bag, too. That dude deserves a long-term deal.
Wait, what does Trayvon Diggs do for a deal? Oh, God.
Well, he just finished his second season, so he's probably got at least another 2-3 years, if anything, because he's going to have the fifth-year option. They're most likely going to pick him up. So he's still got a couple of years until he's even potentially on the market in free agency. So he's still got a while. I would be shocked if Dallas even lets him go, even though I think he's not the player that a lot of people hype him up to be. I still think he's a very good cornerback. Not as good as people think he is, but what can I say? The Cowboys love him. Cowboys love Trayvon Diggs, but really, they need to worry about trying to sign CeeDee Lamb eventually to a long-term deal. You cannot let CeeDee Lamb get anywhere near free agency. I was dead wrong about him. I said that CeeDee Lamb was not a number one wide receiver. And you know what? I was wrong. The dude is a number one wide receiver. He proved it this past season. He absolutely 100% is a number one wide receiver.
Is he the best wide receiver in our division?
No, I'd probably still say it's either A.J. Brown or Terry McLaurin. I'd probably say he's the best.
People have Devontae Smith being like the third best.
I think he is. I think him or CD, you could interchange. The top four guys, without even a debate, is A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, CeeDee Lamb, and Devontae Smith. It's not even a debate. Those four guys are the best receivers in the division. After that,
and then Dotson. Dotson's on the outside looking in.
Yeah, I'd probably say Jahan Dotson or Michael Gallup. Nobody on the Giants is anywhere near that right now. CD has time. Diggs got to get done now. He was a second rounder, no fifth-year
option. Might get traded.
That's true, Coles. I didn't even think about that. I forgot he wasn't a first-round pick. But isn't he only going into his third year, though? So you still have time to maybe sign him to an extension in his fourth year if you want. Terry doesn't have anyone throwing him the ball. Yeah. That's why I would think about putting Terry McLaurin as number one, because the dude has had interchangeable quarterbacks. At least Hurts is a much better quarterback than anybody that Philadelphia has, even though I can't take away from how good A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are. I mean, both those guys are tremendous. Oh, he's in his third year. My fault. I thought he was in his second year.
Oh, Jeff, before I forget, I talked to Tone, and he just said thank you.
Oh, you did? How is Tone doing?
He's hanging in there. He just said thank you.
No problem at all, man. I hope the best for for Tone, and everything's going a lot better for him. I'm not going to talk about anything that's going on with him, but either way,
No, we're not.
I hope
I
he's going to be doing a lot better overall. So I wish the best for him, and I miss doing content with him. He's one of the best
his brother
content creators. Earl, what's up, Earl? How you doing, bro? Mr. Wrestling Experience himself has arrived to the chat. How you doing, Mr. Cole?
I'll be on there next week. Me and Mac.
That's right. I forgot that you guys are going to be doing the Wrestling Experience. Hey, you never know. Maybe I might pop in as a surprise guest. I did it last time, but we'll see.
Please do.
Well, we'll see. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on that Thursday. I don't know if I'm doing a basketball game or not.
Well, we're doing a pick and roll.
Yeah, we're doing the pick and roll. Maybe I might move that to. I don't know if I might move it to 4. Like move it a little bit earlier, so at least it gives you guys a little bit of time to rest.
Maybe like 4:30.
Yeah, like maybe 4:30.
I can do that.
No, I got it. I'll do it right now.
You sure? I can do it right now.
Yeah, I got it. But Mitch, while we're talking off season, and we haven't talked about yet the major story that's still going around. What do you think is going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? Do you think Aaron Rodgers is going to be a New York Jet by the time we get to the beginning of free agency? Or do you think that Rodgers might end up retiring and going somewhere else? What do you think is going to happen with that situation?
If he goes to the Jets have to give up a lot.
Mm.
How much are they willing to give up to get Rodgers?
Well, I mean, would you be willing to give up a first-round pick?
Are the Jets like ready in win now mode?
I think they are. Might be in win now mode.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, they have a good young team. You know why they're in win? You know why I say they're in win now mode? Because of the fact that they're right now have a lot of good young pieces on that football team. And they are at the moment trying to see if they can capitalize on all of this young talent. So they want to get a veteran quarterback that can help put them over the top before they have to start paying these guys like a Breece Hall, like an Elijah Vera Tucker, like a Garrett Wilson, Elijah Morris, Sauce Gardner, exactly. A lot of these younger players that, Jermaine Johnson. So like they want to try to take advantage of the window they have right now before anything happens. See you on Monday as well, my friend Earl. And you have a great weekend as well, Earl. Take it easy. Thank you so much for coming by the live stream. Aaron Rodgers can win the Super Bowl with the Jets. I believe that. I do too. I'm not even crazy. I'm not even afraid to say that. I do believe that he could win a Super Bowl with the Jets.
That'll be insane.
Call me nuts. I think he could. The Jets are a lot more talented than a lot of people are giving them credit. We all know what the problem is with that football team. Is the quarterback. The quarterback set them back that entire year. And I believe if you give the Jets a good, competent quarterback, that team is going to be a legit, at least AFC contender / Super Bowl contender going into 2023. I do believe that. I mean,
they got to nail this draft.
I think they will, though. I mean, they nailed the last draft. Look at the draft picks they picked last draft. I think they absolutely could do that.
Yeah, they could.
Arku, of course, always talking about the Thunder. Let's go SGA, Jalen Williams, both of them playing tomorrow. Arku's always so happy about his Thunder. But, I mean, would you give up, let's say, the Jets trade not this first-round pick in this year? Would you trade a couple of future first-round picks, maybe a second-round pick, and a player? Like, say you give him a player on the team, like an Elijah Moore or something, for Aaron Rodgers.
If I believe that we are in a win now mode and the window's wide open, I would do it. Whatever it takes. If it's a win, look at the Eagles. It sucks, but we had a window that was wide open. We took the opportunity, but we failed. It's a risk you're willing to take. Are the Jets willing to take that risk?
How much would you be willing to give them, though? How much would you be willing to give them, though? That's the thing.
Probably like a couple first, a second, and a future and a good young player. You might have to scrap. You might have to give up like a. I don't want them to give up Breece Hall, but maybe like something like that. You're gonna have to
Oh
get
no no
something
no
with
no
the
no
value.
no 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 no. The Jets are never going to give up Brees
I
Hall.
know they're never going to do it, but I'm just saying you're gonna have to bite the bullet.
I think they'll give up draft picks instead than give up any of their young talent. I don't think the Packers are really. The problem is the Packers are in a tough situation because of the fact that it sounds like they want to get rid of Aaron Rodgers at any way they can, and also at the same time, it sounds like that Rodgers would love to go to the Jets. It seems like that's his number one target. It's just they have to try to work out some type of long-term deal. I think he's doing some type of event, so like some type of event this weekend. That's why the deal might have not materialized. People say the reason we don't sign talent is because of Dak's contract, yet we freed up $22 million in cap space. You actually freed up more than that, Coles. You freed up 30. You freed up $30 million in cap space because you also restructured Zach Martin's deal. So you guys got plenty of deal. You guys got plenty of money available. Mac, what's going on, Mac? How you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for coming by the live stream. Make sure you guys go sub up to both Coles Cowboys and Mac the Giants fan. Two guys part of the Hardcore Sports Network. They'll probably include Zach Wilson in the deal. Possibly that might be part of the case. I could happen. I could see it, Mac. Thank you, Earl. Appreciate that, my friend.
And guys, please go to the Hardcore Sports Network, like it up, share it up. I'm trying to go to 300 here.
Mm-hmm. Mitch, what do you think are some of the most intriguing moves that could happen this offseason? Something that you don't think, you're not thinking about now, but could end up being like one of those surprise moves this offseason?
That is a tough question.
Because we always get it every offseason. We always get those moves we never think is coming, and then it just comes out of nowhere. And we're like, what the hell?
Right? I don't know. Cowboy trading Prescott?
Well, I think some Cowboys fans would probably call that a blessing if that happens.
Yeah, boys for life.
Jets are competing with themselves. They don't have to give up a lot. That's true. Coach made a great point. That is absolutely true. He's right. The Jets are – there's nobody else that wants Aaron Rodgers. It's really just the option with Aaron Rodgers is one of three options. Goes back to Green Bay, retires, or the Jets. That's it.
Why not?
Nobody else wants Aaron Rodgers.
Why not the Raiders? Because, Devontae Adams is there.
I don't know. The Raiders just don't seem like they're interested in him at all. I mean, there's been no news about Aaron Rodgers at all to the Raiders. It's specifically just been the Jets or retirement. Kyler Murray traded would be surprising, not surprising. That's a good one. And that's a good one. But you can't trade him. The problem is, I agree, that's a great idea, but you can't trade him, obviously, because he's coming off an ACL injury. So it'd be hard to trade him at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So
then I have to go with D-Hop is getting traded.
Yeah, that's the other news that's been breaking is that DeAndre Hopkins, it sounds like that they're going to be sounds like he's actually willing to fix up his deal or restructure it to free up at least a little bit more money to the team he gets traded to. So Hopkins is another guy. There's been the Cowboys. You've heard the Giants. You've heard the Patriots. I've heard a lot of teams that could be rumored in trading for DeAndre Hopkins. So as a Giants fan, I like DeAndre Hopkins a lot. But at the same time, I worry about him getting a little bit up there in age. I mean, I believe he's 31 years old. He played really well, and his health wasn't as good this past season. Plus, how much more does he really have left? And you worry about a guy that's going to be 31 years old going into the 2023 season. So the Bears might be interested in him. So we'll see. Like I mentioned, the Giants. Cole's just threw it in the chat. The Cowboys are interested in DeAndre Hopkins. Can you imagine putting Hopkins in the same receiving corps as putting DeAndre Hopkins in the same receiving corps as CeeDee Lamb and a healthy Michael Gallup? I mean, please, God, no. God, do I not want to see that? I don't want anything to do with that at all. And, I mean, back with the Giants real quickly, one thing that made me very happy One thing that made me smile so much is that Joe Shane says we are not looking for minimum players anymore. We are going out there and we are looking to try and sign major players in free agency for the New York Giants. That right there made me smile. Is that Shane is going to be looking to bring in guys that are going to help out this football team going forward. So you're not going to be looking for bargain basement guys. You're not going to be looking for veteran free agents or anything like that. Miles Sanders joins the Giants, goes back to his old role in college and backing up Barkley. Can you imagine that, Mac? Can you imagine that? Miles Sanders going to the Giants as a backup, and we have Sanders and Barkley on the same team? That would be freaking awesome. I'm actually glad you brought up Jalen Ramsey because the Ramsey sweepstakes is another thing to be monitoring this offseason, as it sounds like the Rams are going to be looking to trade Jalen Ramsey this offseason, and you've heard names such as the Lions who have been rumored. Obviously, the Cowboys have been rumored for Jalen Ramsey. So, I mean, the Bears could be interested in Jalen Ramsey. There's a lot of options out there for Jalen Ramsey this season. It's another guy to be monitoring this offseason. We're shopping for fresh produce now. Damn right, man. No more canned produce anymore. We're going for them fresh directs. So I love hearing that. No more of that fresh produce. We're going for the fresh produce.
Mac, I think Miles Sanders is leaving. It'll be funny if Barkley comes to us and you guys get Sanders.
Oh, no, Barkley's not going anywhere. He's going to be a Giant.
Yeah, it can't happen now.
No team is going to be stupid enough to give up 2 first-round picks for a 26-year-old running back. Nobody would be that dumb. As good as Barkley is. I mean, as all-world a talent as Barkley is, nobody is trading 2 first-round picks for Saquon Barkley. He's going to be a Giant. I would not even be shocked if the Giants work out a long-term deal with Saquon. Coles is not a fan of Ramsey. Not a fan.
So tell me, how do you guys feel about this Lamar Jackson?
I'm glad you brought that up, too. That's another thing. I have no idea. I have honestly no idea what the hell the Baltimore Ravens are doing right now with Lamar Jackson. They placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson. It sounds like they're still far apart on a potential long-term deal. There's been everywhere you hear there's teams left and right that are not interested in trading for Lamar. Everywhere. Like the Saints originally weren't interested, the Jets weren't interested, the Cowboys weren't interested. Like all these teams are not interested in trading for Lamar Jackson. So I'm like, what the hell are the Ravens doing in terms of Lamar Jackson? What is the plan with Lamar? Ramsey, Diggs, D-Law, and Micah Parsons would be fired. Yeah, it would. Your defense would be absolutely insane with those playmakers on your D. With the serious injury history. Yeah. I want players that could come into the organization that don't have serious injury histories either. I agree with that, No Mets. Give me football players that are going to come in and give us contributions. But, yeah, Mitch, I don't know what's going on with Lamar Jackson. I really don't. That's one of the biggest questions along with
his agent?
His mother. His
mother is his agent. I did not know that.
Yeah, his mother is his agent, trying to work out his contract with the Ravens. So that's probably another reason why things are complicated.
Everything.
It's probably why everything's so damn complicated. Yeah, you didn't know that?
Collusion. I did not know that at all.
Collusion. Coach says collusion. Yeah, his mother is the free agent. Her mother is the agent for Lamar Jackson. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. But I have no idea what's going to be happening with Lamar. I mean, Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson are two of the most interesting aspects of the entire offseason, where these guys are going to go, what they're going to do. We're still pretty much on pins and needles waiting to see what those two guys are going to do. And he's getting assistance from the NFLPA. He wants a fully guaranteed contract. Well, that's probably why he's like, he's going to be waiting for a while, because the NFL, I don't think, is going to be going for something like that. Fully guaranteed contracts, even though I believe NFL players should get fully guaranteed contracts. I mean, after what they've been doing to themselves, beating themselves up in free agency all the time, I believe it's well worth it to give these guys, the fully guaranteed contracts they deserve. And Coach actually talked about it. I don't know if he shared an article in your chat, Mitch, about possibly a salary cap coming for quarterbacks alone because of the amount of money that they're going to be making in the future.
I don't
I don't know
know.
if you saw. I don't know if you saw that at all. I think Coach shared it into the private chat. So I'm like talking about maybe there's a possibility of a future salary cap for quarterbacks going into the future. Can you imagine that? A quarterback
Right.
salary cap, because these guys are going to be making what, 60, 70, 80 million in the next like 4 or 5 years. How insane those
Insane.
contracts are going to get alone. Even though the salary cap's going to keep blowing up, there's only
The
one fully guaranteed
contracts
contract
that
in the
they
history
have
of the
been
NFL.
getting,
Yeah.
the NFL, it's like keep on going higher. Like, how much higher can it be going?
Well, it's because of the revenue that they're making every single year. That's why.
Right.
The revenue they keep making due to like, bet sport, fantasy football, betting, high in demand. It keeps boosting up that salary cap, and then new TV contracts, which helps putting some more money into the salary cap. Obviously, things you're doing out of the country, going to Mexico, going to Greece. I'm not Greece, Germany, going to England, going to all these different locations. It's going to keep putting in money to the revenue. Is going to keep boosting up the salary cap every single year. It's supposed to apparently explode within the next couple of years. So that's probably part of the reason why the salary cap is so goddamn big as well, and why we keep getting these contracts in the NFL going to like an absorbent level. So
yeah,
that's part of the reason too. Jeffy, would you be fully invest in a vehicle that had high chances of breaking down, not being operable? It's a tough sport in many ways. Well, you're not wrong with what you said, No Mets. You're not wrong. I would love to see these guys get the guarantee contracts they deserve. I think it's terrible that you're just so worried about player safety, yet you're not number one, you keep adding on football games every single year, every season, and B, you're not guaranteeing contracts to these NFL players, and C, you're not expanding the roster on football teams. You still have them at 53. I think it should be more. I think it should be like 56 a minimum, maybe even more than that, 58. So, I mean, it's ridiculous, but this is what the NFL does. The NFL is a hypocritical league. As much as we all love the NFL, you got to be real with yourself. The NFL is a very hypocritical league. So, nothing should surprise you.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of free agency and other stuff, I mean, we were just talking about it before. What moves do you think the Eagles are going to do this offseason? If you had to plan it out, what do you think Howie Roseman's checklist is going to be? Not including your own guys. Like, what do you think he's going to be targeting?
Oh, you want like new play? Okay.
New players.
So, what if I don't know. It's like
a positional group, like what you've been hearing in the news.
I know, but honestly, all I've been hearing now is just a secondary. With Garner Johnson, Bradbury, and Slay. That's all I've been hearing right now.
Yeah. Like you're trying to handle your own pretty much.
Yeah. That's all I've been hearing. So hopefully we get something figured out over there. And again, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous at all. It's a marathon, not a sprint. People are keeping
on free agency, it's really a sprint. And free agency is sort of a sprint because these guys get signed quickly.
It's a marathon, really, like the whole process and stuff.
We're talking about the draft too, right?
We have 20 players to get. Well, 19 now. We're to Brandon Graham. So.
How many draft picks do you have, by the way?
We got 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, none in the fourth, none in the fifth, none in the sixth, 2 in the seventh.
Okay. So you got about what? 7, 8 picks?
2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
That's not too bad.
No. Hey, it's better than the Sixers.
Giants got 16 free agents right now. Obviously with Barkley and Jones off the table. The biggest free agent for the Giants right now is probably either Darius Slayton or Julian Love. That's our biggest free agent right now.
I'll go Slayton.
Yeah, and who even knows how much Slayton's going to command? Yeah, he is. I would like to bring back Slayton on a veteran deal, but I don't even know how much he's going to command in free agency. I really don't.
Yeah. Now, everyone is panicking that we're going to lose both Bradbury and Slay.
Can you blame them?
I mean, hey, just got to wait for it to unfold. Like, oh my God. Like,
I mean, but
on,
it's a
man.
lot of money you're going to have to be paying these guys. I can understand why people
It is a lot of money. Hey, we're in a better spot than the Rams. Look at
Oh
the
yeah,
Rams right now.
the Rams are a disaster right now. The Rams they screwed themselves when they won that championship. They really screwed themselves going forward because they pretty much put all their eggs in the basket for winning a Super Bowl, and now they're trying to pick up the pieces because you look at that team now. I mean, my God, they're trying to do anything to get draft picks.
I mean,
Like they're willing
we
to trade all these
did
guys to
put
get
all
picks.
the eggs in one basket, but we have a side basket and we put a little eggs in there.
Well, you have young players to also build around. That's
Yeah.
the difference between you and the Rams. The Rams traded everything in terms of draft picks and pretty much sold their future for a Super Bowl. You still got young players on your team. Brown is locked up long term. You still got Devontae Smith. You still got Goddard. You have good young offensive linemen. You got good defensive linemen. You got linebackers now you could integrate in. You got draft picks. You got a lot of draft picks where you can still supplement your team. So you guys played it smart where you were able to win now, but still at least have some things going forward into the future, like my team did too. But obviously, we don't have the talent that you guys do.
Just gotta wait and see. Just wait until Wednesday.
Well, you're gonna probably hear a lot of news from Monday until Wednesday.
Oh yeah,
from the tampering period. We'll probably start free agency, and we'll know a lot of guys that signed already. It might not be official, but we'll hear probably a lot of guys that already signed deals, during that time. And I think Randy might be joining us too, because I want Randy on the live stream.
Yeah.
Because he's our guy. If he wants to get up at like 8 o'clock in the morning, but
I mean, what time does it actually start?
Well, the new league year doesn't start until I believe 4 p.m. But you're going to be hearing deals left and right getting agreed upon between the new league year because the tampering period from like Monday, I think like Monday night at midnight, I believe. I think it's like Monday midnight. No, it's like Tuesday. I believe it's like Monday night, early Tuesday morning until the new league year. You're going to be hearing a lot about tampering for like that little time period in between.
Got it.
Deals being done, contracts being negotiated, all that kind of stuff. Like it's going to be, might be quiet now.
Not going to be any fines like they do in the NBA for tampering, right?
Oh, please. That's Roger Goodell always talks about trying to fine teams all the time. Yeah, you set up Roger, a 48-hour tampering window. What the hell do you think is going to happen? You're asking teams to sign deals, and we know in free agency, they get signed so damn quickly. You hear them immediately when that tampering window opens, you hear about deals in the NFL getting signed every year. The NFL free agency is one of the most insane free agent markets out there. You're hearing about guys getting signed left and right all over the place. It's awesome. But it's like only really like a 1 2 3 day process. What's up?
Thank God I'm off on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm off Sunday this week. I'm taking off, and I took off Tuesday.
You got something going on Tuesday?
Sunday I'm going to the Sixers game. So Tuesday I got appointments like all day.
That's a full-time job, right? Or is it a part-time?
It's like a part-time thing, but I've been in that building so many years. So basically I get to make my own schedule and shit.
So it's like a 20, 30-hour a week job?
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It takes up some of your time and gets you a little bit of extra income. So that doesn't hurt at all. But,
it doesn't.
I mean, in terms of what the Giants are going to be doing in free agency, at least what I've been hearing and what I've been reading is that the Giants sound like they're going to be going after the linebacker market. That seems to be the position that they're going to be targeting. I don't know if Tremaine Edmonds is going to be in the equation now that we have some more money to play with in free agency. I still don't know if Tremaine Edmonds is going to be the guy they're going to be targeting in free agency. I think they're going to go after guys like David Long, like a TJ Edwards, like maybe Levante David if you want a veteran, maybe like Kaiser White. I mean, I'm throwing out your guys because they're going to be going after those types of linebackers in free agency.
Yeah.
Like the mid-range middle linebackers out there. I don't want Leighton Vander Esch. No way, no how. I don't want him anywhere near my team. Bobby Okereke from Cincinnati, or from what the hell team is he on? I think he's on the Bucks actually.
Bucks, right?
Jermaine Pratt, that's another one. Jermaine Pratt from the Bengals. He's another free agent linebacker. Zach Cunningham, who's a free agent as well. I mean, I believe, Deion Jones. He's a free agent for Cleveland. That's another guy.
You know what I heard? You're going to find this interesting. Bradbury's number one spot is the Raiders.
You know why, right?
Why? I'm drawing a
because his old defensive coordinator.
Ow.
Patrick Graham. That's where he had the most success was Patrick Graham. Remember when he played when he was on the Giants? Patrick Graham was his defensive coordinator.
Now, do you see a lot of the Giants guys going there then?
No. A lot of these guys, I don't see it because a lot of these guys in this defense have thrived under Wink Martindale, so I don't see a Julian Love going to Las Vegas or like an O'Shane Zimenez or any of these guys. They actually played better under Wink than they did under Patrick Graham. So I think that's what's going to end up happening. A lot of these guys, they're going to probably try to stay, but I could see a lot of Giants unrestricted free agents leaving too. I think the Jets will be better with Aaron Rodgers. Look at their roster. Is it better than the Packers? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The Jets roster is better than the Packers, and I'm not afraid to say that. Absolutely much better.
On both sides of the ball, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even close. Top 10 linebackers right now in free agency at the moment are Levante David, who's the 6th overall free agent. Tremaine Edmonds, he's 17th on the list. I thought Edmonds would be number 1, but David because he's a veteran guy. David Long, the Titans. What's up?
NYG's in the chat.
What's going on, NYG? How you doing, bro? Doing well. Hope you're enjoying your Friday, my friend. Pat doesn't run an aggressive defense. Giants guys would want to play for Wink. Yeah, that's absolutely true. 1,000% true, no Mets. But in terms of linebackers that are free agents, Levante David, number 1, Tremaine Edmonds, number 2, David Long, number 3, TJ Edwards, number 4, Leighton Vander Esch, number 5, Bobby Okereke, number 6, Jermaine Pratt, number 7, Drew Tranquil, number 8, Alex Singleton, number 9, and Kaiser White, number 10. Those are the top 10 guys right now. A couple of Eagles on that list. So that's what the
There's
Giants
another guy I want to keep. There's another guy I want to keep. TJ Edwards.
Can you afford him, though?
Huh?
Can you afford him, though?
I don't know. That's the guy I wanted because he's been a leading tackle. He's been our best tackler in the last couple of years. So,
bro, I think he's getting the bag. I think Edwards is getting the bag in free agency. I really do. I think a team's going to throw a lot of money out there at TJ Edwards because of the season he had with Philadelphia. And even Kaiser White. I think I would not be surprised if both those guys are not Eagles next year because of the fact that they wanted to get Nakobe Dean in there. They want Nakobe Dean to be able to go out there and play since he was a second-round pick. So they essentially redshirted him this year. And then what they're going to do is they're going to – yeah. This
you said second.
Third-round pick.
Second was Cam Jurgens.
I thought you had 2 second-round picks.
He was a third.
You're right. That's right. He was a third-round pick. I thought he was a second. I forgot.
Because we were all shocked that he dropped to us, that he fell.
Injury issues. He had a knee issue. He had a knee issue in college. That's why a lot of teams passed on him. What's going on, Mr. OG Bobby Johnson? How you doing, Coach?
Guys? I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
What up?
Doing well. Love the background, by the way. It's very futuristic.
Yeah, it's the new office gig.
I love it. I love it, man.
That was
That's freaking awesome.
What'd you say, man?
Watch that.
The Mandalorian.
Oh, yeah.
Coach is not a Star Wars guy.
Are you?
I'm old school Star Wars, man. You know, when it first came out, yeah.
Can't hate that. No, I can't hate that at all. But, Coach, how are you doing today? I hope you're enjoying your Friday. Always love having you on the panel. And just talking a lot of football. A lot of news that's been breaking this morning concerning Mitch's team, the Eagles. Obviously, we know about our team, the news that's breaking around us, and then Adam Thielen getting released. Jalen Ramsey trade rumors, DeAndre Hopkins trade rumors. You're hearing about possibly Cortland Sutton to the Cowboys. The Cowboys just got $30 million in cap space, restructure deals with Dak Prescott, as well as Zach Martin. Then you hear about the Dolphins restructuring some money. Maybe they might be going after Tom Brady. I'm sorry, Randy. But they might be going after Brady in the offseason if Tua's not right. But
Brady
Coach,
said
why
he's
don't you-
done. He's not coming back.
I do not believe that rumor one bit about Tom Brady. I don't. Eagles in trouble, no money, and about to lose a lot of free agents. Slate asking for a trade. Yeah, that was Rob came on earlier and said that rumor is not true, but yeah, the Eagles are going to have to supplement a lot of their lost players in the draft. But Coach, I know we talked about it on the Heart of the City on Tuesday with you, me, and MYG. But if you want to talk about the whole news around the Giants, about Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, and what you think the Giants' plans are going to be heading into free agency in a few days.
Free agency, it's hard for me to really. I mean, linebacker makes sense. Definitely doing that, and then the possibility of what do you do with the offensive line? Do you go for a veteran there? What's up, everyone? Or do you go through the draft? I mean, like I said, he doesn't want the low end players anymore. So, Hit Squad's talking about Ben Jones. What's his name? Ben Jones.
The center from Tennessee who just got released today. Yeah.
Yeah. Would he fit in with the Giants, and what is his cost going to be versus going after a rookie? So.
How old is Ben Jones? He is 33 years old.
No,
I don't know if I want a 33-year-old. I don't want a 33-year-old center. I'd rather just get a younger guy. Get a draft
Well,
pick.
I'll say this. If you sign him for 1 year and you draft a young center to develop him, then I could see something like that, especially if the price is right. But yeah, now that I see his age, I don't know if I want to give him, a whole lot of money.
At that point, you might as well just bring back John Feliciano on 1 year if you want a veteran center. I mean, much as we don't like Feliciano, he is at least somebody that knows the system, and he is a good run blocking center, and he could be a guy that could help mentor a young center that we draft. So I'm not really interested in Ben Jones, to be honest. But
I did see the video of Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham talking about, unfinished business with Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys saw that video. He was in a little chat group, and all the guys just started going crazy when he said that. So,
you know it. Everybody's pulling out those 13 jerseys immediately, thinking he's on his way back to the Giants.
It's intriguing. I'm not ready to jump that far as yet, but it's intriguing. So,
I don't know. Ben Jones could be a vet stopgap, but I'm with y'all. I'd rather have a young guy. I agree with him. I agree with MyG. But he's having his private workout. It's I don't think it's not today. I believe it's early next week. Odell's having his private workout in Arizona, and the Giants obviously will be there. So
yeah, I know there's many in the fan base that don't want him, but if the price is right, number one, if the price is right, he can only help the program. I mean, I understand his injury issues, but that's any player. I mean, it's football. I mean, yes, it scares you about reoccurrence, but what most fans don't realize, even coming from college, guys have injuries. Guys have injuries that many of us don't know about. They keep it quiet, and or it happened early in their year in their career in college, and maybe their junior and senior year they had good years, so everyone puts that out of their mind, but they had injuries are a part of the game. I mean not I know it's a different sport, but look what happened to KD just the other day, and that was just
slipped in pregame.
Yeah, so
and even look what happened to your guy, Jalen Brunson, had to leave last night's game due to injury. So
exactly. So to me, injuries are a part of the game. Yes, you want to factor them in, but that's just to me that can't be the biggest deterrent. I mean, you want to weigh everything. What is production? What would he do for your offense? Could he help you? What is he going to do in your locker room? Is he going to be a good fit? You know, so yeah, I know NYG. You don't want him.
Does he really want 10, 12 million a year?
See, that's the question. If he does,
I'm not doing it, Coach. I'm not doing it. No, I don't know what Odell is at this point, coming off 2 ACL injuries in the same
no,
knee.
that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, for me, it's the Giants have to do their due diligence. They have to go sniff and
Yeah.
take a look. And if he does, and don't forget the doctor's going to come
Rap,
into
by
the
the way.
equation. What's that,
I'm
Rap?
very good. I'm very good.
Yo,
The doctors are going to come into the equation, and they're going to give him a thorough examination. And if the doctors give the okay, so I mean, we've seen guys come back from 2 ACLs and play for a few years before they've called it a career. So, I mean, I get it. I understand both sides. I really do. So, I'm probably more if he gets the clearance, and because of what I believe he could do with the offense, I'm probably more in line with what, give it a shot. If you can get a 2-year contract out of him, sign him for 3 or 4 years, but get out after 2 years, just like you did with Daniel Jones's contract.
Yep.
And Shane shows how masterful he is in what he did with his contract, man.
Yeah, it was just a brilliant job by Joe
that
Shane
was-
putting together a contract.
I mean, when you got a base of 19 your first year,
Yeah.
next year is 45, I believe, next year. But then after that, it's no guaranteed money on the table. So
Exactly.
and if he's blowing up, and you feel that you want to take a chance before he really goes crazy, you can rip that up and renegotiate and set it again. Or if he's not, rip it up and see you later. So, and I think they're going to do the same thing with Saquon too. They're probably going to renegotiate. He's not going to play at about 10 million. I think it was it Pat who said it? I forgot who said it. But they said you'll renegotiate or you'll continue to negotiate his contract to get him a lower cap. Probably playing him at about 6 mil this
Same
year.
thing with
Next
Dex
year,
too, probably.
yeah. So Dex, you're going to get Leo. He's going to have his contract reworked. So I know we're roughly about 14 mil, but
Yeah.
in the end they'll end up getting roughly about 30 to 40 million dollars once they renegotiate some of these contracts. So
Yeah.
and then cut our good old friend, Mr. One Touchdown, and then what's his name?
the touchdown was against us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Yeah, we still got the dub.
Darnay Holmes. Darnay Holmes will probably get cut too. So that's like $3 million there. So between the two of them, that'll get you another $10 million right there, plus along with any restructures. So it's been interesting. But go ahead, Raph. You got the floor, bro.
yeah, they could be, because talking about the Odell Beckham Jr., there's more important to discuss, because on a live stream that I was talking about Lamar Jackson, because they want to need to sign up for the Raiders. But the only problem is the cap space, and of course, it's too much expensible. But by the case of Odell Beckham Jr., is more like very differently. He wants a contract around 20 million per year, and that's to play for a playoff contender. But there are some other questions that I needed to answer, because most medical professionals believe that it comes like ACL surgery is taking up for like 18 to 21 months to fully recover. It was very so that would be like signing him to a lucrative contract would seem like a risk, but some precautions will be taken at like a win-win agreement to everyone make happy if both sides truly agree that they want each other. So that would be like the contract. They'll probably expect the annual roster bonuses, per game roster bonuses, and of course World Cup bonuses, which they don't have the long-term effects on the salary cap beyond for the current year that I was slated. But he was likely like very restricted contract together by truly that they used in a model for a potential. Because this is about like a million deal. He's signing bonus and of course the World Cup bonus. But unfortunately he had to told to might into the dip because he earlier like more than a million. That could be imbalanced about the cap space and of course the money that money they earned the Giants for that season. That would be like the increase. Because let's talk about that example for Kenny Galladay. Touching Galladay is gonna isn't like the deal for attack it and Shoei hasn't been to show to adversity regardless of the player. But they're really like the good position to make a playoff push.
Hey, Steve.
If they had the coach to like to invest that money to see how many positions they will fill in. If it's cheaper, it's very better. But if it's way too expensive, we had to wait and had to receive it of this money. It is fit is or good because it depends for the talent. It depends for the energy that I got it. It depends for the speed that it got because there's a lot of positions that we have to fill in. In my case, when it comes to the free agency madness and of course for the draft, right now the Raiders had a whole lot of positions to fill in, including the quarterback, the linebacker. They had the
offensive. Well, not to interrupt real quickly, Ralph. I heard some news about your football team regarding a certain quarterback that might have interest in signing with you guys. I don't know if you heard about that rumor that dropped about this morning about Jimmy G potentially being interested in signing with the Raiders.
Yeah, I think, but here's some of my point because Derek Carr right now is for the New Orleans Saints, but I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo is gonna be like the Raiders because he could like fit like the system for Josh McDaniels, but it didn't seem much secure because he doesn't know about the system and about the plays.
But what would you think about if you had to sign Jimmy G to like a short-term deal, and then maybe you go into the draft and you find a franchise quarterback or a young player to have developed behind, unless you think that Jarrett Stidham could potentially be the answer?
I mean that for me, Jimmy Garoppolo is gonna like to pursue it, but I think that the Raiders had to look at it to a brand new quarterback. But I think that that's very, very important because they're like the teams who have like the pursuit about it, and they're like the players. So that will probably need to adapt to that system. Jimmy Garoppolo is one of them, but he doesn't feel like very sure, and he probably is not gonna be in like to pursue to Lamar Jackson because it's way too expensive. And of course, he had a problem because he didn't fit it to the playoffs, and of course, in his jury report. But I would say that because there's like the three teams that go to Jimmy Garoppolo, that seems like a very risk idea. Because right now we had to focus all the money cap space, and of course, all the money had to go to spend to the defense. But when it comes to the big decision with the teams, they could have been like in a number of ways for the offseason. So they really gonna be interesting for the Jimmy Garoppolo because it'll make it like a little bit sense. Because it appears like the general manager, Dave Ziegler, he has to go to look the ad as well. But it is bigger like they're likely the team gonna go to the signing caller final this year. But I think that most of it is still young enough to bring enough with a multi-year contract. The only problem is the ability to stay healthy, which is the most that add to more just like to be an interesting for the off season. They need just like to like very boost, and of course it'll be the upgrade. So it was like he's like the opposite of Derek Carr. He was looking a lot of games where not very durable, but he has no experience playing for the head coach Josh McDaniels. But I think they had Chase Garbers in the rest of the terms of the position. So they help, but they're gonna need for the big way is gonna be like the free agency, and they're gonna replace it. So it probably got the smooth sailing so far, but I think that that's gonna be like world different. But I think that Jimmy Garoppolo in understanding about the system of Josh McDaniels, but I think this his weakness is about this general report. But I think it is time to moving on to like to see what quarterback is very available. It is much cheaper, much better because we need to invest that money in whole defense because that season of the Las Vegas Raiders, their defense really sucks. So we need to fill up all the positions that we got it for them.
I was well said, by the way, Raph. Excellent job, my friend. But I mean, if you guys are gonna want to do something with Jimmy G, the problem is you guys got to get him an offensive line to be able to operate behind as well. Because I would be very, very worried about putting an injured quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo behind an injured line like the Las Vegas Raiders have now. But the fact that really they have nothing from left to right besides Colton Miller, the left tackle. So if you want to bring in a veteran quarterback like a Jimmy G, then I would definitely, if I were you guys, you have to get him some offensive line help, whether it's through the draft, whether it's through free agency, even maybe like a trade or something. Definitely, something that you guys need to do. But talk about the compensatory picks as well. By the way, how you doing, Steve Galvin? Re-signed Saquon Barkley ASAP. I think that's going to be on the checklist for Joe Schoen. I do believe he's going to do that. But in terms of the Giants received 2 compensatory picks yesterday. Picks number 172 in the 5th round, as well as 254 in the 7th round, which is going to give the New York Giants now 11 draft picks going into the 2023 NFL draft. It's going to give them a lot more arsenal if they want to trade up for a player, if they want to utilize some of those draft picks and maybe make a trade for a veteran, or if they're going to keep on all those draft picks and try to add more depth to the roster throughout the NFL draft. So we'll see what Joe Schoen has planned overall and his game plan heading into the NFL draft and free agency. So very, very interesting that they have at least 11 draft picks now to play with, which is what we all figured what would happen. So I don't know how you feel about that one, Coach. About the Giants' compensatory picks that they got, the 11 draft picks they have going into the 2023 draft. And if you think by the time we get to the NFL draft on April 27th, if we will have all 11 of those picks, or if we're going to use some of them to trade for maybe a veteran player to help out this team in 2023.
I mean, what I think is going to happen is he's going to use all of them, unless there is the real need to include them in a trade. I.e., what's his name from the Cardinals?
DeAndre Hopkins.
Hopkins, yeah. But more than likely, he's going to want to use them all because he wants to get younger. He wants to get his own players, and it's more affordable that way. So, I see him using all 11 draft picks unless it's really something that he really feels is going to benefit the team and as a whole. So, and it's not just for 1 year. It's it's going to be a long-term situation. So. That's really what I see in terms of what Schoen is going to do. It's going to use all the draft picks. It's going to draft all the draft picks. Let me say that.
Yeah, I'm starting to lean towards the same way as you, Coach. I think they are going to end up using all those draft picks, even though they could maybe trade 1 or 2 of them for a veteran wide receiver or like maybe even a veteran player in free agency if they think that because of the fact they might be building towards a 2-year window with the players that they have currently signed. I think that they might want to try to supplement the youth on that franchise. So when the older players eventually start making their way out, you have younger guys that can eventually step in and take their spot if they're developed correctly and they're ready to go. So yeah, I'm starting to believe that that's going to be the decision they're going to make. They're going to try to utilize all 11 picks. I could even see them getting more. I could see Joe Schoen trading down in the draft and maybe getting more than 11, maybe like 12, 13, and really try to rebuild this football team, get more talent. And what have you been screaming about? Depth. Get more depth on this roster. And what better way than getting a whole bunch of young homegrown players in the draft and as well as the undrafted free agency, and you just supplement all those young guys on this team as well as some veterans that you have, and you go away with it. Because I don't know if the Giants are going to all of a sudden become a Super Bowl team or something in 2023, like some fans think we are. I don't think so. I think we'll be improved, definitely. But I still believe our window in terms of being that team to compete for a Super Bowl is maybe about another year or so away. I think 2023 will take a step, but I don't think we're going to take that next big step until 2024.
According to Fox Sports, Odell is working out for the Giants today, 2:30 p.m. Not the Giants, for the NFL teams in Arizona, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Well, there you go. Odell's starting out his workout starting today. So he's going to showcase his ability and see how healthy he is going out there and playing. I'm fascinated with this whole Odell situation. I really am. I mean, Giants fans can't think that Odell Beckham Jr. is the same Odell Beckham Jr. that we drafted back in 2014. And he's not that same explosive player. He's not going to go up there and he's going to like outrun the defenders as much. He's not going to go out there and just like, have that initial quick speed that he had when he first came out in the NFL. He's just had too many leg injuries. He's up there in age. He's going to be 31 years old. If you're bringing him back, you're pretty much bringing Odell back to be like, part of a core of wide receivers out there. Be that veteran in the wide receiver core. And in a way, he gets to reunite and be with maybe finish out his career with the team that he was originally drafted with. So I expect Odell to be part of a core.
But this Odell is, to me, he's not. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. It's number one, he's a veteran receiver and he knows how to get open. I mean, what's been one of the biggest issues with the receivers on this team for the most part?
Separation.
It's getting open. Yeah, so he knows how to get open. Yards after the catch, okay, that's a different story. Going over the top, do we need speed like that? Yes, you can probably get something like that in the draft. But if you have an Odell to work in that regard, plus he is going to command respect, no matter what we think about his talent right now. If it's diminished a little bit with issues with the knee, when he goes out on that field, he's going to have at least two sets of eyes watching him. So that helps the other receivers. So it will be a benefit in my eyes if you did bring him in. But I do understand, those who don't want to bring him in and the issues with the concerns with the injuries. But it to me helps because he takes the pressure off of them. He knows how to handle this media. He's still a veteran receiver who knows how to get open, and that's something. And he can also teach a lot of these guys how to be professional receivers. So that's what I see with Odell. So
I that is true. He'd be a good field decoy. I'm just worried because I'm afraid that the Giants are going to try to bring back like the whole crew again, and they're going to try to go into 2023 like wanting to try to bring back the same guys they had last year, which I really honestly don't want. I don't want if Barkley.
Why would you want him back? That's the thing. Why would you want him back?
Why would or wouldn't?
No, I'm just saying you don't want him. So I'm just asking, why would you want him back? Because they weren't that good, honestly. They weren't.
Well, I mean, they did a decent job for what we asked of them. They weren't terrible, but they weren't they weren't terrible, but they're not game-breaking wide receivers on the NFL field all the time. I would want them back because they're veterans. So I mean, they can get we're able to create some separation over the middle of the football field, but I don't know. No, I don't know. Thank you, Arku. You're not getting that for Odell Beckham Jr., a team-friendly deal. If you want that for Sterling Shepard, that's more. Well, I like it. If you want a team-friendly deal for Sterling Shepard, then yeah, you are not getting that for Odell Beckham Jr. Beckham is going to want his money. So now Odell Beckham Jr. is going to want to get a decent contract going into this offseason because of the fact, like Coach just said, he's still a viable threat and he's still a name in the NFL that teams are going to be looking at in free agency to try to look to see if they can sign. So maybe I would probably look at $7-8 mil a year for 2 years. Maybe I honestly, if he looks good enough, I think about 10 mil. I really would. I would think about it. Would I be in favor of it completely? No, because I don't know if I want to give a 31-year-old Odell Beckham Jr. off 2 ACL injuries 10 mil per season and guarantee that and hope he's going to be able to stay healthy. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I said having Russ back in OKC won't happen. I like the team they have right now. You don't have to worry about Russell Westbrook, Arku.
You don't have to worry about your Thunder at all right now. Like, what?
You guys are good. You guys are fine with what you have right now on that team. I don't know. I'm so up in the air with this whole Odell situation. I'm afraid that they're gonna Jones and Barkley are back. Then Beckham is going to want to come in, and then it's going to bring back Shepard, and we're going to have an old team. The gang is going to be back together, and we're pretty much going to have to rely on two wide receivers that are 30-plus years old, and with younger receivers, hopefully bring it. I don't want that. I want young receivers, young wide receivers.
I don't see it because of Joe Shane. That's the one thing I don't. Odell is one thing. If I think Odell's back, I think Shepard is probably gone.
I disagree. I think he's coming back. I don't see any way possible that they're not going to – Beckham's going to come back and his boy's not going to be there too. I think they're all going to come back.
You're talking about Joe Shane. Think about
it. Joe Shane loves Shep. He even said in his press conference he's one of his favorite players.
I'm not saying he doesn't love Shep. I'm saying that he understands the business and he's going to do his best for this franchise. He's not going to make a decision just, I'm going to get to get Odell, I have to sign Shepard. No, forget it. Let them both go. Let them both go then.
I have no problem with that.
So,
like I said, I love Shep, but I have no problem letting him go.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if he brings back Odell, he's bringing Odell back because he thinks he's going to help this organization, not because because Shepard and his boys are. No, Saquon. Okay, it's a benefit. That's the thing. It's a plus because he wants to be here because of Saquon. But that's not going to be the determining factor. It's can Odell help this organization? How much is it going to cost this organization? What kind of presence is he going to play in the locker room? If he meets all of those, then everything else is secondary. Now, as far as Shepard, if they feel he's going to be a benefit, fine, you're going to bring him back. But if not, Shepard's going. I think if Odell comes, I'm more in line to say Shepard is definitely gone. I would put it at him coming back at about like maybe 3-4%.
I guess I could see that way. I just think that, like I said, the difference between Beckham and Shepard right now, Beckham has value on the market. Mm-hmm. Shepard has nothing. And Shepard's benefit right now is if he wants to continue playing, his best benefit is go back to the Giants and take literally nothing because he's going to be worth nothing on the open market. And I think, honestly, he will take nothing. If he gets the chance to play on the same team like Beckham, who is like a mentor to him, I think he'll take less money to stay on the team. I really do. That's how I felt from the beginning. I think he's going to take no money to stay on the Giants, and they know how valuable he is to the organization. So I could be dead wrong.
No, I mean you're probably right in that regard. It's just I can't see it. I see if Odell is back, I cannot see Shepard coming back here. I can't because we're going to have to get probably 2 rookies in the draft. I mean, plus look at the ones we already have right now. We already have 3 signed. I mean, now if you want to say Cager is going to receiver, that's 4. So if you bring Odell, that's 5. You're going to get 2 draft picks. That's 7. We
don't really have any receivers, Coach. We really only have Isaiah Hodgins and Wan'Dale Robinson.
Colin
Johnson is really I don't even know if he's going to make the roster. I mean, he's coming off a serious injury
but
too.
He's coming off an injury. I'm looking at camp.
He's a bubble guy to me.
So that's why I said you have 7. Yeah, you're going to.
And Wan'Dale's probably not even going to start the season, so I'm not even counting on him. I'm thinking he's going to start the season on pup. So take him out of the equation.
That's why I can't take him out of the equation because he's still going to be on the roster.
But he's going to be on injured reserve. He won't count against the roster.
He won't count initially, but he will eventually.
But then that's when you have to make those decisions. Yes.
So I'm looking at the big picture, the whole big picture. That's the whole season. What receivers do I think are going to end up getting on the playing field for the Giants? You got training camp. Yes, I think the 7 that I just talked about are going to be part of the training camp. Wan'Dale is going to basically be on PUP to start, and he's going to be rehabbing, but he's going to be there. The bottom line is those 7 that I said, you're going to bring in other bodies. Now, if you're saying Shepard's going to be a camp body and he's going to have to fight for a spot, okay, I'll give you that. But as far as, he's definitely going to be on the roster, no.
I'm not saying definitely.
If Odell is back, he's going to have to fight for a position if he's brought back.
Yeah.
So,
I think he's honestly going to get put on PUP too. I think he's going to get put on PUP or injured reserve to start the season as well.
See, to me, that's even more reason why you don't bring him back. Because if that's what he's going to start, you're gonna sign him for 1 year. Basically, you're signing him for a half a year. Then, when you really break
They
it
might be
down.
thinking, no, you're right. I'm just going with the thinking that the only reason why they would bring him back is to pretty much see how he is coming back from his ACL. He was in the gym,
Mhm.
apparently working out with Barkley not that long ago. Looks like he's fast track on his recovery, which is just amazing. But like, I think they're just going to monitor how he looks. And because of the fact he's not going to have really a market, and I think he could be ready by the beginning of the season since his injury was so early on compared to Wandale, where his happened literally in the middle of the season. So I think he's going to be out a little bit longer. And then you got to factor in Slayton too and Richie James. I don't know what these guys are going to command in free agency. They're obviously going to command more than what Shepard is going to command. But at the same time, I don't know if Joe Shane is going to want to bring back the entire wide receiver corps and then just add on to it last year. I don't know. It's all a guesstimation right now when it comes to that. Hey, Travis.
We didn't even mention Richie James, because I think Richie James might be back too.
Possibly.
Well, let me say this. Either Richie James, or I'm intrigued to see if we go after Braxton Berrios, because I think he would be just as good a fit, and he brings something better than James. Is more stability in the return game.
That's exactly why I was saying. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So, he's still a slot guy, pretty much the same size. He's very quick. He's sure-handed. Kind of a little bit faster. Wayne Corbett, if you remember Corbett.
Yep.
And like I said, with the return game, that he's going to be sure-handed in the return game. So, because when the Jets cut him, I said, "Ooh, that would be interesting." Now, the money is going to be the factor. I mean, that's the reason why the Jets cut him, because of money. But over there, he's their third receiver?
He's like fourth or fifth or something. He was down on the depth chart.
So, if he's fourth over there, he could be fourth over here, fifth over here, still fit a spot. So, as long as the price, and that's where I'm looking at. So, it's like, okay, guys who, like he said, he's not looking for bargain players anymore. That's a player who could actually contribute and be beneficial. And now, what is the cost? Now, if I have to choose between him and Shep, I'm going to choose Berrios.
No, I'm taking Berrios too. He's younger. Yeah, Berrios is younger and he's healthy.
He's healthy, and he gives you more in because of his return ability. So, that's why it's like, when I sit and I look at what we're going to do in the receiver in the receiver position, if Odell is brought here, okay, great. He'll align him. And yeah, I know we lost.
Our coach, by the way, some breaking news that just broke. Dick Haley just passed away at 85. Former Steelers Hall of Fame coach.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, we all got it at the same time, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
Prayers out to the Haley family.
You all right, Mitch?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I heard a bump. I didn't know if you felt it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
That news really must have hit you pretty hard then. I gotta get you and Earl on a stream together and have you guys play with those.
No, you, Earl, and Randy.
Yeah, Randy's got a soundboard now too.
No, Randy's got the
I was close to ordering the actual one that you plug into the computer and everything instead of these little toy things. So,
how much is that little toy thing, by the way?
This one I think was like $6, and I think this one was like $9.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Damn, that's pretty decent, cost effective for something like that.
That was like, wow.
Yeah, are you gonna get one now?
No. That's not my gimmick. It's not my gimmick. No, I'm not stealing Coach and I'm not stealing Coach and Earl's gimmick.
Somebody just showed me how to do the soundboards on the Spaces. I didn't know that you could do the soundboards on the Spaces. I was just like,
you can do
wow.
soundboards?
Yeah.
Yep. And it was just like, okay. Yeah, it's pretty much the same exact things. It's picked up 2 as 5th-year options. Oh, they did?
Why? Can he just retire already?
He's not going to retire.
Listen.
He's not going to retire.
Wow.
That's risky.
Does that mean then they're out of the quarterback market then?
They gotta
Sounds
be.
like it.
That
Yeah, sounds
Let
like
me
they
look
are.
it up.
That's risky if I were them. You're putting all your eggs in a basket for a guy that's had multiple concussions.
Or do they also bring in somebody like a Sam Darnold as a backup?
Mm.
Yep, it's official. Yep.
Wow.
Dolphins picking up Tua Tagovailoa's fifth-year option, which is guaranteeing his $23.4 million salary for 2024. And is the ultimate sign they don't have any plans to sign any high-priced quarterbacks this offseason. Tua is their man.
Let me ask this. Do you think, because of what happened with the Giants and Daniel Jones, that teams are now going to just take that chance anyway? Because if we had picked up Daniel Jones' fifth-year option, but then again, would we have a 19? But they could have extended it or done other things. So, but still, the fact of the matter is, you wouldn't have, and most fans wouldn't have been crying, oh, you're paying him $40 million, when it's.
And we would have to stress about Barkley potentially being gone too.
No, because you would have been able to sign Barkley long term and not use a franchise tag on either of them in that regard, But
by the way, a couple of good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
No, go ahead. What are you saying?
There's a couple of big defensive ends that got released too. Apparently, Leonard Floyd is on the market. You got Bud Dupree on the market. I don't know if you saw that Zadarius Smith was potentially trying to work a release. He wanted to get released from the Vikings, but the Vikings are not. They're not going to release him. But there's some pretty good defensive ends out there. Yeah.
Unless they're trying to use him as trade bait, it makes no sense because now you're going to have a disgruntled player there in your locker room, and that's the worst thing to do.
I don't think this year, Arco. I'm sorry. Go ahead and continue, Coach.
As part of the same draft class as hurt. No, I was reading his comments. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's part of Hurts and Burrow. So
I forgot Herbert and I forgot Herbert and Burrow were in the same draft class. That's right, because Burrow was 1.
Yeah.
Herbert was 6, I think. 6. It was like 4, 5, or 6, I think, in that draft.
I think he was 6. I thought he was 6.
2020.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, he was like around that area because remember we were all wanting. A lot of people wanted Justin Herbert for the Giants, but we know how that ended.
Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. I know they had some good fun back in the days. Mickey Rooney was a ladies' man. He had so many.
I know.
I think he was married like 9 times.
I don't even know. He was married 9 times?
I think so.
Wait, who?
God
Mickey
damn.
Rooney.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even know that.
Hey, he loved the ladies.
Quarterbacks shouldn't have their own salary.
Coach
talked about that.
Yeah,
Coach talked about that.
Somebody, I forgot who it was, Ryan Dudley or somebody like that, talked about that. But of course, if you do that, I mean, first of all, that has to be contractually negotiated. So the union's going to want that. Owners aren't. Let's be real. Owners are not going to want that because that's more money they would have to kick out. But it makes sense. Have quarterbacks in their own salary cap and then have everyone else, But now on the flip side, quarterbacks can say, well, most people are turning on to watch us as opposed to, so it creates that debate. But for me, it makes a whole lot of sense. Since we're giving everything positional value and this and that, and the quarterbacks are making the most money, why not? Why not?
It wouldn't hurt at all to add somebody to do that. Coach, how do you feel about Marcus Davenport? There's been some articles going out about maybe the Giants could have interest in defensive end Marcus Davenport out of New Orleans.
I have to really look at him a little bit.
Hey, Alex.
So
he's been he's been a decent player. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, what do you think about whatchamacallit? Because it seems like our Yankees, every time I turn around, it seems like every day 2 guys are getting hurt.
Yeah.
But like Carlos Rondon.
You got Rodon, you got What you call it now from center field, who went
Oh,
down?
Bader.
Yeah, Bader went down. I'm just like, what? Every
You
time I
guys, the
turn
Yankees
around,
are a
is
mess. It's a mess.
if he plays 3-4 in,
Yep.
I'd sign Davenport. We need depth. Okay. I mean, if he's going to be a depth piece, I mean, again, I'd have to study him a little bit more because I'm not really familiar with his game. But if he fits a true edge in the scheme that we play, fine. And he can help and he can push guys in terms of competition. Then it's always good to have that.
Yeah, exactly. And about that question about quarterbacks, should they have their own salary and only
Hmm.
staff it against the overall cap? Because those quarterback contracts are not like the problem. The salary cap management isn't it? Because they have in the 30-year history of the salary cap, it has been never been easier to manage those several reasons. Because number
Hmm.
one is the gift of the rookie contracts. The NFL rosters have a varying number of players on rookie contracts, but they have like the estimate between 50 and 65 of the NFL rosters are players under their first NFL contract. Let's say that like 30 such players on the team roster, and say like conservatively each player had a cap charge of 1 million. That's a coming
Mm,
cap charge of 30 million, more than half of the team. Also,
mm,
there is number two, there is the rollover. And even for all those teams, the cap is now really 200 millions. Also, perhaps like the association, teams are now allowed to roll over, use the cap space to create each team adjusted cap. So every team like the NFL just roll over some unused cap space into the 2023. For example, for the Cleveland Browns, they are rolling over 27 millions all the way down to the Rams rolling over for $400. And of course, the brand they are playing like the biggest contrast in their quarterback, but they are working for more than
mm,
200 million. And of course, there is a free one, which is the minimum spend. Because taking a look at the team for the Bears, they're sitting currently with almost 100 million on available cap space. They have virtually no top of the market veteran quarterbacks in their roster. Indeed, they have minimum experiment requirements judged annually rather than over 3 years. They will not meet the minimum this year, so they have like to spend literally in the next year to meet the minimum three holes, and they have to pay necessarily to have give like Justin Fields to make a contract to just the pay of someone at their roster. And of
mm,
course, the most basically thing that I need to understand about the salary cap is that cash and cash are really different. The cap is
mm,
just accounted. It is not the same as the money because cash is real. It's whether the teams, the agents, are really sure care about it. Because there are so many ways to manage the cap. Because they have it like I prefer pay as you go, trying to match catch this cap as much as possible. Because if I were paying a player like 10 million the first year of contract, I will try to lower that close to 10 million in cap as possible. I would like to stay like signing bonuses, which is one priority over the life of the contract for a cap purpose. And they give like the play for more protection in case of default. They have the salary, they have roster bonuses, and they have workout bonuses that are way too low to the cash in the standard match cap. The strategy I go to the pursue their flexibility in the future. It doesn't work out, they are winning like in the future, having non-roster stars, especially at the quarterback.
mm.
Hmm. Hmm. Excellent point.
Um,
Rutgers lost.
Davenport last year in 15 games, he had only a half a sack. He had 29 combined tackles. After the previous year, he had 9 sacks, which was the most of his career. So he's coming off a very down year. So I don't know how much would you want for Marcus Davenport? That's the thing. I mean, he's 26 years old.
But now,
He's
if he had a down year, if you want him, then that goes into negotiation. So you're not going to pay him as much.
That's true. I mean, it depends. I mean, we know he could get overvalued because they might think he just had a bad year, and maybe because he had the
Hmm.
year before he had a great year. He had 9 sacks on the season, so they might just think that maybe I don't know if he was banged up at all or if he was injured, and maybe that's the reason why he really had a down year, even though he did play 15 out of 17 games, but he'd be a good quality depth guy to bring in. But then if you bring him in, does that mean you're not bringing back Jihad Ward? Because Jihad Ward is a guy we talked about bringing back.
But again, who fits better, and who's better going to fit into the system, and help this organization overall. So I mean, if Davenport is better than Ward, then Shane is he's on record. I mean, he's basically going to do his best for this organization.
Which is what he should absolutely be doing.
Jordan Poyer is the safety from the Bills. I
don't want another safety. We don't need another safety.
If we're going to bring in a safety, you're probably better off bringing back Julian Love.
Yeah.
He knows.
Poyer's up there in age too.
And plus, he's going to cost you more money.
Yeah, he's one of the highest guys he's going to be one of the highest demanding guys on the market. I don't want Jordan Poyer. I like him as a player, but no. Just bring back Love if you're going to do that. Get a safety.
It's either that or I'd rather draft one.
That's fine with me too. Get another young safety to go pair with Belton. Eventually, if you don't think you're going to bring back McKinney.
No, I think they're going to bring back McKinney eventually, especially if they let Love go.
Oh, yeah. If Love is not re-signed, then McKinney's definitely getting a long-term deal. Absolutely, 1,000%. And, I mean, they've already talked about – Shane's already said he's opening up contract talks with Dexter Lawrence. I think he might even talk with, early on with Andrew Thomas and Xavier McKinney eventually on contracts. Even though they don't have to do it this year, they might open up contract talks just get a gauge of where they might be looking. And then also work out extensions for both Leonard Williams, and I believe they'll do the same thing with Adoree Jackson too, because I think they want to lower their cap hit. So I would try to extend both those guys before the free agency begins, if it's possible. I expect a lot of Giants moves, quite a few Giants moves from now until we get to about Wednesday, beginning of free agency. I think Dex is going to get a deal. I don't know about Barkley. I think Barkley might take some time. Hey, Breezy. I think Barkley might take some time until he eventually gets an extension. I do believe they'll extend Leo on a long-term deal. In terms of Adoree, I hope they do, but it's no guarantee. In terms of their free agents, see, that's the thing now. Now that Barkley and Jones are taken care of, who are out of their free agents? Who's the top priority? Thank you, Breezy. Appreciate that, bro. That's a question. Who's their top priority out of their free agents?
For who? Sorry,
the Giants. No, it's okay, Mitch.
The top priority in terms of free, it's going to have to be a linebacker.
No, I mean internally. I mean with their own guys. They're all unrestricted free agents.
I mean, now that Jones and Barkley are set,
would it be Love? I don't know.
Probably. It's probably going to be Love because unless you want to say Richie James, but to me, based on what Shane has already said, he wants to step up in quality. So, Julian Love, yeah.
Could be Slayton. I don't know if Slayton's market's going to be as robust as we first thought.
I think his market might be down. I don't think it is either, but a lot of Giants fans seem to think it is and argue. But I also think they're doing that because they just don't want Slayton back, period. Whether he's at a lower cap or not. So
that's ridiculous. You telling me you wouldn't want Darius Slayton back and fit him into the role he should be playing in?
The drops. He was tied in the lead with drops. I think he had
How many
7.
did he have this year?
7.
Oh.
Damn.
He still had to play number 1 receiver, unfortunately, again.
No, I get it. That's the reason why. So, but in the same token, I mean, there are other veterans out there that can probably more suitable. I don't know.
That could be Jihad Ward. Jihad Ward could be at the top of the list. Or I think they're going to try to bring back John Feliciano. I don't know why,
Oh
Coach. But
gosh.
Coach, I just don't know why. I think they're going to bring him back. I do. The offensive line coach and the head coach, they have connections with him. I don't want him, but how you doing, Mick? I had decent sleep. Not great sleep, but I had decent sleep last night. Thank you
I had
for
a great
asking.
night's sleep.
Man, I'd rather instead of bringing back Feliciano, I'd rather go to bed with a beat up, busty looking crackhead who has no teeth here. Her
Oh,
face is
no.
all totally mashed. She's smelly. Her
Hey,
breath.
hi, Coach. You ready?
Nah. And she's always scratching because she's
I
fiending.
got no words.
I'd rather deal with that than bring back John Feliciano.
You might as well get ready to do that because I think Feliciano is coming back.
Now, wait a minute. Coming back as a camp body, or you
No,
think
I think they're coming. I think they're bringing him back as either O-line depth or as the starting center again to mentor a young center. I think so because of the connections with Johnson.
Gates. Bring back Gates.
I would love to bring back Gates. Yeah, bring back Gates, please. Giants will do better this year than the Cowboys. Have you seen a team with Jerry Jones dissing Prescott and Twitter page? Sad. No.
I saw that.
I've not seen that. They're dissing Prescott.
You bring back Feliciano.
Just like him saying, like, we can't afford to build around him because we have to give so much money to Prescott.
That's your fault for giving so much damn money to Prescott. Yes, I did. Yes, I did, Mick.
Okay, he did not put it here.
No, the Cowboys. The Cowboys screwed themselves when they decided to pay huge money to both Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott. That's what doomed them. You paid all that money for two guys that do not deserve the type of money that they're getting. That's what really screwed that franchise. And now they got to think about paying all these other guys. Look what they have to do. They're pushing so much money down the can, whether it's Zach Martin, Dak Prescott. If they want to keep Elliott, I don't know why they would, but if they want to keep Ezekiel Elliott, they got to kick his can down. I mean, you got to worry about contracts with Trayvon Diggs. You also got to worry about a contract for CeeDee Lamb. Parsons.
So the Vikings just waived cornerback Cam Dantzler.
Yeah, he's a decent player. Decent.
They just waived him.
Yeah, he's a decent player. That's not surprising.
How old is he?
He's not that old. I think he's like 26, 27. They need help at the corner. Vikings need help at corner. They need help on defense. They need help in defense so bad.
They're the biggest frauds throughout this whole year.
Yeah, because they suck on defense.
Did they let Davlin Tomlinson go as yet?
How many times did they lose by one or win by 1 point?
I'm asking, did they?
I don't think so. I hope they do. Because if they do, I hope Joe Shane goes and picks up the phone for Dalvin and be like, Dalvin.
Yeah, but Dalvin is a nose tackle. Dalvin is a nose tackle.
You rotate him in and out, depth.
You got DJ Davison coming back.
More depth. You replace Nick Williams with Dalvin Tomlinson. You got Nick Williams, Dalvin, Dex, and Leo.
But Dalvin is better as a nose tackle instead of a defensive end /tackle.
So if you want to play a run defense, you rotate him in.
So okay, I mean that means you're pulling out Dexter.
Well, I mean, you're gonna on some plays you're gonna have to pull out Dexter, and Dalvin is not a slouch when it comes to.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's a starter, and he's not even a low level starter. He's high level starter. He's going to command that money. So my point is, if you're bringing him in, he's going to be a starter. So where are you playing him? Because when he was here, they had him in nose guard and Dexter at the tackle / defensive end position. And what was it said? That once you moved Dexter over to nose tackle, his game shot up. And then when Dalvin went over to Minnesota and they played him as a 3-tech, his production went down. So that's why I'm saying that. I mean, if you want to bring him in as a backup nose guard and he's willing to take less money, sure, no problem. But that's the other thing. He knows he's a starter in this league, so he can get more money somewhere else if he leaves Minnesota.
Oh, I saw what his squad just did.
What?
He just did like a mix-up video with Odell Beckham junior and Daniel Jones together. I saw what he did on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, his squad, that's not the same Odell. It's not the same Odell that's going to be doing that.
Yeah, I know my Scarlet Knights loss. I know it hurts, man.
Are they even still involved? Are they going to still make the tournament?
Oh yes, they're making with yesterday's win over Michigan. Oh, they're definitely in there.
Yeah, congrats on your win.
Oh, thanks, man. I mean, Rutgers in terms of the NCAAs, I think they have like 5 or 6 quad 1 wins. So that's why, and they're in the net rankings, I think they're ranked 38th. So,
I don't even know where Michigan's going to be.
Michigan, I think, is on the border.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because both of us, yesterday's game was the one that the winner was going to pretty much have a not solidify, but have a better chance, and the loser was going to be like on that bubble. So, because it could have easily been Rutgers. So.
It's either one of us or none of us. It's not going to be both.
No, it's going to be one or the other.
Yeah.
And right now, Rutgers went. They lost by 5 to Purdue. The only problem with that is the only problem I had. They had Purdue down in the first half by 12 points, and they were dominating. But Purdue fought back. Give them credit. And Rutgers, we just don't have the offense. They just do not have the offense. That's really what it boils down to. So, but this is a football show. I don't want to monopolize it.
No, you can talk college basketball. It's fine.
So,
go for it. You want to go in depth on it? Go for it. We usually go off the rails with all these shows anyway, so go for it, Coach.
I want to get back to football, man. I just want to get back to football.
Oh, I like basketball.
I'm not saying I don't like basketball. I do too. So, but
basketball is so far my number one compared to football.
I mean, I'm football, but I can sit here and talk basketball. Jim Boeheim, Patrick Ewing, both losing their jobs. I mean, it's
still going to be Patrick Ewing.
I'm going to say.
I don't know if I was shocked about Ewing.
No, I wasn't. I know.
I wasn't shocked. No.
I wasn't even shocked by either of them. So, I mean, whatchamacallit from St. John's might be out too. So, what's his name? Is it his last name? Joe? Is it Mike Anderson?
That sounds right.
So, and those are going to be 3 prime college basketball schools that.
Yeah, Mike Anderson.
So, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Rutgers better make sure that they solidify Pikiell. They better make sure, because if somebody comes in and offers him even more money,
he's gone.
I mean, you're talking about if Syracuse came knocking at the door. Come on, he knows the market. He can recruit. He's already proven that. He can play at high level, compete against high level competition. So the ACC is not a slouch. So, that concerns me. Somebody's going to come in and want to offer him even more money. That's why Rutgers has to, and I know a lot of taxpayers don't want to hear it, but Rutgers better ante up and make sure he's set.
Coach, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you saw any highlights of the game last night with the Knicks. What did you think about the Knicks game last night?
I knew this was coming, and this is concerning. And we talked about it before. I mean, people talked about, the Knicks have an easy schedule. And I said, no, they don't. I mean, that West Coast swing, especially at the end of the season, that's hard for me. That's hard. I mean, you just first of all, you lost to Charlotte. Now you lost to Sacramento. Now you go to the Clippers. Then you have the Lakers. Then you go to Portland. And then after that, you come home and you face Denver at home. Then Minneapolis. Okay, there's a possibility there. but then you go on. I think you go back on the road and you go back down to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, wow, you could easily. I think it's Miami before you get Houston. So look, I'm gonna say it. There's a possibility they could lose every last one of those games, and they're gonna go right into the play-in. And
Plus,
that's
you don't know when Brunson's coming back too.
exactly now with he re-aggravated. I'm already saying I already think he's out a minimum of 3 games, a minimum of 3 games, and I'm being generous. I mean, realistically, I'm looking at KD. What happened with KD? They said 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm thinking about the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't
thinking
take any chances.
No, and that's even more. That's even and Quickly didn't play well yesterday.
No, he was bad.
So especially after the way he was playing previously. So it's like the inconsistency. So what are you going to do? Is he going to light it up this game? And you're playing the Lakers. I mean the Clippers, and you got Kawhi and Paul George to worry about defensively. They're going to pretty much go. They're pretty much going to. I already can tell you they're going to take out Julius and R.J. Barrett. That's who they're going to guard. I think that's who they're going to guard. And then what?
Quentin Grimes, he had a hell of a game last night.
He's too up and down. He's not consistent. He had what, like 19 points yesterday?
Yeah, he had a couple of big threes for the Knicks last night, and
then he'll turn around and get maybe 3 points. Now his defense, okay, I'm not going to take away from that. So the key is quickly. He has to step up and he has to redeem himself. Now he's going to be starting again. So howdy, Steve. So
hey, Steve.
Josh Hart's going to need to step up. So
what about a guy like Obi Toppin? He had some nice plays in the game last night too.
I don't know. Obi just
he's got to leave. He's got to go to a new team.
Honestly, when I watched the end of that basketball game last night and I saw Julius Randle turn the ball over, I'm the only thing I'm thinking back in my mind is like, this is why coach wants this guy gone. He's so inconsistent. He's so great this year, but at the same time, his trade value is so high, and he's like a guy that gives you and he takes it away.
Jalen Carter is not going to drop. Jalen Carter is not going to drop like everyone thinks. I don't think he's getting past 4.
No, he's not. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be a top 5 pick.
On my draft board, he's the number one. On my draft board. He's the number 1 player. Period, hands down. I get what happened with the drag racing and everything, but people teams are going to overlook that.
Oh yeah.
In Indianapolis, if they can get him at 4 instead of at Chicago can get him at 4 instead of 1, that's less money you have to pay. So yeah, they want him to drop in that regard.
Mm-hmm. No, I think he's still going to be. He's going to be a top 5 pick. There's no way I see him dropping out unless he just does really bad in his individual workout.
I don't see that.
I don't see it either.
His tape says he's too good.
Oh yeah, so, I don't think he's going to have a bad workout at all. I think he's going to be a top 5 pick.
I will say if he's anywhere less than top 5, I will be totally shocked.
Most teams are really turned off by what they've heard, which we've seen it before, unfortunately.
The only thing I can think of is teams really trade up to get the quarterbacks and offensive linemen. Then that's a different story than just pushing him and what's his name from Anderson from
Will Anderson,
Alabama.
yeah.
Then that's the only reason why I think it'll push them down. But still, I think 4 quarterbacks will go in the first round, and maybe 3 offensive linemen in the top, possibly.
Yeah.
So.
And cornerbacks too. There's going to be quite a run of cornerbacks as well in the top 10, top 15. Like they're on top 15, top 20.
Just don't let my boy go. Well, it depends on if Washington is there.
Coach, I have a bad feeling. The one guy that could end up being a Philadelphia Eagle is Joey Porter Jr. Because the fact that there's so much uncertainty. He's a good cornerback.
Coach is like so.
Who's the guy then? Who's the guy you're talking about?
What's the name from Maryland?
It could be an Eagle too.
Oh, Witherspoon? Is that his name?
No.
No. Banks.
Banks.
Then
Deontay Banks.
Yeah.
Right now, the top cornerbacks for me are Gonzalez, Banks. Who did I say? I had it on my board too. Hold on.
Ringo?
No, I had it on my board. Wait a minute. Let me pull up my draft board.
You can put it in the chat if you want. I can share it if anybody wants to see.
Why the hell is my? Oh, here you go. Okay.
I heard Gonzalez did really well at the
Mhm.
combine.
Uh-huh.
He tested incredibly well. He could be a guy that a lot of teams are going to be looking at to try and maybe go up, try to get and draft.
Word doc. Where is it at? Word.
I'm starting to think that the Eagles are going to draft a quarterback.
we
I
are.
think they're going to draft. You guys are going to draft a quarterback early. Whoever
We
it is.
have to. We have to. We don't have a choice.
Yeah, that might be your pick, but your early first round pick is to get a cornerback because you need to get a young guy to go in there with Slay and Bradbury both potentially out of the way out. So you need to get a young guy to develop.
Yeah.
Who I have no idea. I like Porter. I'm a big fan of Joey Porter Jr. That's just me. Some others might disagree. So
No, he's good. I'm not gonna say he's not good. He's good. He's just. I mean, I really need to see his pro day right now to see how he works and his ability to open his hips, turn, backpedal, open, turn, get downfield. Because his 40 times surprised me because I thought he was going to be in the high 4.4s, but to be a 4.55 and a 4.49, that's called for me. That's good for some cornerbacks, especially if you're a zone cornerback. But I mean, yeah, you can get away with it initially, but if a receiver beats you off the line of scrimmage and stacks you, then he has you. So because you really don't have the makeup speed sometimes. So why it's not open? Okay, here we go. My computer is horrible today, and I cleaned it.
my computer's not been good either. I thought my system yesterday was busted when Randy was
Yeah,
trying to tell me.
Further told me he helped you with your computer for like hours.
Mine
Yeah,
or
he
coaches?
did.
Oh,
And-
Coach. Okay.
They were like
Mine.
up all night doing like cleaning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So and it's been good, but now all of a sudden today's just I don't know why it's acting up.
It's an older
I think-
laptop, right?
No, I'm not on my laptop. No, I have a new laptop now. I have an older one, but I also have a newer one
Hmm.
because my older one I have to get it the male part of where you plug it in. I'm sorry, not the male, the female part.
Hmm.
It has to be
Gotcha.
replaced. So, but then I'll have my nice little network once I get it up and working. Because if I can put all three computers together, then it's like there you go.
Oh, I found that Jerry Jones clip if you want to listen to it.
Go ahead with it, bro.
Go for it.
All right, give me a sec.
I always want to hear what good old Jerry has to say. Love to hear what that guy from down south has to talk about them Cowboys. How they're going to win the Super Bowl every year, and then they always find a way to get knocked out in the first round.
All right, you ready? Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay. No, can't hear anything right now.
Nothing? Nada?
No, nothing.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
Jeffrey, do you want Odell Beckham Jr. back home? Do you want Brandon Ayuk? I don't think the 49ers are trading Brandon Ayuk. I love Brandon Ayuk. I think he's a tremendous receiver, but I don't see him being traded.
it doesn't seem like the right choice, but
No, they're not going to trade him. They're probably going to play out his year in San Francisco, maybe pick up his fifth-year option, and then decide what they're going to do with him. I like Brandon Ayuk a lot. I like Odell. I don't not like Odell. Trust me. Odell, I was a big Odell guy like everybody else was. I have the jersey. I was huge on Odell. big fan of Odell. I just don't want. I don't want everybody to think, and I don't want to just like believe that Odell is going to be the guy
Exactly.
that everybody they're gonna think he's Odell of old. That's what I don't want when it comes to Odell Beckham Jr. He's not the
Did
same
you just say
Odell Beckham.
Odellable?
No, Odell. I don't want him to be the same Odell like he was before.
Oh,
No.
I thought you said Odell. I was like, wait, what?
49ers GM says find your own wide receiver. Well, you know what, John Lynch, you're not going to be able to keep both your wide receivers. So, because both Ayuk and Samuel are not going to be on the same team at the type of money you're looking for. OBJ was better than, and we still
Hey,
didn't
Eagles
win.
should take one of them.
You guys have enough receivers.
Yeah,
You don't need another receiver.
we're
You have
trading
two
away
wide
Watkins.
You don't get any more receivers. You need to get KY Jelly then.
Yeah. Nobody caught that one, but it's okay.
No,
I didn't even hear it.
it. Yeah,
I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. You didn't hear it. Okay, if you say so.
Mitch, you can't have a retort?
I didn't hear anything.
I said y'all have enough receivers. If you get any more, you're gonna need KY Jelly.
Oh, wow.
You asked for it, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know,
Are
I
you
make
okay
that
over
all
there?
up.
You I hear a lot of banging and stuff going in the background.
Me? That's my
Mhm.
phone.
Yeah. Oh, well, don't do
I'm
that. You don't
putting
want to
my
break your
phone down on
phone.
my
That
desk.
was my heaven drafted.
My phone.
Oh,
Jerry, look.
I remember Lito Shepherd. I remember
Yeah,
Lito
me
Shepherd.
too. Jeff, the back of my phone has like a metal thing, so when you drop it,
Yeah, you can still break the back of your phone though if you do that.
Yeah, that's explain
Yeah.
why.
Better than meaning when he was the team the first time, he was a much better player than he is now, and the Giants still didn't win. Current OBJ definitely won't put us over the top, as he shouldn't. If you're bringing Odell Beckham Jr. into the Giants, he's not going to be. He shouldn't be relied on as the top guy. You want to bring him in as like another piece to the wide
the
receiver puzzle.
Rams are letting go of outside linebacker Leonard Floyd.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was reported a few days ago. That was planned to happen. They're trying to clear money right now because they're so screwed right now with the salary cap. That's not surprising. And they'll probably trade Jalen Ramsey soon enough, too. Where? I don't know. They need picks. I don't even know if that team has any draft picks right now in terms of like first or second round. They traded all of them away. Let me check it out. See what the draft picks the Rams have. Los Angeles Rams 2023 draft picks. Football Network. They have a no first round pick. They have a second round pick number 36. They have a third round pick at 69. Mitch Trevor.
That's not my favorite number.
By the way, Devin McCourty just retired.
Yeah, I didn't know
The
that
legendary
was
Devin McCourty, former
We were
Rutgers
just talking
Scarlet
about him
Knight,
the other
just
day.
announced his
Devin
retirement.
McCourty?
Yep, I just got it.
Let me know when
Now-
you're ready, Jeff. I'll present. Go ahead, finish what you're doing.
I was going to say, Devin McCourty, Hall of Famer.
Yes,
Yes.
first ballot.
I agree. And I'm not even joking when I say that. I agree. He's a Hall of
Nah,
Famer
yeah.
to me.
No, I can't wait till I see the McCourty show, the McCourty twin show.
Do you feel a little bit bad for Jason because his career didn't pan out as well as his twin brother
No.
Devin's?
No,
Who? Jason Derulo?
No, not
No,
Jason.
seriously.
Oh my god. What do you compare about that? What do you
I
do?
just had to. That's the first thing that got in my head.
You're a jackass,
No.
Mitch.
All
right, I'm ready.
Jackass.
I'm ready, Coach.
How do you set up and share it? How do I put it in a Word doc in the private?
Oh, he was in the new one.
No, I'll just do this.
If you want, you can send it over to Mitch. I think Mitch knows how to share it too.
Yeah, no, I'll just
Mr. fucking
No, I'll
Jason
just share my-
Derulo.
I'll share my screen.
What? You laughed. I got you to laugh.
It's not like I don't laugh. I'm
Let
not
me know when you have-
cold-hearted. I'm not cold-blooded. Okay,
you got it?
Okay.
let's see.
Oh, I got a big board.
Now this is my big board. I got Devon Witherspoon 1 as defensive backs, cornerbacks. Devon Witherspoon 1, Christian Johnson 2, Deontay Banks 3, and Joey
Oh,
Porter
you know
4.
Gonzalez going to the Eagles. I love it.
This is not draft. This is my big board. This is where I feel who are the best players. So don't think that this is it for the Eagles. No.
I know
see
it's
him
not,
going
but
there. Yeah, no, I get you. Because
I don't get him.
You don't get who?
No, I'm kidding. I don't get him because I don't want to see Gonzalez on the Eagles. I don't want that at all.
No,
That'd
I
be
got you.
a disaster.
it.
I know you want it. Go ahead, Coach.
No, go ahead.
And I know you don't want it.
Go ahead and talk to me. So, what questions you have about it, the debates?
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
Sure.
Jason Derulo.
Okay, so you got Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Witherspoon,
Tyree Wilson from
Tyree
Texas
Wilson.
Tech.
I like him. Will Levis, Bryce Young. Wow, you have Levis over Young
Yeah.
because he didn't do so well on the tests.
Well, Young did not test at all.
That's right, he
So-
didn't throw. Yeah.
So I have to wait until his pro day to really see what he's going to do. I mean, I have the info on Stroud and Levis already. Young, I put him there because, I know he played at Alabama. Others have him, number 1 or number 3, whatever. But, I have concerns about his size. You could say, oh, he bulked up to 204, but he just bulked up for the whatchamacallit, and then he didn't work out because he knew that added weight could affect him. So when he goes back to Alabama, what's he going to do? He's going to knock the weight off so he can produce. So now when he goes there, how does he produce? I mean, is he what I think he is? If he's what I think he is, maybe I switch him with Levis, but that's about it. He's not better than Stroud for me. He's just not. He's smart, but I also want to see his arm strength. So I mean, it's a little bit more. But go ahead. You were saying Young. Now you're at 8.
Skoronski, so you got 2 back-to-back offensive tackles going with Skoronski and Johnson. Then you got Christian Gonzalez at 10. Defensive lineman, Cansey at 11. You got Banks, who I know you really want badly, from Maryland at 12. Byron Briscoe, the defensive lineman from Clemson. He's another underrated player I actually like. Luke Van Ness.
I gotta change that. Hold on a second.
You got a lot of defensive linemen going in the top.
In terms of my ranking, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of defensive linemen. You think it's gonna be a very heavy early on defensive line?
No. I don't think it's gonna be a draft. I just say when I look at the talent, this is who I think are the best players. Now, don't forget, teams are going to be making trades, so this is going to push. Like Jalen Carter, I don't think is going 1. Will Anderson, I don't think is going 2. That's Houston. Houston's going to take probably a quarterback. So Jalen Carter, you could see Indianapolis, which is at 4, trading up to number 1 because they want to take a quarterback. Now, is it going to be Stroud? Is it going to be Levis? More than likely, I've heard it's Young. So that means you're going to push guys down. So that means Houston's probably going to take the next best quarterback, which is going to be Stroud. That's going to push guys further down. So as you see, guys are moving down. Could somebody trade up to number 3 to take Will Levis? So, there you go. So as you're seeing, guys are going to get pushed down. So the defensive linemen are also going to get pushed down. But in terms of talent, no, I just see the talent there, for these guys. Quentin's the best wide receiver. Everybody says Quentin Johnson is 15.
Yeah, I
So
saw that. You only have one wide receiver going in the top 20.
no,
In terms of your top 20 overall, your ranks.
if you look at number 20, I couldn't. I have three guys at 20, so you could switch around. I could put Zay Flowers there. So I just really couldn't choose because they're all that good to me. Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson could end up being the best player out of this draft if he could hone his accuracy.
Yeah.
If his
I agree.
accuracy was on point, he's number one in my eyes. I'm sorry, he is. You know,
I agree.
but you know, Bijan Robinson, phenomenal running back. Zay Flowers, you know, and I understand Addison is not there. You know, guys are going to kill me, but you know, I just this year, if it was last year, him coming from Pittsburgh, Addison would be higher in my rankings. But looking at the film and then what I saw at the combine, I think Zay Flowers is better. So, but you finish. I can close this out now.
Yeah, you can close it out. If I had to rank those four or those three, I would probably put Robinson, Bijou Robinson, number one out of those last ones at 20.
Mhm.
Then I'd probably go
Okay.
Richardson. I'd probably go Flowers. I love Flowers, but I think I'm just going by overall talent. I
Mhm.
think that Flowers is probably the lowest of those three, even though he's incredibly skilled and incredibly talented. I just think that, like you said, both Robinson and Richardson could be all-time players if they go to the right situation and their skills
Exactly.
are honed by the right coaching staff. Robinson, I think,
Exactly.
is going to be good. I think Bijou Robinson, wherever he goes, is going to be a good player.
Exactly. You know, as long as you get him in the right system, I'm like you. It scares the crap out of me if he goes to Dallas.
Yeah, and I have a bad feeling. I don't know why, Coach. I think he might be going to Dallas. I don't know why. I have this bad feeling in my head that he's going to Dallas. And
No,
him
I
and
feel you.
Pollard, him and Pollard together for a year. I don't want to think about
Exactly.
that.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, that would be an absolute nightmare with those two going there, and then you also see them potentially adding a veteran wide receiver to go with CD and Gallup. Dallas
Mhm.
knows their window is Dallas knows their window is closing, so they're going to make some ridiculous moves or do anything to try to see if they can win something this year. Rumors going around says CJ wants back Enola. CJ Stroud? Really? But why? You just signed Derek Carter a deal.
Juice. I just wanted to tell you, Derek Carter's right now in New Orleans Saints. I don't think that CJ I'm very confused.
Gardner Johnson. He's talking about CJ Gardner Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was about to say about CJ.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too, Raph.
That's what I was saying about CJ too. So I'm like,
yeah, I'm like, why would it be going after CJ Stroud? That makes no sense. I don't blame you, Arku. I don't blame Arku. He's a down-to-earth Dallas Cowboy fan. I don't blame him with him being stressed the hell out already with his organization because
you know who I want for our Giants. I want Darnell Washington.
Yeah, you talked about him, Coach. You've been big on that kid for a while. He's good.
You give me that kid at tight end. It's also a great weapon for Daniel Jones, you know, because when you have that tight end straight line right there in front of him with his height and size going up against some of these safeties and some of these linebackers. And then in the run game with his blocking, you know, and, you know, I know some people question his catching, but that baseball catch, that one-handed baseball catch,
he's got potential. He's always had potential. They just haven't really utilized it as much in Georgia. They've had that other really good tight end who's right behind him.
Exactly.
He's probably going to be a top pick this year.
Exactly. No, he is. He is.
Yeah.
If he continues to play like he did, I mean, now again, he's going to have a new quarterback, so that might affect him a little bit. But yeah, I want Washington. I want Washington over all the receivers, all the defensive backs, even Banks. You know I love Banks.
Yes, you do. You've been high on Washington since the beginning, Coach. You've been talking about this kid.
All I can say is that everybody talks about the catch it, and it's not even that. It's what he did with that damn sled. I'm like, man, even Michael Mayer had a hard time with that sled,
Mm-hmm.
and he just took it and they were like, whoa, hold up, because he was just moving it like it was nothing. And I'm saying to myself, now, could you imagine if that's a defensive end, and and you're trying to do outside zone, and you're setting it up for Barkley, and Barkley just gets there real quick, and he sets it, boom, there it is. Oh man, that's a beautiful thing for me. So
be game set match on that one. You think he's gonna be a first round pick? What's up, Adam?
Hey, Adam.
What's up, Adam? I hope so, but something inside of me is telling me no, he's not going to make it. He's going to be a high second round draft pick, but I want 25 to me is perfect for him because he does. Like I said, I can't say it again. He does so much in the run game, and he helps in the pass game because he would help the receivers. Because it as an inline tight end, if he's lined up at end line, number one, he'll help in the run game. He'll help our offensive tackles, and then in the pass game, you have to have two sets of eyes with either a linebacker and a safety over the top, just watching him initially. So, I mean, because think about it, most safeties are what, 6 feet barely. And,
probably, yeah. Like you really see a lot of Cam Chancellors running around at the safety position.
And he's 6'6", 6'7", 260 pounds. That's
Gronk height.
That's enough about me, man. I'm already man crushing. So go ahead, Adam. You got the floor, bro.
I'm just here to listen to you guys. I don't know what we're really chatting about now. So.
Oh, I was just talking about Darnell. I want Darnell Washington at 25.
Oh, the Georgia tight end.
Yeah. I would take him.
I wouldn't mind Dalton Kincaid either. I mean, I think the tight end position is the more position that we need more weapon at. I think that's what's really going to elevate Daniel Jones' game. Getting him a wide receiver, I think, helps, but I don't think it helps where he works the best. And if you see where he worked the best was in Shermer's offense, where they had and utilized the tight end, Evan Ingram, across the middle, doing routes of that nature. So having a 2 tight end set, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind Washington. I think Washington's a freak. Hopefully, he will be able to translate on the field. If he does, I mean, man, that'd be great. But I mean, the tight end class is deep this year, really deep, deep as it's been in a long time, actually.
Exactly.
People are fluctuating on the tight ends. Mike Myers, is he going to be?
No.
Is he going to be good? Is he not going to be good?
No.
But let's see. I like a couple guys. Musgrave is another guy I like. So we'll see.
What they call from ODU also.
Yes, I think they also need to look into running back because we, I like and all that, but it's time to move on from those guys. They're a reason they're stopgap players. So let's groom some guys in here because we don't know. I mean, for me, Barkley, I feel like he's sad in a way if I were him because you were offered $12 million a year. You're now taking $10 million for 1 year, right? You got to go out there and not necessarily prove yourself because you're proven. But unless they sign you, they're going to draft his replacement. I just feel it. I just feel like they're not, to me, making the same effort with Barkley as they did with Jones, knowing that they could put the tag on Barkley. So, I mean, start looking at running backs, people, because I think you're going to see one in blue. I mean, I know they like what guy? Brightwell? I know they like him, but, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they're taking a running back somewhere in the middle of the draft, especially if we keep all 11 of our picks. It'd be very foolish for them not wanting to get a young running back to bring in.
Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Let me throw a receiver at you.
Tank Bigsby. Yeah, who?
Not a draft receiver. Someone mentioned that they were interested in the receiver from the Vikings. And I don't think I would like Thielen here. Even though he'd be better than the talent that we have, I think that's taking a step back, not forward. I would rather my guy that I'm loving in the draft right now that I have a quote unquote man crush on is Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, you talked about that.
That guy, I just see AJ Brown, Akeem Nicks. That guy got that dripping off.
DK Metcalf.
No, I think a little different than DK Metcalf. more like Brown or Hakeem Nicks, type of player. And I don't know what it is, man. I'm just like, I think the Giants need one of those kind of receivers. I know they're not going for the 50-50 ball guys, but this is the type of guy, 6'2", 215, breaks tackles, can take the house on any play, can go deep, can do all you need to do. And right now you can have him in the first round, and people probably call that a reach, but he's rising up draft boards. And I'm sure as the pro days go and as this process goes, you'll see more. I think you'll see his name more and more. I think that's a sleeper guy that I really like in this draft.
Is he a guy that can separate very well from the defenders too, or is he more a 50-50 guy?
He's more 50. I wouldn't say 50-50 is the right answer. I'd say he's more of a physical guy, meaning he can get off press, bump man. Because when we talk about 50, when I talk about 50-50 ball catchers, I'm talking about putting the ball in the air and just jumping and going to get it. In terms of separation, you can get your own by being physical and having moves. Can he get off the line? Yes. Is he going to be an A.J. Brown type? I think so. I think he'll be a contested catch kind of guy. I think that's the new term for it. 50-50 ball players, I think the Giants need to add it to their arsenal. I think Daniel Jones, was one of his strong suits in Shermer's offense, throwing the ball up, and that's why they got Galladay, right? That's why they chose that specific receiver to get, because they were like, let's get that guy in here that can jump ball. And I think you need one of those. I mean, you could say Hodgins is it, if you want, but we'll see. I think Mingo is a guy you can do everything with. You can put him on screen routes and he can break a tackle from a corner that comes up and he'll be gone. He'll be up the field. You know what I'm saying? So, or you can throw it deep to him and he'll go get the ball. He's not afraid to go get a contested catch. So I just think that's the type of receiver for me. I think the Giants need, not saying that Addison won't be great or, Smith from Ohio State won't be great. I just think Mingo, that's the guy you want Daniel Jones to have a security blanket. If you don't get a tight end, that's the guy you go get.
See, I like Mingo. He's good. I'm high on I cannot say.
Kid from Princeton, yeah.
Yeah, Savage.
I love him too.
So I like him, and I like Hutchinson from Iowa State.
I talked about it. Yeah, I was talking with Adam about that. Hutchinson's I like a lot too.
But the guy from Princeton, the thing that intrigues me about him is that he runs all the routes. He's got some speed. I think the Giants would be looking into him in the later rounds. That's a guy I definitely would bring in if I can't draft. If they decide to go corner in the first round, which is where I think the Giants may be headed, just because I think. If you want to bring it, I would personally try to purchase a corner, like a Marcus Peterson, bring him in, because I think corner is one of the hardest positions in the NFL to transition into. And usually I think those kind of corners need to be piecemealed games instead of thrust right in because of how the speed changes, the depth you're playing with. I mean, in college, you're playing on a field that's hash marks. So you have to learn all that type of stuff. I mean, look, Corey Webster, it took him a long time to really get it to click, right? And I think I don't want to pass up on a Joey Porter Jr. if he's there, but at the same time, to me, I think you can get a guy like the Princeton kid later on if you decide to go.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you. I think you'd probably get him in the 3rd to the 4th round. So
they have a lot, so they have a couple 3rd round picks. So
exactly.
If you wanted to go, let's say, guard in the 3rd round, and then the other 3rd round pick, you're like, this is a flyer pick anyways from Kansas City. And he's still on the board, and you pick him. I also like AJ Perry or whatever.
AC Perry, yeah.
I think he's rising up draft boards. I think he's interesting to look at. I think the Giants are in a weird situation because on the free agency market there isn't great players, right? There's guys that you like. Like, for example, I like Jacoby Myers. I love Juju Smith-Schuster. I don't think they're going to bring in those type of players, right? So that leaves you with the DJ Sharks of the world. Do you want to bring in that guy? Well,
what about Paris Campbell from the Colts?
I like him. I like him.
He gets hurt a lot. I like Campbell. He's been hurt for the past 2
cheap
seasons, but he'd be a cheap option. You can bring him in. He'd be a nice little addition to the wide receiver.
Well, I wouldn't mind Braxton Berrios. If you're gonna I heard
Coach was just talking about him too. Dual threat guy.
They were talking about like possibly bringing in what's his face, Cole Beasley. I'm like, why am I going to waste money on Cole Beasley when I can get Braxton Berrios?
If you're going to bring in Cole Beasley, you might as well bring back Sterling Shepard. You don't need Cole Beasley.
Well, my point is that Braxton Berrios does a lot for you. He can play in the slot.
Exactly.
He can play outside, but he also can kick return and punt return.
Exactly. That's exactly my point in reference to him, Adam. Because we complained about Richie James, and he will get you yards after the return also.
Right. So, I think he's an upgrade over Richie James in that aspect, right? Yes. So if you want to, because and let's be honest, Wan'Dale Robinson and Sterling Shepard aren't guaranteed to be at camp or doing much, especially Wan'Dale. So for me, you got a guy who's in his 27, 28, still in his prime of his career, not a washed up Cole Beasley who's trying to latch on somewhere else. Yeah, granted, I know he knows the offense. That's great, but come on. Are we sitting here trying to get, retreads, or we're getting guys who have done a little something in the league that has a little more tire on that, a little more rubber on that tire? Smart move. And Joe Schoen, I'm wondering about him because the moves that he's making, some are smart and some are kind of, head scratching. But I think he's in a good place now. If he goes into the receiver market and says, "Yeah, we want Odell and we want to look at Adam Thielen and we want DeAndre Hopkins," fine. But if you want a cheap guy that you can bring in to say, "Hey, Richie, we like what you did, but this guy brings more juice to the return game," I can see you doing that and paying him less money. Because Richie James got to get a raise now.
You're not wrong about that one, Adam. I'm listening to a Cowboys podcast, and they want to trade for D-Hop.
I don't think they. I think the best bet would be get Odell because I believe in assets. And unless DeAndre Hopkins is one PED, one suspension.
Are you talking about the Cowboys or the Giants, by the way? Adam?
Cowboys. The Cowboys.
Okay.
They're one PED suspension away from that guy being out for the year, or one suspension in general.
Oh, I got that clip now. If you want it, I got it. Jeff, if you want the clip, I got it.
I'll let Adam finish his.
First.
Yeah. So I mean, DeAndre Hopkins has been bandied about with the Giants as well, and I think for the Giants, I wouldn't do it. For the Cowboys, that's a move I could see them making, but they're the type of players that would risk. Hey, PEDs, who cares? We'll bring you in. Yeah. We're the Cowboys. We do that type of shit. So, I could see them doing it. I could also see them going after Odell Beckham because they clearly want a number 2 out there, or number 2, number 1, however you want to look at it. I think CeeDee Lamb earned a number 1 spot.
Yeah, CD is the number 1. I think Gallup they want to put back as the 3 again.
I think that would be a better option for him and move him into the slot where he's a little bit bigger and more physical against corners that, kind of smaller in that regard. So, I mean, the only thing about Hopkins that if I'm a Giant fan I have to worry about is you got to pay him. He's probably going to ask for an extension. And you just put money into Daniel, just put money into Barkley. You're going to put money into Hopkins. And I keep hearing Mark Schlereth against the Vikings goes, the Vikings team was built wrong. They put all their money into the offense, and they had nobody on defense, right?
Yep.
So what I'm thinking is bring in a guy in the draft that you can groom up through this offense, right? One of your own guys like a Wan'Dale Robinson or let's say a Mingo or a couple of guys you mentioned. Bring him up, let them learn. Bring in some veterans like a Barrios or some other cheap veteran that you can come in and let the young guys build this way. I think if you bring in a DeAndre Hopkins, you're going to be taking valuable resources away from maybe an Andrew Thomas or maybe a Dexter Lawrence, guys that have earned the right to be here, and you're going to trade. See, to me, DeAndre Hopkins is a Super Bowl move. You're going to the Super Bowl, you're a receiver away, go get him.
Mike linebacker is a priority in free agency, or at least should be. I agree with you, Alex. We need to get our Mike linebacker in free agency.
Who do you guys like? I like Tranquil. I like TJ Edwards.
I like Long from Tennessee.
I do too, but I don't know if he's gonna. Well, first off, what I don't understand is what's this obsession with these 225 linebackers? You know what's going to happen, right? They're going to become obsolete in the next few years because the offensive, the coaches are going to be like, all right, well, if you're going to bring in small linebackers, I'm just going to bring in guards that are 350 that are going to run right over you. So then we're going to go backwards eventually into the Anthony Barrs of the world and get actual linebackers that can play because I love this, like Tony Jefferson apparently just said that he's going to, try out a linebacker. That's great until a guy comes down and knocks you out. I mean, I don't know, man. I just feel
a linebacker. He's not. He's too small to be a linebacker.
Well, that's what he said. He's moving to linebacker. So
Is he a free agent or is he signed on with us for another year?
He's a free agent, but I think him moving to linebacker is going to be like that role that Collins played, where he's just going to be a strong safety. That's all it is. I mean, they're trying to get too cute with these names in the NFL. Edge, outside linebacker, off-ball linebacker. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, you were a 3-4 or you were a 4-3 linebacker. That was it. And you knew from there you're a middle linebacker and you had your weak and your strong side. You're inside, you're 3-4, you had your 2 inside linebackers and your 2 outside linebackers. Now they're off-ball linebacker. Give me a break.
You know they always got to throw those cute names in there all the time, Adam, to get them distinction.
Like I got a present for you, Adam. I got a present for you, Adam.
Yes.
You ready for it?
Yes.
Okay.
What's up, Koof?
See, bring it up.
And then, Mitch, you can play your thing right after Coach puts up his.
Yep.
Let me know.
Got it.
Here you go, Adam. It's your boy.
There's Mingo.
Is this the one-handed catch?
See.
No.
This is a game against LSU. This is against LSU. This is actually game film. This is not highlights. So you see right here, he's run blocking. So that's one asset for you right there. So now you're taking a look at
all the moves.
Look at look at that. He ate that. Oh shit.
He ate up the coverage on the end down deep, so opened up in the middle.
Wait a minute. Let me go back to that. I'm going to slow it down for a second.
This has got the. No, I'm not going to say it. No.
Huh?
I'm refraining. No, I'm not saying it. No.
Say it.
No, I'm not. Let's go back to the tape.
Let's see. Look at he eats up the cushion on 2, not 1, on 2. He's already got him turned twisted. He's turned twisted. That's why this guy's wide open.
What's up, Miz? How you doing, bro?
That's your okay, Adams. Talk your talk, bro.
I mean, Old Miss has had some pretty decent wide receivers that have come out.
Man, he's been hidden. And normally what I do is I go through and I look at, I'm a height, weight, speed kind of guy. So I look at some ideal heights. And all of a sudden this guy's, numbers came off. I'm like, could this guy be better than we think? And I look at him and I was reading about him like, wow, I think the Giants get this guy, man. I really do think he's got what it takes. I mean, but he played for Ole Miss, so he doesn't get as much recognition. He can do every route. He runs everything. He's pretty physical.
Mm-hmm.
You want Thielen and Eric Kendricks, Miz?
No, I don't want those washed-up guys.
No, I don't want – Thielen is 32, 33. He's not the same player.
Kendricks.
And Eric Kendricks, too. Yeah, I don't want them.
If you're going to do that, do Bobby Wagner at least. At least I know that guy's going to the Hall of Fame. Or Levant David.
Get this guy in third, Adam. Oh, he's talking about Mingo. Yeah.
Good fight off of
Oh, he's going higher than the third, my friend.
Thielen's not the same player, Miz. He was showing it.
Look at that catch.
Let me see the catch again.
This is the end zone view. And he
I don't bring no scrubs to the table, man. Just kidding.
Ooh, nice extension in the middle.
Exactly.
Beautiful catch.
The thing is, he wasn't afraid of the ground. That's the biggest thing.
There's run blocking here. Crack black. Gotta do a better job, but
Yeah.
that's not his job though. His job's to catch. But he should have cracked a little better. That's all. We'll work on that.
He's a good run blocker as well because Shane likes. Or Dave likes.
He did get in front of his guy.
Though.
I can't say it was too bad, but
Yeah, he was a little bit too high. He needed to, not let him get one hand into his chest.
I think it was progression on that, Coach. It looked like he was looking inside, and the guy came outside, and he wasn't quite ready. Like this one, he knows where he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Look at that dry block.
That's a good block. That's a good block by him.
I think he was quickly fit and is particularly bulky receiver, and he can use a variety of ways of the route and nation of the move. He also had the progressive ball tracking in their adjustment skills, and he has a big frame with long arms and huge hands. So he's an exceptional blocker for his position, and he's had a good technique and real attitude for his execution.
You know what I like about him? He doesn't give up. He's keep going. Some guys don't even block on that play.
No,
You didn't see that.
He sets up the routes.
just
Yeah, I heard about that. We talked about that earlier, Miz, about
Yeah,
the
of
Giants
course.
maybe being in the mix for for Davenport from the
What?
Saints.
Okay. On this next play, now watch what he does with his route, and watch the DB. Watch how he fakes, and then watch the DB.
Whoop.
Nice move.
That's subtle. That in the NFL, that gets you open. That right there will get you open in the NFL, and that's what you need.
Love that little stutter step he had.
Well, maybe you guys will be on the Mingo train.
I like Mingo. Him, Xavier Hutchinson. There's a lot of receivers I like.
Look, he got that guy open.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
of his move, that guy got
Yeah.
him open. So he was the decoy on that route, and he's letting his teammate get the play. Because if he doesn't run that route correctly, that DB drifts right into that lane and picks that ball off.
Yeah, he doesn't have a gaudy production or athleticism of DK Metcalf or AJ Brown, but he was
He's getting
very
help there.
solid, healthier, and consistent producer in 4 seasons in Oxford.
he's
Trust
definitely
me.
one of those underrated wide
RPO.
receivers that's going to be coming out this
RPO.
year.
Yep.
Off his hands, but it looked like the defender got in there first and knocked it away.
Knocked it away.
Well, the defender, from the other angle, the defender looked like he was a little early.
And he's not a big receiver, but he is at least 6'2", over 200 pounds. So, I mean, that's decent size for him.
Well, Akeem Nicks was 6'1", 215.
Yeah. But Akeem
Boy,
Nicks
he's a
was
beast.
thick. Like, he was thick with his size.
Trust
he wasn't
me.
tall.
Trust me, you'll see. He'll be thick. You don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, he's going to he'll definitely, bulk up a little bit more when he gets in the NFL. I like Mingo.
Ooh,
I
I don't know who that
like Mingo a
linebacker
lot.
was. He just
Yeah.
killed that running back.
Mm-hmm.
That running back he did not expect that hit coming, boy. Whew. Where's he at the screen here? Top
He's right
screen.
here, right there, number 1.
He's playing a slot a lot, too.
He plays inside, outside. He can do all.
Yeah,
what
he-
a good way to block. What a good way to block. Set up his guy early. Got his hands
No,
on
they
him.
didn't call that a hold. No, they called that a hold. Are you kidding me?
Are we sure it's a hold?
Yeah, I saw the flag. That's why.
So I see it too. Oh, let's see. Is the ball already out? They're not calling offensive pass interference, are they?
I don't know, because here comes the flag now. The flag is right
Right.
there.
The flag is in the back. And
Yeah.
Mingo looks like he's like, oh, crap.
Because I think he looked like he went down on the ground. That's probably why.
Well, we'll find out here because this is in the play right now.
Let's see.
It's a wide receiver screen.
Here he is.
Look at how he boxes out. He blocks his defender into two guys,
No,
man.
He held him at the end.
Yeah.
Mingo?
Yeah. Here. You can watch it. Because he grabbed him.
Oh.
Because you can see. Here he is right here.
Oh.
And you see the DB is pulling, and he's grabbing him right there.
Oh, right there. That's the
Yeah.
extension. Just
Yeah.
got to let go, kid. He wouldn't have made the tackle anyways. It's going right into
Yeah.
your man. The momentum would have carried him right into the other guy.
So, but that's your boy. And you make a good point with him, man.
Can we see
Guy-
Xavier Hutchinson?
You want
Guy
some
to
Xavier?
keep an eye on. That's all. That if we don't want to go into the first round with guy in the second, maybe third round, who knows? I like to keep my receivers all over.
Well, there you go. Chase Edmonds just got released.
Huh?
Broncos are releasing Chase Edmonds. Adam
Oh, the running
Shepard
back?
just broke.
Chase Xavier Hutchinson isn't here. I'd have to do highlights.
Okay.
I'll pull it up for you.
What do you have
Yeah.
game film of everybody?
Well, yeah,
Denver was paid $5.29 mil or
I'm-
5.92 mil.
I have a program that'll give me.
And Packers restructured the deal for David Bakhtiari.
Let me do this for Adam so he can see what I'm talking about.
Damian
last
Wilson is released too by the Panthers, a linebacker.
Oh, real quick, I'm making the thumbnails for the draft streams. I already got the round 1. Which players
Okay.
should I do for round 2 and 3?
This is what I use, Adam. And then it just, it has all the receivers right over here.
You made this?
No, this is a program. It's $2 a month.
Oh.
And right down here it has all the. Sorry. At the bottom it has the positions, and then I could just go into whatever. The offensive line is a little bit tricky because.
Oh yeah, you showed this to us on Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, with the offensive line. Wait a minute, let me do.
This is like a football junkie.
Exactly.
That's dream. Wet dream. Oh my God.
If I wanted to. Now here's offensive line, but they give me everyone. So it's all Alabama versus Arkansas, and I just scroll down to see whoever I want in the offensive line. Let's just say I want to see Georgia versus Georgia Tech. Let's just say, and this is where it comes up. And this one, the other ones will give me sideline as the 22 versus the end zone. This is strictly end zone, so you just see the play development.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I like Okereke, Koofman. I think he did a solid job for the Colts this past season. If we can bring him in on decent contracts, yeah, I like Okereke. I would bring him in.
He was one of the only defenders that actually played in that game against the Giants.
Yeah. He even like a Jermaine Pratt, I'd take any one of those guys as good additions.
Marcus Davenport, isn't he an edge rusher?
He's a defensive end, outside linebacker. Yeah, for the Saints.
Why would I get him instead of? I guess he's.
Well, he's also. Would you be deciding between him or Jihad Ward?
It depends on how. I guess you could say that. If you get Davenport, I would put that more as a move that you could. It says it's present here. What does that mean? I didn't see he's cut. They cut him.
Who?
They cut Marcus Davenport.
No, he's a free agent.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this year. He had like he didn't have a good season. He had a half a sack after he came off a 9-sack season in 2021.
Well, the problem is, the interesting thing with him is he's 265, right? So
yeah, he's small.
Might be a little bigger than that, actually. 6'6", lanky. I don't know where he would fit per se in our defense. Probably, like you said, Jihad Ward type of position. Let's just see here what we got. Because it looks like here in New Orleans, he was not really a sack guy. He was more of a run stopper.
Yeah, his sack numbers are not that impressive. The most he had was 9 in 2021. Otherwise, his sack numbers are very low.
So, I mean, he probably did what he needed to do. It depends on what the Giants, what the Giants are going to do. The Giants have an interesting way of doing things right now because we got to figure out what our defense is going to be. We don't have anybody that has any depth in it. I mean, O'Shane Ximines is not coming back. Sorry for all you O'Shane Ximines fans. Ellerson Smith probably is not going to be on the team either. I mean, he's done some things, but when like Carl Banks says, you can't make the club in the tub. So he has an uphill battle. Quincy Roche, those guys.
I'm still sharing. Sorry, I was monopolized. I didn't
what happened to Mitch?
He put himself in timeout.
Oh, that sucks. I like Okereke though, but I would take on an Okereke. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adam.
What do we think we're going in free agency? I mean, right now,
linebacker. I think they're going to be targeting linebacker.
You think we get Tremaine Edmonds? Because I think that guy. I like that guy, but there's things that I don't like about him. But I don't know if I would pay $15 million.
I don't, Adam. I think we're going for like the second tier guys, like a David Long, like an Okereke. Some of the other guys in the middle. I don't think we're going to be getting a guy like Tremaine Edmonds. Maybe like a TJ Edwards. Maybe like I wouldn't go after Levante David. I'm worried about his age. Even though he's terrific. Tranquil's another one. Jermaine Pratt from Cincinnati. That's another guy we could target in free agency.
It's funny. They're like, we're going to be big spenders. I'm like, you just got back to Rob Davis. So
is that for Rob, Coach?
No, I did it for you, bro.
What did I miss so far? After my Phillies just put an ass whooping on the Pirates in spring training.
Oh.
I want to talk about baseball. The Yankees are like trying to see if they can make it out of spring training without any more injuries.
Yeah, well, sucks to be Yankees fans, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh my God.
Coach, do we have to take that away from
you? Okay, speaking about the baseball, I'm so excited for the War Baseball Classic, including the Major League Baseball. But Jeff, you have to be careful because this Yankee fan is not gonna lose it up.
Oh, you're a Yankees fan too?
Yep.
Oh,
God bless
I
you,
thought
man.
you were. I didn't know you were a Yankees fan. That's awesome. Well, you got two other Yankees fans here on the panel with Coach and with Adam.
Yep.
Need to beef up the defense, but the Giants should break the bank to do it. You're right, Koofman. I don't think we will break the bank for defensive help too.
They're not going bargain basement shopping, so
No.
You know, I want to know who they're going to get because it's interesting. I mean, they're very tight-lipped, but I'm interested to see what moves are being made because, you know, we got guys like Beavers. We had Gerard Davis, who they liked last year apparently, and now you have Michael McFadden, and let's say you bring in another guy.
There's another guy, Shaq Thompson. Was sorry, Adam.
So, are we going to that's a good name? But are we building for the future and going to say, hey, we don't like Beavers and any of the mental stuff that he's done? Did McFadden play himself to the doghouse because they used Jared Davis and Jamal Smith, and they clearly like Davis over Smith. They brought him back. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants don't sign anybody and go in with the season like, well, we like Beavers and we like McFadden, and they're going to be paired up with Gerard Davis. That's something the Giants do a lot. I'm not saying they're going to do it here, but I just want to know what we're thinking here.
Here we go. In terms of free agents, inside linebackers, Zach Cunningham, Deion Jones, Levante David, Eric Kendricks, Devin Bush, Anthony Walker Jr.,
Devin Bush,
Aziz Al-Shahir, Tyler Matovich, Jermaine Edmonds, Denzel Perryman. Who else? Everything else. Okay. Corey Littleton, Robert Spillane, Kyle Van Noy, Alex Anzalone.
Anzalone. Yeah.
TJ Edwards, Leighton Vander Esch. Hell no. Chris Board, Neville Hewitt, Rashad Evans, Sam Ugavine. I don't know if I said that right. From Miami. Josh Woods, Ezekiel Turner, Kwan Alexander, Raekwon McMillan, Jayon Brown.
Thompson, all that right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I'm lining up to get right now. So screw it. I mean, the guy had 135 tackles already last year, right? He's good for at least 100. I guarantee you there's no giant linebacker that had 100 tackles on the team right now. There used to be. His name was Blake Martinez, but he's gone now.
Well, remember when everybody wanted Corey Littleton back in that free agent year when it was between Littleton and between Martinez? By the way, what's going on? D-Menace 4,200. What up, fellas? Stop by to hit that like button. I see you, Raph. Keep up the great work. That's for you, Raph. But, yeah, I mean,
4 years running over 100 tackles. So,
hey, D-Menace, thank you.
And the fact that he's 28 years old and he's been in the league for almost a decade is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw that Devin McCourty retired.
Mm-hmm. Quincy Williams is a free agent? Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Harrison Smith just got cut too. I'm interested.
Yeah.
Who goes?
And so Darius Smith is asking for his release as well.
They don't like Brian Flores. I'm just kidding.
Drew Tranquil, Bryce Huff.
They're getting rid of everybody on that team. That's like
I think they're just got that entire defense.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you going to go from there? I mean, you really need to bring in guys quickly because
draft.
I mean,
that team was 11 and what or higher.
They were 13-4. I think they were like 11. I think they were 11-0 and one score games for most of the year.
Thank you. So the point is, they're 13 wins. They got a draft pick that's low. They're not going to be picking the top defensive players you got. So unless they got some type of plan with Brian Flores, I wouldn't be surprised if Devin Bush ends up over there because Brian Flores was with Pittsburgh last year.
Yeah, and going back to that too, and the Vikings only blown out their opponents twice by double digits. So that should tell you that's where the inconsistency lies.
And I know that they want a new defensive coordinator, want to be more aggressive. That's what their problem was. But now you get rid of Thielen. So if I were them, I'd draft a receiver in the first round if I can get a guy there because I need to pair somebody up with Jonathan with sorry, I forget his name.
Jefferson.
Jefferson, yeah.
Right.
They like that kid KJ Osborne, who was with them last year.
Yeah, KJ Osborne is a really good guy too.
Solid, but I'm still saying in this league you need 3 guys, probably 2 outside,
right.
and one that can play the slot at least. Or me personally, I like a receiver that can play all the positions, not just one, because I think that's how you get the best matchup. You put him on the slot. I mean, that's what the Saints did. The Saints got Michael Thomas, he played outside, and they got a couple other receivers. They move him inside, and then he do most of his damage inside because again. It's like reverse thinking on the defensive side. On the offensive side, like, yeah, let's use this big ass guy in the slot. On the defensive side, like, yeah, let's use this small ass guy who's quick, right? So then you get the matchup, against Michael Thomas, and there you go. So I don't know, man. We'll see.
He also had another guy that I think no one's kind of talked about. He's on the free agent market. Is Yannick Ngakoue from Indy.
That's because he's been overrated. Like, he's only a sacker. He can't stop the run, really.
Only 9.5 sacks, 29 tackles, 1 forced fumble so far in 2022 or 2020.
I mean, that's good. Those are good numbers, but that's not a starter. I'm not going to pay you starter money for that. You'd be like a rotational guy, like O.C. Umenyiora. Like, if you bring him in and you pay him make him like a Hassan Reddick minus the starting, right? I can be like, all right, guys, you got Ojulari, you got Yannick Ngakoue, and then you got Kayvon Thibodeau. I can see that happen.
I mean, Jacoby Myers. I mean, who wants to go? I mean, so far in 2022, he had 67 catches, 804 yards, 6 touchdowns.
He's the guy I would want too. He's an ascending player.
So I think you can get Jacoby Myers for cheap.
Yeah.
No, he's going to command something. I heard there's rumors.
He's like asking for 18, 19 mil now. He's asking for top dollar at the slot receiver.
Because the guy that I think you can get cheaply is Juju Smith-Schuster. That's
I heard he's going back to the KC.
I think he's staying for KC.
Yeah, KC sounds like they're locking him up.
Jordan Poyer, you got Jordan Poyer. I mean, does anyone who wants to take a chance on him? He's only 32.
At this point, I'd just rather bring back Julian Love.
I think Julian Love is an excellent safety. I thought he actually played pretty well.
Here though, Dane Belton is here. I think Dane Belton's going to take that job.
Probably, but if we're going for safety, I don't want safety.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, better to be safe than sorry. Keep Julian Love instead of just pursuing a guy that, because let's be real, the safety market is, let's be real, not that great in terms.
Jeff, look in the private chat.
Oh, I just saw it, Coach.
I just saw that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can share it.
Yeah,
but look, and the question about the safety out of the consider Graveling,
I would rather have Jesse Bates.
Yeah,
but Jesse Bates is good, but the question is, he's going to ask for a shit ton amount of money. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Counter deal. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's very safety.
See, are we looking at free safety? Yeah, you're looking at free safety.
Rewards. I think.
Both.
What's good, Randy?
Both Edmonds are free agents now.
Hey, Randy.
Oh, so Terrell Edmonds is a free agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that his brother?
Yeah.
Yes. Chad says, "What's up, Adam?"
Von Bell is now on the market.
Obviously, the best player on the market right now is probably Jesse Bates.
Jesse Bates the third. It is 2022 AAV.
They're going by their dollar.
Yeah, so there's a lot of options.
So Jesse Bates, looking at his, I'm looking at his worth. He's worth $13 million last year or this past season, or 12.911 even rounded up to 13 mil. That's what he was. Because he had 71 tackles, 4 picks to 1 forced fumble. Only 26 of them. I mean, you can at least get some good years out of him.
They're talking about market value. His market value is 4 years, 56 mil, 56.2 mil.
Woo!
That's about Steelers released William Jackson too.
Yeah. Well, for that case of Jesse Bates third, it would be like the extremely popular of this season because he could use it like a ball scares and a turnover needed defense. But he had recorded 3 or more interceptions, so it could be like lethal in terms of coverage. Either the trends up hour because they have a potentially special duo because the Raiders went to JC Bates because they have a potential duo between Patrick Graham because it won't be cheap, but they should be like desperate for like in the best in the secondary. But look at this, see, and thanks, coach, for the image. I think it's worth value is more than 12 million, and of course they had Jordan Poyer that's 9 million, Jimmy Ward that's 9 million. I think when it comes to the market value, it should be like because we need that space to build it like the defense. If it's cheaper, it's better.
Yeah, that's why you can take a look and compare these guys.
I
Market
mean, it
value. You
depends
can
for
look
the
all the way
market
down.
value is very, very considerable
It's
for.
also about scheme fit. Don't just go by market
Yeah.
value.
Yeah, and scheme fit is also
Scheme fit is probably more important than the market value. So that's why you go through and you take a look. What guys in here fit into your defense or Wink Martindale's defense or you for the Raiders, because
Uh-huh.
whatchamacallit is. I mean, I don't know if he played a little bit more aggressive this year, but when he was with us, he played more zone coverage. So,
Well, he wanted to
Exactly,
play more,
exactly.
but we had a terrible team, so he had to play
hmm
more.
hmm
We'll
Mhm.
see if they can man him up, but he had a lot of trouble last year, even though with those edge rushers. See, Patrick Graham's defense is predicated on the blitz. But the problem is if the blitz doesn't get there, he can't do much more, right? So he just sits his guys in zone and says, make tackles and makes you dink and dunk down the field. Now, if you get him actual players out there that can actually, ball out. I mean, that's why we got James Bradbury, but they didn't use Bradbury right. He's supposed to be a press man corner. They put him down. They're dropping him 10 yards off the ball, and they're like, oh, James Bradbury's not seeing the same numbers. It's like, well, if you use a guy in zone who's not playing zone, who's meant for man, then that's why he's not going to look good. Right. And I think coach said the best thing possible is scheme fit. A lot of these guys are never drafted for scheme fit. They go over those grades and they're like, well, he's the highest graded player, right? But if he's the highest rated player but doesn't fit your system, then it doesn't make a difference in your weight.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bad look because trust me, and I will say this too. I've learned this from experience, or seen this from experience. We kind of bit the bullet in all guys that we unfortunately we took. Oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of based on what coach said. We took them based on the market value, and we seen guys. Well, there's a couple guys that I want to forget. Osmos was one of them. That was just fucking ugly in its own right. Using the wrong scheme. But yeah, I've being a longtime Eagles fan, I've seen we've been on that short end of the stick once before. So we don't want to try to make that mistake again.
So wait,
it's funny. The Eagles are interesting as a franchise. You watch them, right? Because the Ray Rhodes eras, they were a tough team, but they never had prominent players. And then when you got into the Andy Reid era, they always seemed to hit on everything. Everything was just like gold right there. And then you had the Chip Kelly era, who people
yeah, a lot of Eagles fans want to forget about that.
It's like,
Woo!
And it's like that scheme didn't work because he was trying to run a track on ice. Like,
exactly. Not to mention like some of the worst trades. Kiko Alonso straight off for fucking LaShawn McCoy.
Yeah,
that was fucking bad.
Yeah.
We got rid of Jerry Maclin. We pretty much got everything from the Andy Reid era and just traded for like a bunch of corn dogs. This is pretty much exactly what happened. I'm not kidding. We were just
but I think Nick Foles in there somewhere. I think
and we got rid of him too.
You didn't have the personnel to run that offense the way you need to do it. In college, you can do that again because you're spread out. I mean, that's what people don't understand is the hash marks of college are so wide open. But that's why a lot of these guys can run wide open because they don't need to be. So when you have a guy that can actually make moves on a field that's small, that's bigger, right, and still getting the same kind of separation as you would in the NFL, that's what you're looking for because some of these guys run by guys. Because, like I tell you, you're playing a freshman. He's coming in. He's shitting his pants because he knows that the guy across from him is an All-American. In the NFL, you're not worried about that shit. I can beat this guy. I'm just as good. I'm in the NFL. Once you get into the NFL, there's no it's just about your team, right? Obviously, talent rises to the top. We get that, but the NFL, there's a reason why not everybody makes it, and they go to these lesser leagues. So for me, I take a lot of things with a grain of salt when I look at the college film because I want to look at like who you played, how you played in the big games, when you had a chance to play them. Those are you're going to really see what you got in a player. It's not these teams where they play, not the team, even like a team like Duke when they're playing like these booty ass teams and they're doing great, and then they play Clemson and get their butts kicked. Yeah. How do the players play when getting their butts kicked? That's when you'll know if you got some players or not. And so that's why I think, for me, the hardest position in the draft that you hit on is corner because it's just, to me, it's
they're a dime a dozen.
They're not a dime a dozen. The good corners cost money.
Oh, yeah.
But in order to be good and to get paid, you have to let these guys, like look at Jeff Azuda, right? Like that guy. There's another guy, Greedy Williams. I mean, these guys come in and they're like they're highly touted, but they don't do anything until later on. I mean, even Eli Apple. I mean, Eli Apple's a serviceable guy now. But when he first came in, he knew nothing except how to grab and hold. Prince Amukamara the same way.
Yep.
I think these guys, I think corners, when you bring them in, unless you got Patrick Peterson right out the gate, you need to kind of get somebody else in there with them to kind of ease them in. Like what the Buffalo Bills are doing with that kid that they drafted from Florida.
Oh, Elam? Yeah.
Elam.
Well, they didn't start him right away, but they played him to get him game reps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually took over. The problem is pressure, yo. You draft a guy first. You got an owner sitting up there reading the press clippings of why his guy ain't starting. He goes down and yells at the GM. The GM then trickles that down to the coach. The coach then has to be like, well, I guess I got to play this guy now. You know, a lot of influence goes into that. I mean, especially like a team like the Cowboys. Guarantee you a lot of that shit happens.
Yeah, that's the damn truth.
Mm-hmm.
My Steelers are trying to. By the way, Ronald Darby was released by the Broncos too. He saved about $12.2 million on the cap for the Broncos. So,
jeez.
So a couple of cornerbacks have been released. Dantzler from the Vikings, Darby from the Broncos, Jackson from the Steelers. Edmonds is also released by the Broncos. Shaq Thompson has been released from the Panthers. Berrios from the Jets. So we're starting to see releases trickling in from now as we get to the weekend. Yeah.
I mean, I would not
always see this.
But that's what we say, right? We wait for the cuts, not necessarily the free agency period, because those guys are, their contracts are ending. But now you got guys like Justin Houston, Shaq Thompson of the world. We didn't think Shaq Thompson was getting cut, and here he is on the market. Good. If I'm the Giants, I'm calling because of cuts. You don't need to wait. You can get him in here tomorrow. You can say, "Hey man, get on the plane and let's go."
Or like you said too, or KC cutting Frank Clark, like who actually was a very solid player for them. And,
Rams cutting Leonard Floyd.
And did they get rid of our what the hell's his name? A-Rob too? I don't think or they're still stuck with him.
They're trying to trade him.
Oh boy, that's just whoo.
I wouldn't trade him. I mean, if you see that's a guy, if he was cut, I'd say Giants, you could take a flyer on that guy and sign him for cheap if you think he'll have lightning in a bottle. But I wouldn't give him more than the league minimum. He's fallen off since his Jackson.
Kind of like a vet minimum, that kind of thing.
Yes, if you can do that and say, okay, reestablish your value here. Because
I mean, I know his trade value is piss poor.
Because that's why when somebody said you pay on what you progress or potential, the word potential gets you fired. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's why you have to market and value these guys. Okay, we'll give you this minimum with incentives or escalators, whatnot. But if we fail, it's an easy out, right? Look at Josh Gordon. I mean, that guy was so raw talent, it was not even funny. But I mean, of course, they pop for marijuana. I mean, like, if anything, that's a performance de-enhancing drug, not an enhancing drug.
Amen.
There were Martavius Bryant too from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another guy who's immensely talented, got popped for that kind of stuff.
Well, it's one thing like Hopkins got popped for PEDs, but Josh Gordon, he got popped for the marijuana, and I'm like, look at that, like, who cares? Like, who cares? Like that's why the Giants didn't draft Rashawn Salaam back in the day, because he got caught for smoking pot in college. First of all, it's college.
We didn't draft Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, that's our. I think
it's college, so if you've ever been to college, there's some shit that goes on. So I wouldn't, I'm not worried about a little marijuana. We had a cocaine problem, then we worry about something. Right? They're like, oh, marijuana. Like, give me a break, yo. So we didn't draft Rashawn Salaam, right? And one of the jokes was he was lazy, and I'm like, so you're telling me you're not going to draft him because he smokes weed, but you think that's like bad for his performance? I'm like, nah, man, he just chilling. He got pain tolerance. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care about all that shit. I think people make too much out of it. So Josh Gordon is one of those guys that, the league did him dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's the damn truth. Damn truth. But Randy, what's going on, my friend Randy? Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. I'm just sitting here enjoying what everybody's talking about. I had you on actually on my phone as I was doing a little bit of errands and whatnot, listen to everything you guys had to say, and just wanted to jump on and, like I said, just kind of listen to what everybody has to say. Adam was making some great points there, but
wow, that's first.
Yeah. But no, man, like just kind of surprising. Like I'm really surprised about that Cameron Dantzler being released by the Vikings. I mean, he started 9 games for them last year, and I know that the defense wasn't what was put out to be based off the record. Like, the record they're outliers. They were frauds in a sense, but he's still a young, good player. So just interesting, and just seeing everybody's responses to who and what player may go. Sorry, it's getting a phone call from someone I don't know.
Didn't Brandon Graham re-sign with the Eagles?
Yeah, 1 year,
Yes, he
$6
did.
million.
Yeah, 1
Yes,
year,
he did.
$6 million.
I mean, it's funny because everyone keeps telling me, "Oh, the Eagles are going to fall off," and I'm like, I don't know, man. Because every time I think the Eagles are going to fall off, they end up doing something crazy. You know,
I think right now
every-
the thing that's probably putting a lot of Eagles fans in kind of like disarray, if that's what you want to use the word,
I mean, that's pretty much in a nutshell.
is the CJ Gardner-Johnson. Like, a lot of people thought that, Howie would have eventually or already have gotten him signed up. And the fact that we all know what's going to happen with Hurts' contract, it kind of like hurts that, like, in a way, it hurts that CJ might be leaving after 1 year. Yeah, right.
I mean, you still got time. I mean, you've got a couple.
I think Brady also, you have to take into consideration too. I don't think Hurts is in that kind of mindset that he's willing to take a pay cut to really get some of these guys back. And you can see the kind of mindset that he's in. Like, we've seen quarterbacks nowadays are just they're asking for, well, let's be real, some of them being super greedy as hell. If you're gonna have to
Aaron Rodgers, excuse me.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is the only wrong. But I will say, I think if Hurts does take a pay cut, look, I will have no issues. We'd be live for that as well. But going back to what I was saying, Hurts is the kind of guy I would say, I think he's willing to take a pay cut to get some of these guys back, because knowing Gardner-Johnson, say we would do like Gardner-Johnson, go give Blankenship more of a run, because the kid actually really has impressed me being an undrafted free agent this past year.
Over a couple times.
Oh yeah, I got it. But I think if we do bring back Gardner-Johnson, I think him and Blankenship could be a really good, two safeties, because let's be real, I think kind of run my course with Avonte Maddox, because the dude just cannot stay fucking healthy. I think try to cut our losses with him.
He's your Aaron Robinson, because that dude for our team can't stay healthy either.
Yeah, it's just,
Coach. So if I'm the Eagles and I'm looking at Gardner-Johnson and I see Blankenship there, are my evaluations playing into the conversations of the contract, saying, hey, we got this guy behind him that's kind of the same measurables? Is that something that's going on?
I just want to say yes and no, because Gardner-Johnson's way more aggressive than I would say Blankenship at this point in his career. But go ahead, Coach.
Oh, you're talking to me. I'm sorry. I heard Eagles, and I was just like, oh, it's not for me.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no, I was asking you, since you're a coach, would the evaluation of your player, let's say a Blankenship, contribute to possibly not, signing Gardner-Johnson back, saying we have this guy here, or are you not gonna? Are you just gonna let that be handled by the executives, and you're gonna coach who's out there? Like,
well, it's always going to start up top first. I mean, because that's their job. It's the GM's job. He's going to talk to the head coach. What are you looking for? Of course, the head coach is going to trickle it down. What are we looking for? How do we feel about XYZ player on the roster? Where do you think he stands? Would we be better suited in terms of possibly drafting another player, a younger player, or going after a free agent, things of those nature? So, yes, you start by evaluating your players first. Once you evaluate your players, you know where they lie. Do you think they will help you? If they do, then you may not want to draft a player in his position high. Maybe you just go into the mid or into the lower rounds as a backup, and also special teams help in that regard. So,
we could definitely use that for sure, because holy fucking Christ, it's hard.
Saws much better.
Oh boy,
player evaluation is a constant thing. It's always going. Every practice, every meet. That's the other thing. Most fans don't understand. Meetings are a big determination sometimes and factors, because if the kid is not, if the player is not grasping, you go out there, you make a mistake. Okay, fine. You talk it up. You come into meetings. You pull up the film. You talk to them. This is what you did. This is the down and distance. See how they were aligned. Now see there. If it's a receiver, see how he breaks off the ball. He takes this angle. You go through all of that. Then you go through practice, and then you go into the game, and he does the same thing again. Then it's is he processing? Is he taking in the coaching and what we're trying to do in our system? Or is he just, because some guys they just want to rely on their talents. They don't want to play true to the system. They don't want to play, the techniques. They just figure, I have the skills and I can do this and I can take certain chances. Well, there you go. That's also part of the evaluation starting in the classroom. Is he as I like to say, is he a dumb fuck? Or is he a guy who can take the
I mean,
information?
I love the brutal honesty. And you're not wrong. I mean, like say, because, because we know that we may not be playing Bradbury, because I know I don't know exactly what he's asking. I know he's asking for an arm and a leg. And there's a couple of guys that we've been eyeing up in the draft, I guess. One in particular, if we're doing going to a cornerback, Devin Witherspoon's been kind of on our radar. We actually had a couple meetings with a couple offensive I think one offensive lineman, and I think also a couple edge rushers in this draft. So we've been having a meeting with different positions to rebuild in some areas.
This was an interesting question I had, being that coaches. I've been behind the scenes as well a little bit, but not as deep into it as a coach. I've been a player as well, but I mean, high school's not much. You don't really get. I'm not that deep. Players weren't really, coach weren't really like, hey, our team kind of let everybody play. So it's kind of interesting to see if, they're letting Gardner Johnson taste the waters because, hey, Blankenship fits everything that we're looking for, and he's already on the roster, and he doesn't have to be cheap, right? So that's what I was just wondering. As far as this thing here, my Steelers are looking for former wide receiver Adam Thielen. I think that might be a good fit for them. They already have George Pickens.
And they got Deontay Johnson.
Right. Adam Thielen might be a nice third receiver to help them and help Kenny Pickett. That's a team that would be perfect for a guy like Thielen, not the New York Giants. A team that can come in there and he doesn't have to be the main guy. With the Giants, he's not necessarily the main guy, but he's going to be at least number two. But at least with the Pittsburgh Steelers, you can mask him and make him a possession guy, and he doesn't have to have the same impact, but he can be like Ricky Prohl was back in the day for the Rams.
That's true. Like a veteran at the end of his career, wide receiver with a bunch of young receivers already in the roster when they had Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, and Isaiah Hakeem.
Right, they can still get you a solid to 500 to 800 yards, and probably better. But he's there for stability. He's there for veteran leadership. And heck, this is the NFL. People go down all the time. You don't know how big Ricky Prohl was in that Super Bowl run for that Rams team.
Mm-hmm.
One of them on that Greatest Show on Turf in 1999.
Yes.
Him, dude. I think my all-time favorite Ram was Marshall Faulk. I really like what Marshall Faulk brought to that Rams team. But I mean,
like Isaac Bruce.
That's an underrated one.
I never knew how good Marshall Faulk was because I started watching football late. I remember Harbaugh and the Colts and Marshall Faulk playing against Pittsburgh and knocking them out, right? But when he actually went to the Greatest Show on Turf is when he skyrocketed into I was like, wow, this guy is tiny as hell. You're running by cats, knocking cats down, making people look silly. And I'm like, if he's not on the Greatest Show on Turf, I don't think they work the same way. I don't think we really, know the impact of how good Marshall Faulk was for that team. I love Isaac Bruce. I think he was one of my favorite receivers growing up because he was quiet. He was always good. And once he got a ring, I was like, you deserve it, homie. You deserve it.
Yeah. Absolutely. What's up, Danny?
I feel like another wide receiver that could have had a ring. How about Larry Fitzgerald? Can we not talk about the dude?
You'll never hear me not praise that dude of all. The dude is a top 3 receiver of all time.
Could have had a fucking ring. That's what I wanted to see out of Larry Fitzgerald, because I think you also had Fitzgerald. Who else was with that?
James
that
Harrison,
was
Bolden.
Antonio Holmes.
Oh, and Bolden that's an underrated guy from that car. That was dude. Antoine Bolden was something else.
He's a Hall of Famer too in my eyes, Antoine Bolden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We'll see.
Toughest receiver you'll ever see.
Oh,
tough as hell.
Oh, Lord. Woo.
He was tough. Literally, that guy would take some massive hits and he would just bounce right back up.
It doesn't phase him.
Tough as hell. Yeah, he was physical too.
He was a beast. And ending up on the Ravens, that was a fitting team for him to be on to end his career. I know he was with the 49ers for a little bit too, but that guy never gets talked about. But he was one of the
who?
Anquan Bolden.
He was terrific.
Yeah. I forgot he actually played for the Ravens. That I actually kind of forgot about.
Yeah, man. We follow the greats, man. You follow the greats, and he was one of those guys that was always underrated.
I think one of my all-time favorite Ravens is the human battering ram himself, and that is Ray Lewis, and also Ed Reed too for the longest time too.
I never really liked Ray Lewis, but I respected him because they were trying to put him in the LT category, and I'm like, yo, he's not LT.
No, LT. Oh wow, let's bro. Lawrence Taylor is a whole different breed.
Well, what I'm talking about is like he's a middle linebacker. So if you want to say he's the greatest middle linebacker of all time, that's fine.
Oh yeah, but you don't compare him to LT. I'm sorry, because my grandmother's a Giants fan. She grew up during the LT era. Yeah, so it's my grandparents have a divisive household, shall we say?
I think the best middle linebacker is Derek Thomas. You're talking about just straight up.
Well, he technically was a weak side linebacker too. I mean, you could
play
technically
middle
play
too.
in the middle.
Yeah,
but. I liked a lot of linebackers. I mean, Singletary, I would love to have watched play. I mean, Urlacher was good too.
Ryan Urlacher was entertaining. But
it was interesting because at that time, Urlacher he played safety, he played running back, he did a lot of things.
He pretty much did a lot with the Bears because I think they
had Lance Briggs right next to him too.
That's the name I forgot. Too. I forgot about Lance Briggs.
Lance Briggs, you're breaking my balls.
Lance Briggs. And they also don't forget about the 49ers guys, Patrick Willis and Navarre Bowman.
Woo!
How great they were. Bowman was underrated as hell.
Patrick Willis, I would have loved to have seen him play longer, man. I would have loved to have seen him. Because that torch was being passed from Ray Lewis to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick Willis was something different.
I don't get me wrong, I respect Ray Lewis, respect his game. I kind of was a little indifferent to him as a player. I like the way he had his speeches, though. He's a fiery guy. And he played. I mean, listen, if you have Tony Saragusa and Sam Adams in front of you,
yeah,
a lot of beef.
And he also had decent linebackers next to him too. He had Peter Boulware right next to him as well.
Yes, Peter Boulware. You know, a linebacker I loved growing up, but didn't really get much recognition was Hardy Nickerson.
Yeah,
like that guy used to play for the Jaguars, and he was a solid player for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, there's a lot of players.
Or London Fletcher.
Oh, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, London Fletcher.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he not make a Pro Bowl his entire career? It's like his last, second to last or last season?
Well, he won a Super Bowl with the Rams his rookie year, and then he played like 12 seasons for the Commanders and Bills. And you're just like, dude, like he ended up with like leading the league in tackles like almost every year he played. And you're like, why are you not in the Hall of Fame? And guys who have less talent are in the Hall of Fame over him. I'm like, dude, I don't know why he's getting by it. So, I don't know. It's because he played for the Redskins, and the Redskins kind of the Redskins kind of were a bad team. I mean, Buffalo wasn't great either. I mean, I love Takeo Spike show when he played.
I like Takeo Spikes. Yeah.
Oh man, what a name! What a name!
Takeo Spikes was hella underrated.
I mean, going back to Hardy Nickerson, though, he was a two-team first-team All-Pro in 93 and 97. Two-time second All-Team, 5-time Pro Bowler, Wizard White Man of the Year. Wow, that was a thing. And the NFL 1990s All-Decade Team had 1,586 tackles, 21 sacks, 19 forced fumbles, 14 fumble recoveries, and 12 picks. Hardy Nickerson.
Well, you proved my point on why I enjoy.
Other than the fact that this dude's not in the Hall of Fame is beyond fucking me.
I'm going to switch it back to an underrated running back who played on that team, and that's Fred Taylor, yo.
I love Fred Taylor.
My God, boys, that dude, if injuries didn't happen to him, we wouldn't be talking about some of these backs in the Hall of Fame right now.
Yes.
That guy was a beast. He was an absolute
he was.
stud, and he doesn't get.
You know who else was a stud, Adam? Jimmy Smith.
Yes. Isn't he? He's not in the Hall of Fame?
No. Jimmy Smith.
Oh, my
the
God.
Monster Beast.
Man, we need to go to the Hall of Fame.
We need McCardell.
We need to start a mutiny at the Hall of Fame. Like, all you pencil necks, who haven't played, need to stop being so biased to people. I mean, T.O. didn't get into the Hall of Fame because they were sad.
I put that whole Jacksonville Jaguars offense in that Hall of Fame. Maybe Brunell I put off to the side, but Jimmy Smith, Keenan McCardell, and Fred Taylor should all be.
And he's got 2 Super Bowl rings to show for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Cowboys. So
I mean, 862 receptions, 12,287 receiving yards, and 67 touchdowns.
Well, you know what it is? It's the drug-related incidents that probably was keeping him out. And I'm like, yo, you got to separate the player from what he does
off the field.
Right?
T.O. was a monster.
T.O. didn't do anything to anybody, and they took years for him to get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Because he was an arrogant prick I love T.O. I loved T.O. People don't understand, man. T.O. was to me the guy that really kind of started this whole dancing and all this shit.
Oh yeah,
there was guys dancing. Irvin was dancing. Bryce kind of
Chad Johnson was dancing. Joe Horn with the cell phone.
Randy Moss
ushered it in, and I loved it. And when you
I said this too, like people tend to forget, and T.O. is one tough receiver too. Like he actually put up a really good game on a broken fucking leg in the Super Bowl.
There's two calls that I love from NFL films. The first one is when he's walking down the sideline. He goes, "I love me some me." I was like, "Yo, this is my guy, yo. This is the guy I want to be."
And Randy Moss was something else too.
Some me. And then the other one is when he caught the touchdown against Green Bay, and the announcer's going, "He caught it! He caught it! Oh, it's!" And I'm just like, that's when I was like, yo, T.O. is going to be a beast. And then from there on out,
and the fact he's only has anybody seen the kind of the shape that he's in at 50 years old? The dude's still fucking ripped.
He's playing
probably can still play in the NFL.
Yeah, 3 football.
Yeah, that fan control football, man.
Like T.O. is a beast. Randy Moss.
Alex, there's another one. Antonio Brown.
Everyone work for that.
Well, Antonio Brown will,
that's kind of 50-50. If that hit from Vontaze, I feel like that Vontaze Burfict kind of fucked him up a little bit. But then again,
you know who the Hall of Famer is Hines Ward, yo. That guy was tough.
Yes.
Dude, Hines Ward, very underrated as hell.
Great receiver.
Isn't he in the Hall of Fame?
I think he is. Coach, Hines Ward is in the Hall of Fame, right?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
If he's not, then
Google that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
Let's Google it.
Not you. I'm just saying.
I think another underrated Steeler, Troy Polamalu.
Yeah, he's not underrated, boy.
He's not underrated.
He's phenomenal.
Star.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the all-time greatest safeties I've seen, okay?
Absolutely.
Him and Ed Reed. I'd pick Ed Reed.
Dude, Ed Reed, I mean, it was something else. The dude was a ball snatcher.
Yo, Polamalu revolutionized the strong safety position.
Yeah, and the guy that freaking leaps over everything. Leaps over everything.
He did.
There was no guy that played the strong safety position better at the line of scrimmage than anybody in the league besides that guy ever. And I'm talking about Ronnie Lott was good, great safety. Steve Atwater was a great safety. What Troy Polamalu did, that money backer role was basically made because of him.
Okay.
He's not in the national. He's with the Pittsburgh Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he's not in the NFL Hall of Fame.
There's a lot of wide receivers that are literally going to be inducted. There's a ton of wide receivers that are Hall of Fame worthy. It's like it takes a process, I guess, because
look at
he was a Super Bowl MVP. They're not going to make him a Hall of Famer.
No, he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's so many wide receivers that have not gotten in yet that they're going to probably
1,000 receptions, 12,000 yards, 12
more yards.
Woo!
Reggie Wayne should be a Hall of Famer too.
Who?
Reggie Wayne.
Oh, Reggie Wayne. He was fucking fantastic. He was entertaining to watch back in the day. Him and Marvin Harrison.
Reggie Wayne's going. I mean, there's a club. There's like a 10,000 plus yard club. If you get a ring, I believe you get in. If you don't, you got.
Damn it! Toomer just missed it. Just missed it.
Like Tim Brown. Okay.
Woo, Tim Brown was
he's a great player. Didn't win a ring, but he's got like 13,000 yards or some shit. Andre Reed, 4 times going to the Super Bowl. You can put him in there. You know what I mean? And there's other guys who are going to make it that are going to be Hall of Famers, like a Deion, a Hopkins, a Fitzgerald,
Evans.
Yeah, Evans is one of them.
Evans will be in the Hall of Fame. Yes, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
Oh yeah. Evans he's had a 1,000-yard season every single season of his career. And
as long as he keeps it up, he'll make it. Cooper Kupp, if he can get to about 10,000 yards, will be on the ballot. I think. I think it's really going to, especially in this era of football. If you're an old hat, you're going to get in because of the era that you played in. But anyone that played in the modern game or the passing league, you're going to have to hit stats like in baseball.
Yeah.
You hit the 300 home run club, 350, you're going to the Hall of Fame, right? Like that's almost like a guarantee.
Or unless you have something like that. I mean, look, so far this year, we look at this draft class, or this Hall of Fame class, you had Rondé Barber going in.
He deserved it.
Well deserved.
Joe Klecko, Chuck Howley, Ken Riley, Darrell Revis. I know that was a long time fucking coming. The dude was fantastic.
Klecko should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago.
And
Klecko deserved it.
And Thomas is going in as well.
and he should deserve it too. Joe Thomas was a phenomenal left tackle. It's just a
Yeah,
shame
he
he had to
gets-
spend his whole career with the Browns.
Right, and that's
Yeah.
what sometimes I think happens to these guys that get buried. Like
And-
Aeneas Williams. Aeneas
Yeah.
Williams was one of the best corners in the league, and because he played for Arizona, you wouldn't know about that he was the best corner.
And the
Yeah,
fact
he
that
was
he-
on the Rams.
and think about this too with Joe Thomas though played 10,363 consecutive snaps before he tore his his left tricep. 7 games left in this last season. 7 games into his last season.
Yeah.
The dude was just a fucking Iron Man from 07 10-time
There
Pro
was-
Bowl.
See, it's hard-
Go ahead. I'm
it's-
sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
You also think and Joe Thomas also played 7 different head coaches and 18 different starting quarterbacks.
Welcome to the Cleveland
Holy
Browns. And
shit!
the other
Yeah.
guy that's going to get in eventually is Joe Staley. for
Oh,
the
Joe
49ers.
Staley, yeah, for sure.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer soon too, because there were 2 great offensive tackles.
Zach
during that
Thomas
time
is
period.
also
It
part
was-
of the. Zach
Oh
Thomas.
man, that's the guy. I loved him growing up. Man,
He was
I came
great.
into football like the mid '90s and '95. Was when
And yeah,
I started
Demarcus
really
Ware's also
watching.
going in as well.
And he came in '96 with the Miami Dolphins. I'm like, yo, this guy's an animal.
Yeah, from 96 to 2007, and then he finished his last season with the Cowboys in 2008.
I remember when he was a Cowboy. That was such an odd look seeing him as a Cowboy and seeing Jason
I mean, if you
Taylor.
talk about the most odd look for me was Emmitt Smith with the Cardinals in 2003, 2004.
yeah,
That
that
was
was
an odd
very.
look.
That
But
was a
but
really.
that looked like a running back hanging on. Like you looked at
Yeah.
him and it was like, dude, just retire, bro.
Yeah, he should just retire as a Cowboy.
He should have gotten the record like that. Just he wanted to be a starter and stuff, and it was like, whatever, bro. I know you want to break the record, which would have been broken by Barry.
And
Sanders, let's be
and
honest.
like I said, and Demarcus Ware
Or
is
Jed
one of the
Brown.
is also going in as well.
He
Demarcus
deserves it.
Ware.
DeMarcus Ware deserves it. He's a
Oh my god, what
phenomenal
a terror that
outside
guy was! Oh my
linebacker.
god.
Yeah.
He's ninth all time in sacks, 138.5 sacks.
Wow.
Damn.
Can you imagine having DeMarcus Ware and O.C. Manura on the same defense?
Woo!
They
That
did.
is-
That
that
Troy
is-
team with those 2 guys on
And
it.
think of this too. He had 8 seasons with at least 10 sacks, including he had 20 sacks and 19.5 in 2011. Led the league in sacks twice, 08 and 2010. Led the league in tackles for loss 3 times. Come back to the
Mhm.
fact that he was a top tier run defender. You can't. Jesus.
You know,
fuck.
what's funny? It's like he came in, and I'm like, wow, there's never been a guy like that.
Yeah,
since LT, right? And then the next guy that came in behind DeMarcus Ware was Von Miller, and I was like, damn, like these guys are just. There's certain guys that are built the right way.
They're just built
that-
differently.
Yeah.
You know, like Von Miller, man. Oof, they
Brand
were
new.
laughing when they picked him number 1.
Yeah.
They're like, what are you doing? They're like, we're getting a Hall of Famer. What are you doing?
You know what Wade Phillips had to say about DeMarcus Ware? He says, quote, DeMarcus is one of the best I've ever coached or ever seen. I've wished I had his body, and so does my wife. And that's a quote from former Cowboys head coach and defensive coordinator Wade Phillips.
Well, hopefully she's
DeMarcus
going to be
Ware
all
was right.
right.
Interesting. DeMarcus Ware was he was a quiet cat too. He got a lot of sacks, and you're just like, I hate that guy.
Yeah. He was a pain in the ass to go against.
And now they have
at the same
another
time.
guy who's going to be a pain in the ass in the next decade. Number 11 out there. We're going to see his
Yeah.
name in Canton at some point. And that's not being facetious. That's being real, because that guy's already doing things that you shouldn't be doing at the first couple of years in the league.
Yeah.
His
Wait, is that
his
true?
best position is to be, I guess, a quote unquote off ball linebacker that can pass rush. Because when you put his hand in the dirt, you're taking away all his effectiveness.
So, Julie. So there was I'm looking at the 2024, like who's eligible for it. I think a couple names that came up was Julius Peppers was one of them.
Ooh.
Yes,
He
Julius
should be.
Peppers. Yes.
Absolutely.
Antonio Gates, Eric Berry, Brandon Marshall,
Gates. Get Gates in there.
Gates,
Jamal-
get Gates in now.
Get Gates in.
Halloy.
Get
Oh God,
Gates
Haloti Ngata, Jamal Charles, Doug Baldwin, Jordy Nelson, Connor Barwin, Sebastian Janikowski.
I loved Doug Baldwin. Loved that
Right,
receiver.
but I don't know if he's going to make. I don't know if he's going to make
No.
the Hall.
No, I don't think
Kyle
so.
I
Williams
mean,
is
all those guys you said are deserving of the Hall.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck's also part of that, is eligible as well.
Oh my God, he should be a Hall of Famer.
Ooh,
Oh my God, he should be a
what
Hall of
are they gonna-
Famer.
They're not going to put him in, but man,
That's going to be tough.
wow.
This is why I gotta say. This is why I say the Colts. This is why I say the Colts.
Oh, yeah.
This is what you did.
That's
to
a
that
bit-
man. That's an
Well,
F
not
you
just
to
the
you.
Colts,
You screwed
also-
that guy.
Yeah, blame Ursay too, because
Yeah.
I've always consistently flamed and said, just sell the team because you ain't going to do nothing for that fan base anyways. Because you, like I said, you're rooting. If he had actually did the right job and actually built around it, well, we can be be a different conversation.
I didn't know Gates sings. I didn't know Antonio
And
Gates
that's news
sings.
to me. Hey, take it from me. We have Jordan Mailata who can sing as well.
Well, that's good to know that his career as a backup singer is going well. But maybe now he can be a Hall of Famer.
Maybe you can back up singing for me.
Yeah, exactly.
There you
He can
go,
be my
see?
backup singer.
So there's more names to this 2024 Hall of Fame eligible. Yeah, Josh Sitton, Kyle Williams, Max Unger,
No,
Derek Johnson, Muhammad Wilkerson, Brent Grimes, Phil
Muhammad
Dawson.
Wilkerson, give me a break.
Derek Johnson, I would put him. I would think about it. Derek Johnson for the Chiefs was very underrated. For a
Yeah,
long
Donnie
time.
Jones, Doug Martin, Adam Jones, defensive back, Reggie Nelson, Glover
Adam
Quinn.
Pac-Man Jones.
Adam
the Hall of
Pac-Man
Fame?
Jones.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's on
Who's
the.
making this list? Who is not
I'm
checking
looking
it
at see-
twice?
I'm looking
It's
at
not Santa Claus.
Greg,
Adam Pac-Man Jones.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is this they're eligible to be looked at?
yeah, this is for
or- Oh, don't crazy over there, guys. It's
I
just
know,
that
it's
they're eligible. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my
Yeah, but
there's-
eligibility means
there's
they're
another
thinking
guy-
of possibly getting those guys in. How the hell do you put in Adam Pac-Man Jones?
Greg Hardy's also getting is also
Greg
getting
Hardy.
yeah Greg Hardy, Connor Barwin,
Connor Barwin.
Marquette King, Leon Hall, and Jermaine Gresham, TJ Lang.
Stop right now.
How about Matt
Stop
Castle? Does
reading the
everybody remember?
Stop! Matt Castle!
Stop reading the list.
Yeah,
How the
listen.
hell is Matt Castle ever? The words
Oh,
Hall of
God.
Fame and Matt Castle
None of
should
those
never
guys
be
are-
anywhere near
None
That I
one.
can, yeah,
So
that one I
this
can't.
article is
defend.
from Brian
None of
Diardo, and it basically says, two players will be inducted on their first year of eligibility. One, it's going to be easy. Peppers and Antonio Gates is my two picks.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's it. Everybody else, give me a break.
Yeah,
Matt Castle.
Leon Hall. My God, Pac-Man Jones and Leon Hall. That's when this list went tizzy. I was like, give me a break.
I liked Leon Hall too. He was a decent slot cornerback.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he's
Hall
not
of Famer, my ass.
No, he's not a Hall of Famer. I would put the other Hall in there, maybe a Dante Hall, or not Dante Hall. The what the hell was his name for the Falcons? The cornerback for years, D'Angelo Hall. was
yeah,
very
D'Angelo
good.
Hall.
He ain't worth it either. I mean,
He's
my
better than
God.
like a Leon Hall though.
Well, not by much.
No, he's much better than Leon Hall. D'Angelo Hall prime was top level
Isn't
quarterback.
isn't Sean Taylor not in the? No, I don't think Sean Taylor.
No, I don't think he's in the Hall
As
of
much as I'd
Fame.
like to put him in, I don't think he had a long enough career.
Yeah.
Mm. Hell, even 2025, it's an interesting check.
Don't read any more on the list.
Burn down the
Yeah.
castle. Burn down the castle. Burn down the castle.
That guy,
Burn down the castle. That one. Oh man.
That's
how is Matt Castle even like? There should be guys that are eligible. You just take off automatically.
Like there's some like
He's one of them.
you
Oops,
can
sorry.
see that are like first ballot Hall of Famers, but everybody else is like, what?
Talk to the Jets fans about Muhammad Wilkerson. They'll tell you how they feel about
That's
him.
another one. Muhammad Wilkerson.
Yeah.
My God. Give me a
I mean, the fact that they had to market. So I looked at because I'm looking at something else. Like the class of 2022, we had Torrey Holt from the Rams from 90, Tony Boselli, offensive tackle.
Mhm, mhm.
He's
Great
pretty.
player.
Both those guys deserve it.
Sam Mills from the,
Absolutely
God
deserves
rest his
it.
soul,
like,
yes.
like I mentioned, Zach Thomas from the Dolphins, DeMarcus Ware. So 2023, you had Daryl Rivas, Richard Seymour, Steve
Mhm.
Smith Sr.,
Richard
Mhm,
Seymour deserved that shit.
Joe Thomas, Patrick Willis,
mhm.
and this in 2020. Ooh, this is
Who's the
2020
wide receivers that are going to be possible?
actually that'd be interesting.
Because there's going to be the wide receiver one is one of the more intriguing ones because there's a lot of good wide receivers that you don't know who's going to get in.
Crimea River.
Yeah.
All right, Chad. I see your work.
Wait, what? Doug Martin?
That's why I said that.
Doug Martin? from the Bucks, the running back had like 2 years that were good.
That guy doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
What?
Who said Doug Martin? I thought he said Doug Baldwin.
No, Doug Baldwin's another
Doug
guy
Martin.
that just needs to go in.
Oh, it doesn't deserve to be.
He didn't have a long enough career, Rob. I don't think he's going to go in. He was good. He was very good, but his career was shortened due to injuries. I love Doug Baldwin.
That was just very unfortunate.
Yeah. He was phenomenal.
What a waste that guy was. What an overhype.
He was great in his first year, and then he just went.
Might as well put
Right
Maurice
down.
Cole right in the Hall of Fame then. My God.
Yeah. That's a good name. Why don't we put Rashad Mendenhall in there, too? Why don't we put Richardson in there? How great he was.
Man.
Eddie Lacy.
Okay.
How about we put Ron Dane in the Hall of Fame? There we go. We're going to talk about really fail, yeah. Fail. Ron Dane.
Ron Dane. Don't even say
Ron Dane.
Oh, God. You know what he should have done? He should have got an endorsement with Dunkin' Donuts, man. That would have been the greatest deal in the world. Him and Dunkin' Donuts. I really dunked the competition. Oh, man, I should be a marketing agent.
Oh, Ron. Yeah, a wet, stinky fart. That's exactly what Ron Dane was. A wet, stinky fart.
No, he was a shark, man. He's a shark.
Well, that's
it. That's Ron Dane's career right there.
Getting caught in your underpants. He's a shark.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
There it is. That's a shark. That would be a shark.
There's just a bunch of 20 and 30, like a bunch of old men just sitting up here and enjoying like hearing fart sounds.
Yeah.
Fart sounds never die.
Or you think of this too,
No, they
though.
don't.
I'm looking
Fart
at
sounds never die. Just like the word boo. When somebody says the word boo, I still laugh. You know?
Movie, yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys this: Do you think Demaryius Thomas is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
No.
No.
I don't know. Does he fart?
Yeah.
So, because 2025,
Listen,
they got
if
some.
you hear a fart and somebody gets embarrassed, that shit's funny as hell.
Like, no matter what age you are, like,
That's true.
so
And then you have the old people carpet bomb you in front of you. They're old and they're embarrassed. And these motherfuckers be like, are you wearing a diaper? Did you just shit yourself, sir? Do we need to go check? We need to go check.
Oh, is that you? That's Randy. You just did that one?
he's got this. Yeah.
He's got the soundboard.
That's not me.
For the 2025 list, I actually found this on FutureFootballLegends.com. They have Luke Kuechly actually leading this class. I don't. That's Marshall Yonda, Earl Thomas, Adam
I think
Vinatieri,
he's a Hall of Famer.
Joe Staley, Marshawn Lynch, Eli's part of it.
Eli Manning's going. Man, I'm going to his Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Ryan Khalil, Darren Sproles, Clay Matthews III.
Join
Yeah,
me
Terrell
for-
Suggs is part of this class. Kyle Long.
Balso Hard University. I want to see him go to
Yeah. Suggs is a Hall of Famer. He is. I love that ball.
Yeah, Dominic Rogers Cromartie was part.
Dominic Rogers Cromartie.
Nah,
Vernon
DRC's
Davis.
not a Hall of Famer.
Oh my God!
You got
He may be in the Hall of Fame for a name, but not
Akeem
for his play.
Talib?
Yeah, he could be on for 2025.
No. Akeem Talib is not a Hall of Famer.
Didn't
No.
they go to jail now?
I don't know.
Didn't they
He
get
was like
back?
D'Angelo Hall. He had a great start to his career, and then he tailed off.
For me, I think there's a couple of guys I can see that could be first. I think Vinatieri for me, I think it's gonna be my first. Could be my first ballot look at.
He's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in.
I mean, go down with the greatest kickers of all time.
Jeff, look in the private chat. The last one I just put in for you.
Got it. Let me see.
Look at the pros and the cons, and tell me if you agree.
Yeah, Coach. I'm starting to. The last three concern me. I don't like seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. I don't know if you see it, Adam, in the private chat, but I don't like seeing that from a guy that we're looking to potentially sign.
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Hey, LeBron. Hey,
Hey,
Earl.
hey, LeBron James. What's going on, LeBron? LeBron? How's it going over
Come on,
there
get
with
it
LA,
right.
LeBron?
You got to get to Steve Nate. LeBron.
LeBron?
Man, F. Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, screw him. The only thing he does funny is when he makes fun of the Cowboys.
The guy thinks he knows everybody's mama.
Yeah.
He said, well, I met Adam's mama at the basketball game, and she told me that he's going to be an NBA star. So why wouldn't I believe his mama? You know, dude, come on.
Blasphemy! Blasphemy!
Excuse me?
Exactly.
Exactly. God damn it.
Yeah, Rutgers is
Clearly.
6 in quad points.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Jeff, I wonder if Juice is LeBron James. Yes, Juice is LeBron James. That's exactly who that is. Juice has actually been LeBron James the entire time, Chad. This is definitely going off the rails the last couple of minutes or so.
Well, I'm going to head out. It's been
Yeah.
a pleasure to join you guys and pick your brain on Friday. Jeff, I think I'll be talking to you in a little bit. Hopefully Sunday. We'll see.
Yeah. I hope we were able to, on Saturday, we'll be able to do it, or Sunday. Adam, thank you. I'm going to close out the live stream soon anyway. We've been going about 4 hours.
All right, man. Have a good
one, Adam.
Yeah,
Take it
be
easy.
cool.
That was pretty good. Thank you very much. No Mets, no Nets. So, Randy, since I haven't really heard about, what your thoughts about the Eagles, what do you think the Eagles are going to do this free agency? Like, what are your opinion?
Well, honestly, right now, Howie's probably crunching the numbers on the Jalen Hurts. I honestly feel like we're going to be letting some players hit free agency that's probably going to piss off a lot of people. But, I mean, at the end, it's a business for me. I understand it. I think that in the end, he's going to be trading also one of those picks, either the 10th or the 30th pick. I think just because we don't have a lot of draft picks in the draft this year after the third round, I don't think we have a 4th or a 5th or something like that. So he's definitely going to want to recoup some picks later in this draft and obviously other drafts. So it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be a tough season. That's why they had the all-in mentality last year on trying to go for it all and win the Super Bowl. And in the end, we lost. So now we got to kind of wipe the whiteboard and start over again. So it's, as far as like what I feel, I right now I can't say much because until I can see what players have been tendered and what players aren't tendered, then I can start making my assessments on what players I think maybe Howie may or may not go after. And like Coach mentioned before, obviously certain players are predicated based off certain schemes. So all these people here saying, oh, we need to go get Jalen Ramsey. And, oh, it would be really cool if we got Derrick Henry. It's like, yes, those names are fancy and yes, they are nice. But in the end, do they fit the scheme that we are wanting to play over here? So the name may be nice, but in the end, it may not work out. This is a Madden. So I'm just waiting to see what happens, who gets released, and go from there, man.
Yeah, you actually don't even have a draft pick. You have a no 4th, 5th, or 6th round draft pick. So you have a major gap right in between. So Howie Roseman's probably going to do some trading down during the NFL draft to get some more picks going on. So,
yeah.
And also, what are you going to do with C.J. Gardner-Johnson? And obviously, what you're going to do with the news with apparently Darius Slay requesting a trade, or like they might be trying to work out a trade with him. So. Yeah, the Eagles have got some decisions to make, and obviously when you have to pay your quarterback, it's gonna be a problem. So Jordan Schultz reports that the Chargers and the Cowboys have called for free agent Bobby Wagner. Cowboys have wanted Bobby Wagner for like a year.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry might go to the Bengals. How could the Bengals afford him?
Yeah.
The Bengals, they're going to have to pay T. Higgins and Joe Burrow. How are they going to be able to afford Henry's salary too? I hope your cousin feels a lot better, Chad.
Yeah.
I'm sending my prayers out to your cousin. Hopefully she'll be a lot better. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. How are you going to be able to pay? That's going to be. How are you going to be able to pay Derrick Henry on the Bengals when you have to pay your quarterback and one of your star receivers? That's going to be a lot of money allocated to just the offense. You got to worry about the defense too.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very questionable move.
They have that Jermaine Pratt, I believe, that linebacker of theirs that's available right now because his contract, he's going to need some money too. So yeah.
Yeah. It's he's an unrestricted free agent though. I don't know if they're gonna be able to keep him because they might be trying to keep the other linebacker Wilson.
Yes.
No, they're actually they're looking to trade him. They pretty much gutted their entire roster, and Henry's like really one of the last few pieces, along with Harold Landry, Byard, Kevin Byard, and Jeffrey Simmons that's left out of like their star players. So they're looking to trade Henry and his salary because of the fact that they obviously are trying to rebuild right now. So I think they're going to try to trade him. If not, then I wouldn't be shocked that they released him, or maybe try to restructure his deal to keep him with the Titans. So
yeah,
it's going to be tough for Mike Vrabel going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They're not going to just trade him in the AFC. They're definitely going to want to trade him away so they don't have to face him as much.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They're going to trade him completely away from any other team that's going to be in his conference. They probably, yeah. I don't know where. I mean, like I said, you mentioned your team, the Eagles. How are you guys going to be able to fit him too? You guys got a lot of things, a lot of money as well allocated to certain
That's
positions.
what I mean. So many people don't understand the cap. Like they just think you can add people and then make it work. It's like, no, there's money involved, people. Like,
yeah, they really understand that. Yes.
Well, they see how the Rams did it in the past and how they were able to maneuver money all over the place and bring in all these guys. So they think that all of a sudden that the Eagles could do it too. But no, you got it. A lot of these players are going to have to take pay cuts.
yes.
Do you think they're going to want to take pay cuts? No.
Or you're going to have to go to guys that have like deals done already and be like, are you cool with me restructuring your contract? Like, so
exactly. Exactly, Randy. Good point. Like it's just it doesn't make sense. You don't need a Derrick Henry on your team. You have good running backs. I like Gainwell. I think Gainwell, if you give him an opportunity, could be a good running back. You bring back Boston Scott. You have another running back right there. You can always go into the draft and find another running. There's a ton of running backs coming out.
I love some of the running backs in the draft this year. So yeah, definitely.
Vaughn. He's a good player that's coming out. The kid from Tulane is a decent running back coming out. I mean, there's running back coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's good running backs coming out of this draft. You don't have to go trade for Derrick Henry. Just like with us too, we can go find a backup running back beyond Barkley, or a guy that can eventually start for Barkley. So, it's teams sometimes get too crazy with trying to get free agent guys, thinking that the answer. It's not.
It's the name. It's the name, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just said it right there. It's the name that they think the name value is what's going to put these guys over the top. In reality, it's not. It's not. It's going to be a detriment.
The other part of it too is like they look at like, revenue sales too. Oh, if we go get a Derrick Henry, look how many Derrick Henry jerseys we're going to sell. Look how many people are going to come to a game to watch Derrick Henry play on our team. So
exactly.
It's
It's you got to think. I can understand if you're thinking about the revenue and that kind of stuff, but you have to think about other things too. It's not just about the amount of money that you're going to be able to make for merchandise sales for a certain player. You have to also look at the age of the player. Running backs, he is 29, 30 years old almost. I mean, do you really want to trade for a guy? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys have a window of when you want to win, but I wouldn't do it. I would continue to just build what you have right now. And if maybe you want to add another running back in the draft, then that would be the avenue that would be best for you guys going forward.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm so.
No, neither
but yeah, I'm probably going to be going for like another 5 minutes or so. Then I'm going to close it up.
He's
I'm going to
29.
make something to eat for lunch.
Yeah, he's 29.
But you have to pay Henry. Look at it. Yeah, exactly. Bookends. Exactly. I mean, not bookends. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Exactly. I would be silly. Be silly. Just absolutely silly, coach. But I mean, crazier things have happened in the NFL. Exactly.
Yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe some crazy trade's gonna happen too.
Oh, there's going to be a crazy trade. There's going to be a crazy trade. It happens every year. Like a trade, you have no idea where the hell it's coming from. And you're like, what the hell? Like, why did this come from? Like, why would you trade this person?
Yeah. Lamar Jackson to the Jets. There you go.
Anthony for trade.
Oh my God.
Great. I like that one.
I like Mike Breen, one of the most underrated guys.
I put it.
Oh, you actually pulled out the Home Improvement one?
Yeah, you got that.
Oh my god.
I got Shaq.
Delete me from this conversation.
Delete me from this.
Central.
You got Charles Barkley?
No, I've been trying to find him. I don't have Barkley. No.
Charles Barkley's got some gems.
I
Jeff,
found some Charlie Sheen good ones, but
What's up, Coach?
what is your thought on Mike Gesicki? Do you think he's a good fit?
I don't know about Gesicki. I like Gesicki, but I mean, he's a Jersey kid. He was a good tight end a couple of years ago. He's a solid receiving option. If you're planning on making Bellinger more of a blocking tight end, then if anything, and make Gesicki your receiving one, how much would he command though in free agency? 10, 11, 12 mil?
This year he was between 10 and 11. So you could probably get him a little bit less. But I'm only asking that because it says Mike Garafalo said the Giants are interested in him along with a couple others free agents
wow.
on the Art Stepperton podcast.
Who? What other players? Besides
Marcus Davenport. They didn't
Yeah.
list the receivers. They said some lesser known wide receivers.
Okay. Let me see Mike Garafolo.
This is on some dude named Brody. It's Giants season. He's the one that posted it.
Broncos release Graham Glasnow, the center or the guard from on their team. I thought he was a center, Glasnow.
35 minutes away.
Graham, let me see. Graham Glasnow. Glasgow. Graham Glasgow. Okay,
Glasgow.
Glasgow. Let me see.
Well, to answer Coach's question, Gesicki just basically a year ago, 2021, so 2 years ago, he had 73 receptions, 780 yards, which was a 10.7 average, and only caught 2 touchdowns. But you know, he can be a very serviceable tight end. But I see the interest if the team is kicking the tires on him for sure.
I wouldn't mind. He's a good receiving tight end, but I don't know.
If I was young K. Adams, you would get
He's
some work. You would get some work.
I love that Kawhi laugh.
What are you gonna put on Monty Python next?
I gotta get some.
Yeah, Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Oh my god.
Nobody got that one. I guess there's no Monty Python fans in the chat. There's Jeff.
Name Jeff.
There's Jeff. There's
Yes.
another free agent is
Another
Zach
free agent
Gentry.
tight
Not
end,
too bad
Zach
either.
Gentry ain't too bad either.
Shout out
He's
to
okay.
the chat.
Wow, what a great audience.
Time to nut up or shut up.
What? Yo! Yo! Real talk. There you go. Yeah, I like that one.
Where are you finding these things?
It's on.
Oh my god.
It's on
Go Birds. Hello.
my instance. It's a soundboard.
There goes your 5 minutes, Jeff.
Yeah, I was actually gonna close because I need to get something to eat. But
What'd you do?
Bro,
damn it,
you see
Damn
what
it.
I'm doing?
Well, the thumbnails are done for the NFL draft. All of them are done.
fuck it, I'll go grab something to eat.
Oh my
Yo.
god.
Yo, Further, what's up?
What's up, man?
How you
What's
doing?
up,
You
further?
good?
Chilling.
Cool.
Chilling like a villain.
chilling, man. Just watching. I'm addicted to this 24/7 Top Gear channel on Pluto TV, dude. It's brand new, and they just showed old Top Gear from the UK. Jeremy
What the hell
Clarkson
is-
and the. I fucking love it, dude. It's just all about cars and racing.
Man, I gave it Marguerite some days years ago.
Randy.
I don't think he's there.
I love pretzels. They're so good.
I don't like pretzels.
I like
Why?
pretzels if she dips them.
I'm not into I don't like pretzels.
Well,
I
no.
like I love
just
pretzels if
I
she
don't know.
dips them.
They're not good to me. I don't like.
You don't have the right chick feeding it to you, bro.
Oh.
It's not. No. Turn that off.
Turn what off?
Wow, really? There you go.
Here it
What up,
comes to
Matt?
save the day.
Mighty
Those
Mouse is
special-
on the way.
Those special brownies that Mitch likes to say he's not eating.
Each and every day.
Mm-hmm.
All wrong. It's wrong tone. Do it again. I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
I love Christopher Walken's. Every time he talks, it's like, what are you gonna do about what's going on here? And
I was just like, oh
Coach,
my god.
who are you
You're still
looking up in
Who are
terms
you?
of your draft picks and who you think the Giants are gonna pick in the draft?
Okay.
I'll be right back, Jeff. I gotta go warm up the car.
Okay.
Okay, have a good one, Randy.
Drone.
Jeff.
Ooh, what game
That's
is
right.
that?
Okay, so I gotta hop off because right now I had to take care with my little brother, but it was a pleasure to have a conversation with anything about the NFL, and I got something special for Mitch, and of course
What?
I got this. So there it is.
Hey! Jeff, you see it?
Yes, I see it.
What's up, Miz?
Mrs. Lipton
Yes,
Waits.
but anyways,
He's
so
probably
look,
gonna win
and I
it.
hope you see a great day. So have a good one, folks.
All right,
Have a
see
good
ya.
one.
See ya, man.
Have a good one.
Have a good one, Ralph.
Well, you better cut that.
Ah,
man.
Jeff, I'm not the only one. So ah.
I don't care. I'm enjoying my pretzels right now. Who's that? Miss Who's that? Miss Richard. Oh, Urlacher.
Brian Urlacher? What about him?
Oh, Miss is saying he's like Brian Urlacher.
Who's like Brian?
Big and bald boy.
Oh.
Tom Week 2. Gotta get the entire Joe Jerk quit. Yeah. Does her mother sue? Bang! Get her to sue that!
Oh my god.
Paris Hilton is not cute.
No, she's not.
Where did that come from?
She's on a commercial I'm looking at.
Oh.
The only thing she could do is just give me. I won't say it.
No. We know where you were going with that one, though. That's what we
Mhm.
called me when I played middle linebacker, a quarterback, my younger days. There you go, Mitch. Mitch. Oh, God.
You're right there.
Back in the day,
The hell is that? Why do you have oranges mixed with brownies?
Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy.
Oh. Oh, Coach, Mrs. is asking you something.
yeah, I'm reading. Honestly, I'm about to stack in this D. You can do whatever you want as long as I can get Darnell Washington at tight end.
I want Luke Schumacher.
Yeah, because he's from Michigan.
Yep.
Good, I hope we get him.
Hey,
No, I don't want him.
you don't want
I'd rather Zach Kuntz over him.
Oh, look, Brandon Graham will remain on the Eagles.
Yeah, 1 year, $6 million.
Miz, where's this nor'easter coming from? Because I looked it up and I haven't heard anything about a nor'easter coming.
I haven't seen anything either.
Yeah.
Darius Slay is up for trade.
Miz, go watch Washington on their blocking slate, and you come back and talk to me.
Wait. The Cowboys want Darius Slay. Are they out of their minds? They really think we're going to make a trade with the enemy?
Business is business. If the price is right, you're going to do whatever you need to do. Stop being a fan. Stop being a fan. You're being a fan. Don't be a fan. Think business.
I'm going to think like a fan. Fuck the Cowboys.
Okay. So if what they were going to give you is helping your team, you're still fucking the Cowboys.
I don't want nothing from the Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nada. I don't want help from them. I don't want any.
So you didn't want
because all we know from the cockroaches is with the trade help the Eagles.
Oh wait, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't want TL when we got him?
We'll have Cole. We'll have Cole's Cowboys in here going, yeah, but we got Darius Slay and we gave.
Who cares,
that
bro? That's you know what? That's fan talk. I give it to you. Let me shut up because I'm just gonna say this. I'll say this. You say that now, but said player helps you win a Super Bowl. You ain't gonna say.
Oh, we ain't going back to the Super Bowl, my friend. We ain't gonna be back for another. It's over. I thought we were going to get a decent.
He doesn't really like the shot.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah,
he doesn't really like Sean Desai coach.
Okay.
Yeah, brother's not been very happy lately with the
Eagles. No, I have not. I'm not a happy camper with the Eagles.
Okay.
First one to say it. I don't think we're going to get 10 wins.
Why don't you be a fan of the BC Eagles?
I'm trying to look that up, Miz. I don't see anything about a nor'easter coming. Maybe I don't know. Maybe unless it diverted away.
I'm looking at the weather on my phone right now. Nothing.
I will say it again, Miz. Even if a cornerback that I love is there, I'm taking Washington.
Daniel Jones got a fatty contract. What do y'all think of that? 160 million.
He got his money. Congratulations. I don't care.
No, I mean, are you? Trey Edmonds. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. All I care about is what's next.
Did he get re-signed by the Giants? Yes, that's all I care about.
What are you gonna do next, Shane? How are you gonna build this team after you get after you sign Jones and Barkley? That's what I care about. Huh.
Damn.
Smack, smack, clap, clap.
To the Texans? Yes. Oh, hell no.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
What are you complaining about now, further?
What if Trey Edmonds goes to the Steelers?
Okay, he goes and plays with his brother. Congratulations.
That's right.
Hey, look, I grew up a Steelers fan, so I know it ain't no big issue to me.
Yeah, I forgot about
smart
that.
Contract with an opt-out needed. Jeff, I'll send you the report tonight. I get it on YouTube from one of the top meteorologists in the nation. Coach, did you hear about this nor'easter coming?
Nope.
Yeah. I'm looking it up all over the place, Miz. I don't see anything on it.
Jeff, I'm with you. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Alexa, what's the weather?
The current weather is 41 degrees Fahrenheit.
Volume 8.
When's the last time the Eagles did a safety blitz?
Yeah, it's like the 7-day forecast, Coach. It'll probably tell you.
Alexa, volume 8. Alexa, what's the 7-day forecast?
The forecast for the next 7 days. Saturday, 44 degrees Fahrenheit and snowy, rainy weather. Sunday, 45 degrees and partly sunny weather.
No. They already got replacements for C.J. Gardner-Johnson because they're not.
Alexa, stop. Yeah, it's going to be in the 40s, so it ain't going to be no snow.
Yeah, not going to be snow.
Coach, look what Chad wrote.
Mm-hmm. Jelly cakes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yo, can you believe that we're already changing the clocks back this week?
I love it.
Okay.
We're back. We're back to the spring.
It's about damn time. About damn time the spring is on the way.
Dude, about damn time. Dude, it went by flying quicker than ever. Maybe it was because I wasn't drunk this year, but wow.
Maybe that's it.
Holy moly, it went by flying. It's already spring.
Definitely changes when storm comes, bringing the cold, but who knows? I mean, maybe there is a storm coming. I haven't seen anything or heard anything, Miz, but it's possible.
Tomorrow. Said snow tomorrow in the 30s. Sunday is going to be in the 40s. When it's hitting 40s, snow melts.
Yeah, it's like 32 degrees. If it's 32 degrees or cooler, then the snow's going to stick.
Man, we got the draft already, April 27th. Just
yes,
a little
bit
more than a month. We're zooming by.
Yes, sir.
Right to the draft.
Yes, sir. We're not scared.
I want to see Jeffy and Coach here take a mock draft.
Oh, I can't do mock drafts. I'm not a mock draft person.
Oh, it's easy, dude.
What do you mean you want me to do a mock draft?
It's easy. It's
no, I understand. I've done plenty of them. I'm just asking, what do you mean you want me to do a mock draft on the live?
Yeah, right here, right now. It's ready to go.
Are you talking about the first round, a full 7 rounds? Or are you talking about a specific team?
Yeah, we do full 7 rounds. You'll be done in less than 2 minutes.
I know that. Are you asking me a full first round? Or are you asking me
all
the full
7 rounds?
Yeah, but are you just talking about him doing every single pick, or just for the Giants?
We'll be here all day if we. Yeah, we'll be here all day if he does
I know. That's
pick.
why I wanted to ask you what you wanted.
Sometimes you gotta explain things. Yeah, you're gonna explain it, or
not the whole draft, just your Giants.
Okay.
It's up to you. I'm already ready to go if you want to do it.
Bro, I do them. I have plenty of them in my whatchamacallit.
Yeah, but you haven't done it live. People are watching.
No, he does it all the time with his videos.
Oh.
What I'm saying is I can pull them up. I have them, but you just want to see specifically live.
Yeah, right now, let's go. 2 minutes on the clock.
Damn, he's putting you on the spot.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Saying 2 minutes to a brother ain't a good thing, bro.
That's not. It's not.
That's not good.
Honestly, hold on. Before we do that, AM, why don't you tell them how much you think Jalen Hurts should get paid?
$1.
I don't know. I'm not a GM.
No, you said it before. Remember when MK headlines? Don't take it back now.
75 cents.
No. He said like 2 years or something.
2 years, $70 million. It's $140 million.
Wait a minute. 2 years, $70
million.
Okay, so 2 years in the total contract is $70 million.
No, 2 years total, $140 million.
Oh, okay.
Per year is $70 million.
You're willing to pay him $70 million?
Okay.
How many are you guaranteeing?
Oh, I don't know about guarantee. I don't work with that. I'm just saying right off the 2 year, 140 mil, 70 a piece.
That's balls. That's balls further.
I think guaranteed 60 million per year, guaranteed. Why do I say this? Because I don't project him to last for 4 years.
I get where he's coming from. Yeah,
the way the NFL is structured nowadays.
Yeah,
dude,
but
the Eagles haven't had a full healthy season in a quarterback.
You just kind of wait and see what Burrow's going to get, what Herbert's going to get, and then each quarterback they're going to want to up the other one.
It's been 15 years the Eagles haven't had a full healthy season with a quarterback.
Okay. Hey, further. You know what I think about that? Further, you know what I think of what you just said?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
That's exactly what I think about what you just said, further.
Think about it. He gets a shitload of money.
That was a good one. I forgot about that.
After 2 years, he's still around. We just pay him more money.
Okay,
you don't understand though. Would the agent want to do that? Because
the agent's going to get paid shitload of money.
You don't understand.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. All right, because to be honest with you, that's my area of expertise.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm telling you right now, what an agent is going to do, he's going to push for the 4 years. Now, if you want to give it out after
All right,
2
then he
years,
ain't getting $50 million a year, 4
now
years.
listen to what I'm saying. If you want to get an out after 2 years, that's fine. And you want to say a guarantee, you said 60 per year, so that's 120 mil. So right now, let's just say I've doubled that 140. Okay, now it's 280 with 120 guaranteed. First of all, he ain't gonna sign it because of the amount of money that's being left on the table. But in this case, you give him 2 years. After that, if the Eagles are not happy, you can cut him and let him go. You're not losing any further money. But if he does well and you feel with the market you need to rework his contract, then you can go ahead and do it.
Exactly.
But I will
Coach,
say
guess
this.
what?
I will say this.
I like it a lot.
You and that sexy, sweet voice of yours.
Thank you.
But further, I will say
continue.
this. I will say this further. Okay, 70 mil on salary cap, which is what, around 220. Look at the percentage that you just did. You just killed your roster.
Yeah.
Quarterback should basically take about what, maybe 15, barely 20%. You killed that. Because what? Let me see.
Well, I'm not out over here, so
I'm messing with you, bro. Chill. Relax.
I don't know how these things work out.
70 out of
This on fire,
220.
blowing up the chat.
70
You lost.
divided by 220.
Hurts getting around 59 mil average.
So that's 32%. That would be 32% of their salary cap.
You'd have to be really good at drafting.
Mm-hmm.
Exceptional at drafting in order to allocate all that money to Jalen Hurts. But I get it. It's a bold strategy.
No, I get it too. But guys like Brown probably going to get cut or traded away.
It's in the exact predicament that the Cowboys are in.
Well, what's this comment? What's this comment right here?
Look at this.
Ready to pack the leg. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, look at him. Look at him, Fitz right. Look at it.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Okay.
Brother man.
You almost killed me, man. I had to give myself the Hamlet.
I love that clip.
I can't help it. I love Eddie Murphy and the Nutty Professor.
Eddie
so I
Murphy
had
and
to.
Nutty Professor was the best thing ever. He's sitting there begging on the street. He goes, please, my mother ran errands. I got into a car traffic. He's like, don't leave.
All right, further. Which simulator do you like using? Do you like using the NFL mock draft database? Do you like Pro Football Network, PFF?
I just doing PFF. I don't know about any of the other ones.
Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with you further?
I don't know. Teach me the ways, coach. You're the coach here.
Oh my God.
But this ain't coaching. This is business. This is general manager work. This is president ownership work. All right, let me pull up the shared screen.
Well, I'm not in the biz.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Nobody
I'm slacking.
beats the biz. Nobody beats the biz.
Nobody beats the biz. Nobody gonna beat the biz.
Let me know when you get the screen, Jeff.
All right, let me see. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going as fast as you think. I don't go that fast. I get it because you want to see how I work it since I came on the other day. Right, further?
That's right. You were showing us all about how to do this and that, and I already forgot. And
are y'all ready?
Yes.
Yeah, you just
let's go.
Start draft.
This is why you don't want to go with me. Anthony Richardson went in the second quarterback. Okay. Stroud went. Okay. Okay, so. Paris Johnson, Van Ness, Davenport. Okay.
This is smack, smack, clap, clap, jelly, jelly, cake, cakes.
Okay.
Coach is focused right now, Chad.
Oh, going for a tight end.
Chad, yeah.
Wait, what happened to your starting tight end?
No, there's a tight end that coach has been interested in a lot.
Okay.
I know they're gonna kill me on the grades, but I don't give two shits.
Second round.
I got trades with Cincinnati Bengal. They got pick number 60. I got pick number 57. So right now, this trade will not be accepted. This trade has a 96% chance. This has 60%. This has 47%. This has 43%. So right now, I'm going to rip Cincinnati if they're going to do it. They're not going to do it, but let me see. Oh, they did do it.
Oh,
I moved up 3 spots, and I got all those picks for them.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
Woo.
Now I'm on the board, and do I take Avila or Weipler? I'm not taking a wide receiver because I'm going to pull up the wide receivers, and there's too many good wide receivers still available. So Cedric Tillman, Mims, Cooper Morant. Nope, I'm not biting the cheese. So I'm not taking Dell. I don't need a quarterback. Jeff, Avila or Weipler? Who do you want?
I wouldn't take Dell either.
Avila.
Avila? Okay.
Yes.
So we're taking Avila. There we go. Let me see what's happening right now. Charbonnet went. Okay. And we have roughly about 15. Okay. My damn finger. Okay. And he's still there. And I can even still take Whitewear again if I want. But Jeff,
Evan, I would double up. I'd double up on the offensive line. I don't even care. I double up.
Dude,
on
that guy's
offensive line.
really good center for Ohio
I like Weikler, yeah, from Ohio State.
And
I picked him the other day too.
And I got 11 picks coming after that. So yes, I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there you go. That's good protection for Daniel Jones.
And do I take the cornerback or the running back or the linebacker?
Ooh. I'd go cornerback.
I'm probably going cornerback too. Let me just make sure of something. Get out of my way, damn it. You're in my way.
Yeah, damn it.
I need to double check something.
Man, Coach, maybe you should be the GM for
let me see something. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Cornerback. Is he there? Let me see. He is there. Let me see something. You got to get the fuck out of my way.
Oh, Mitch is gone.
You leaving? All right. I'll clock you out. Have a good weekend. No, leave it on. Thank you. All right, he's up top. Good angle. Still would have run down. Okay, let me skip down a little bit more. I'm looking for a passing situation. Is this him right there? Yep, okay. Damn it. Okay, sticks his nose in there in the run. Okay, that's what I want to see. I went too far. All right, answers my question though. More than I realized. I'm I'm taking him. I took the cornerback.
Hold up.
You didn't take a wide receiver, did you?
Nope, I took the cornerback.
No, but I mean, you haven't taken a wide receiver yet.
Nope, I haven't taken a wide receiver. And what I thought would happen, McBride dropped, which is exactly what I wanted to see. And I still have another pick, three spots after this. So, and guess what I'm going to check now? First of all, let me see what's the trades that they're offering. 134 for 131 from Kansas City. But nope, I kind of figured that. Let me see. We're in the 4th round, so are you going to give me a 4th next year? No. Okay, you can give me a 7th next year. No, it says a 39% chance. Okay, so it's not going to do it. I know it's not going to do it. But I'm going to try it. Oh, it did take it.
That's twice. Okay. You said it wasn't going to do it and end up doing it.
All right. So do I take a linebacker or Kobe White? I do like him. I'm not looking at the trade. Yes, I am. 150. No, I'm not doing it. Draft a player. Okay. Now let's take a look at it. And there goes Jonathan Mingo. But the question is, can I get him later? Do I chance it? What do you think, Jeff?
You could get Mingo right now.
Yeah, or do I take the chance? Because he's ranked at 177, and I have 161. Take him now?
Okay. Take him now. I wouldn't take a chance. Take him now.
Okay. No, you don't want Raheem Jarrett?
I was thinking about Raheem Jarrett, but I'd rather get Mingo. I think he's the better prospect overall.
So we got Mingo. I know they're going to kill me on the draft grades, but I don't care about that. I'm not looking at that.
Yeah, Mingo would have been gone by now.
Exactly. And guess what? Williams is still there if I wanted to go get him. But I can also go drop down and get Bennett. Oh, I didn't look at the trade. What are you giving me? 171. No, I have too many draft picks now. So, nope. I'm closed for business. I have more than enough. I'm glad I'm loading up on young players.
I should.
Do we take Kobe White is a small, but he's quick. Or do we take a linebacker?
Where's Kobe White?
Kobe White is about 6'1", 6'2", 280, 290, but he's a fast defensive lineman.
Did you take a lineman?
No, I haven't taken a defensive lineman yet. I've taken 2 offensive linemen.
Take them. I'd be good to get another young defensive lineman to hold him to try to develop as well behind Ojulari and Thibodeau. I would think about taking him or taking another defensive lineman as depth.
So no linebacker. I just want to make sure.
I'm back, Sart.
What linebackers are left?
We have Dorian Williams. Oops.
I got 3 new. Coach, you're going to love this. I got a new ghost pepper hot sauce by Badia. Mm-hmm. I have a scorpion pepper hot sauce from Woodstock. And I have a turmeric habanero hot sauce. I just got today.
Interesting. Jeff, we got Dorian Williams, Cam Jones, Ventrell Miller, Mohamed Diabete, Aubrey Miller from Jackson State, D. Winters, but I'm not going to look at Servachi. I can get him later if I wanted to.
Aubrey Miller. I don't know why. I like Aubrey Miller. Yeah.
You don't think we're drafting a little bit too early?
You think he's more of you want to hold him off for another round?
Go with the dude from Florida. That dude's pretty good. Wait, let me see who it is.
Now this is just the linebackers. That's why I'm saying
The Nets
because
better win tonight. No Mets. They better win tonight. We need to get the win tonight against the Wolves. So I'm going with the
Bennett
Nets.
is okay. So, but yeah, that's why I'm asking over Williams. Him over Williams.
How many offensive linemen have you drafted this draft?
Two.
Two. All
Two
right.
already.
You got the center, and then who was the other guy?
I got a guard.
Oh, nice.
I'll go. Then go with your gut, coach. Go with your gut.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Extremely hot. Holy macaroni.
Somebody's gonna be on the toilet later.
Oh, not me, dude. I love spicy shit.
I'm not saying that you don't love it. It's just it's not gonna come out the right way.
I'm live if you want to join.
Huh?
Oh, EC1 wants to know.
No, I'm gonna stop soon. I need to eat something. I'm gonna pass out on stream.
Well, he's almost done, and then we can separate.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm gonna go right when I'm done. I'm gonna go eat something for. Well, now it's dinner, so.
Okay. This is him right here. Could have made that play. Damn it, my damn fingers. But screw it. I know what to do. Oops, sorry.
Nah, it's all fine. Shout out to the 4 that are still here watching this live stream that's been going on for almost 5 hours.
Really? 5 hours? I missed it? Man, I missed it.
Yeah, we started at 12:45 and it's already almost 5:30.
Yeah, I saw the link in the group chat, but I thought for sure it was going to be like around 3 you were going to start or something. You were just preparing.
No.
Dang,
No, I
you
always
were all
start. I always
day.
start early afternoon. I do.
You're
This
a
is my
savage.
This is my always my longest stream is Friday.
Friday's
The
the
football
shit,
Friday
dude.
show is always my longest.
Dude, we need to get that clip from Friday, the movie. He goes, "It's Friday. You don't got a job. You ain't got shit to do."
Wait, what's this quote?
Dude, Dave Chappelle kills me so much, dude.
Dave Chappelle was
So
underrated in that movie.
I just love how he's so young in that movie, like just right out of Washington D.C. You know.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was
God,
like
it's so
early David Chappelle days.
Dude, I really think Eddie Murphy founded Dave Chappelle. I really do. I know.
Holy shit! The Panthers just
What?
traded for the number 1 pick.
Whoa.
Panthers just traded for number 1. Wow.
For
The
multiple
Panthers-
first rounders.
Wow.
Wait,
The
what?
Panthers have the number 1 pick.
What?
Panthers just traded for the number 1 pick in the draft. The Bears are sending the number 1 pick in the NFL draft to Carolina for multiple first-round picks, including number 9. Wow.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait. Is that because they released their linebacker? Does that have anything to
No.
do-
They want a quarterback, obviously. And the Bears were in a spot right now where they can collect a whole bunch of picks. Wow. I'm
It's
curious to see what other
exchange for a
first-round picks they
big-time
got.
compliment with multiple
Let me hurry
first
up and get
rounders
rid of
going to
this.
Chicago's way.
Let me see this. Ian Rappaport.
Wow.
Let me finish.
Bears
this
are going to make out huge in this.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Compensation. First pick in 2023, number 9. 2023 third, 61. 2024 first. 2025 second, and DJ Moore. And the Bears just got DJ Moore. Yep.
This
They
is
got
crazy.
DJ Moore.
This is
What
crazy.
the fuck?
Wait, what? Who got DJ Moore?
Yeah, the Bears did.
Wait,
The
just
Bears
right
just
now?
got DJ Moore. Yeah. The Bears just got DJ Moore. Yep, right here.
Damn.
Right here, coach.
Wow.
9, number
No,
9,
I-
61, 2024 first, 2025 second, and DJ Moore. Wow, I
And
told you,
DJ.
coach, Coach, I told you that number 1 pick was going to be worth a lot of stock. And look what the Panthers did just to get to number 1. They got rid of their number 1 receiver and top-level picks over the next few years.
Dude, they're
wow.
fun. The Panthers
and the
are
Bears
really
just
fun.
got and the Bears just got a number 1 receiver. Just like that.
Panthers are stupid.
The Bears just got that much better.
Do they
They
really?
just got that
what,
much better.
so
on
are they
offense.
going? Wait, what quarterback are they going for? Don't tell me it's Bryce Young. They're really going for Bryce Young.
Mhm. They're
I
either
think
getting
they've been
Young
going
or
Stroud.
Stroud.
Yeah, they're going for Young or Stroud. So Darnold's not obviously coming back. Wow. That is insane.
That is insane. Holy shit, this is really spicy. Oh my God, dude, this is
Yeah,
spicy.
is there there's more? 2021 6th, 2022 2nd, 2022
Oh my
3rd,
God, what is
2022 4th, 2023 1st, 2020. Wait, what? This is from Joe Dolan. What what are you doing?
This shit is unbelievable. Dude, Coach.
Yeah,
you
well,
gotta get this.
this is the thing. Why are you giving away DJ Moore?
Dude, Coach, remember how I was putting that shit in my mouth like no problem, that other Melinda stuff? You can't do that with this stuff. This shit, I put less than a drop. My mouth is killing me right now.
What are the Bears? What are the Panthers thinking?
Holy macaroni. I'm going to put that in some soup and chili. You wanted an extract? That's an extract.
Holy crap! Thank God I didn't close the live stream yet. Holy crap!
Okay, here we go. It's going,
That's
I know
bullshit. There's no way it's only 57 Schofield. This is like 1 million.
Yeah, polls did fleece him.
Wow. What did I tell you they're going to tell me about Washington? That's why I don't like this shit. But look at all the other grades.
Oh, you got real good grades.
That's incredible.
Wait.
You're going to give me an F for Washington.
Wait, but why though? Is it because maybe you could have gotten him in the 60th round?
No, they figure I could have gotten him in the second round. That's what
In the second round, yeah.
But I didn't care.
You want him like, dude, he's going to be a great tight end. Washington, from Georgia, that guy was legit.
So download. This is going to be saved.
But wait, what happens to Bellinger?
Bellinger. I took a tight end here, and I took a tight end here. Brent Strange is also a good one. So
yeah, that's right. He is good.
I
And
have
also
Muhammad.
for a
I
seventh
got
round, that's a steal.
I got a quarterback. I got 1, 2.
Wow.
Wait, who did you
wide
get from?
receivers.
Wait. You got Connor from Virginia Tech? Badass.
Yep.
Dude, that guy's good.
I got 3 running backs. No, 2 running backs. So I got 2 interior defensive linemen. How many linebackers? I got a cornerback. I got a center.
Yeah.
I got a guard. So
I'm reading more on this trade right now. Holy crap.
Hey, dude, I told you that Florida guy, that cornerback you got from Florida is legit. They gave you an A+ for that.
Mm-hmm. I just don't like that you gave me an F right here.
One news.
But okay.
That's just because they
Yeah, I
ranked it
know.
because, like you said, it was supposed to go in the second or third round.
No, we know that whatchamacallit is going to change later on because of the combine.
Oh
So,
yeah,
but-
well, that tight
but-
end's gonna definitely be a hot ticket.
Exactly. So, but now
Even
getting
I
back
know
to the
that
news.
tight end's gonna be a hot ticket.
All right, Jeff, talk to me about this trade.
I'm trying to digest it right now. I'm thinking,
I
what
am
the hell?
too.
I know the Panthers want a quarterback, but what the? Don't you need
It
a
sounded
number one
like you
receiver?
It sounded like you gave up 10 picks for him.
No, they only gave up 4 picks.
Oh
Oh.
my
They gave
god!
up they gave up they gave up the number 9 pick. They gave up a
Okay.
first round pick in 2024. So they essentially gave up both their first round picks. They swapped the original one this year. The 2024 first is gone. The 2025 second is gone. And then obviously they got one of the best receivers in football in DJ Moore. The Bears did.
Oh,
So now you
remember-
just took away your number 1 receiver for a rookie quarterback, a veteran.
Check this out. This stuff is even spicier than this stuff. I don't know how.
It's not even on ESPN. Wow.
They gave up 3 first round picks. I'm only
Holy
seeing
snap.
2
Roney.
bookends. I'm not seeing 3.
This stuff is
Up,
nothing.
Daniel.
Nothing compared to this stuff. This stuff. Dude,
yeah, we do have breaking news, Arco. Major breaking news in the NFL.
Yo, Further, you all on that. You all on that. We ain't even paying you no mind, bro.
I'm not. I'm sorry, Further. My mind's still shaking from like what the hell I just saw. Like I don't even know what the hell I'm trying to think. What are the Panthers doing? I know you want a quarterback that bad, but you just absolutely just destroyed your whole entire future.
Wait a minute. Let me see something.
Dude, I've been wondering what the Panthers have been doing since they got Cam Newton.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? What the hell are you doing? What's up, Almighty?
Okay.
Like they just feel he's a better quarterback, so they're just willing to move the goalposts, and it's that simple. And it's not. I wouldn't call it unfair because Lamar Jackson might be more electric than Daniel Jones.
Exactly.
It's definitely
good point, Pocahontas.
When you consider him not being healthy and things like that.
They're not talking about it.
In a stunning turn against the Carolina.
Yes, thank you, Daniel.
Check this out, dude. Explain to me this real quickly. You had McCaffrey. You had the number one wide receiver in that. Well, they gave it to the Bears, obviously.
Wait, what? Wait, what the hell is this now, too? Coach, are you reading this?
What?
Look on what No Mets just put up.
What?
They just put this out there.
Where?
I don't know. He just put it out there. So it's a report that came out. I don't think he'd be BSing about it. What the? I've been on the live stream for 5 hours. Now I'm getting breaking news in about 5 hours. Are you serious? No, I hope that's not true. By the way,
It's on FS1. All right, let me go to FS1.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah, 6 Phillies players died of the same brain cancer. Was it the turf?
They could have sent them Mooney. The whole trade isn't fully announced. Yeah, can you imagine they still have Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool to go with DJ Moore now? They don't even need a receiver now. They have 3 receivers.
So wait. So I don't understand because the Eagles players played there as well. How many Eagles players died of brain cancer?
I don't know. 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
All right, y'all are talking.
Let me see.
God
damn it. Holy
Darren
crap.
Dalton, John Vukovic, John Oates, Ken Brett, David West.
Oh, sorry.
Brain cancer that keeps killing baseball players. This is going back since 2017.
Big Blues saying Julian Love contract talks have ramped up also.
There you go.
Big Blue deal.
The Giants look like they want to bring back Julian Love.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Trading number 1 overall for Carolina's number 9, 61, first and 24, second and 25. Okay, so it's only 4 picks.
Yeah, it's 4 picks. Well, it's essentially 2 first-round picks because DJ Moore is literally a first-round pick. How good he's been. And now what it gives, Coach, what have the Bears been looking for besides offensive line help? A wide receiver, number 1.
Receiver.
Now you're throwing in a 1,000-yard receiver on that team with Justin Fields.
Could Bryce or Strout pull a Eli Manning and refuse to play and want to be traded, and just say I don't want to be at the Panthers because I wouldn't want to go to the Panthers.
I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if they're going to do
Eli
that.
Eli was different, to be honest with you, because of the family, the prestige, and everything. These guys just want to get in the NFL. Period. They don't care where it is.
That's crazy. Would you take Bijan at number 9? I think it's a little bit too high for Bijan Robinson. Not number 9. I think maybe towards the middle. I'd probably see him getting. I'd take like towards the middle. He'd probably get signed or drafted. I don't know about number 9. I don't think he's a top 10 pick.
Wow. You gave up 2 seconds, another first, and a receiver while you're switching out first rounders.
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
You are really, really taking a chance that either Stroud or Young one of these guys are going to be the guy when you draft him. You were really banking on him being the guy.
I'll be honest, I
Almighty
want to get Bryce Young.
Almighty made a great point.
They're banking on Terrence Marshall.
What if they want to go after Levis or Robbins? I mean, what's his name from Florida?
Oh, Richardson.
Richardson.
That's true.
What if they're?
That's a good point.
Richardson will put butts in the seat.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Richardson is definitely a player that would definitely bring the people. They bring people to come and watch. Absolutely. I'm glad all those wide receivers will be pushed back in the first round. Yeah, I think there's going to be not a lot of wide receivers going in the first round. I think there's going to be more in the second, third round, if anything.
This is also going to start the trade. People are going to start panicking and wanting to trade now.
Yeah. Bears had all the power, and now all of a sudden, might see more movement towards the top of the draft. Yeah, absolutely. What a great move by the Bears. Great move by the Bears. They gave all that for a single pick in organization.
This is almost as crazy as the Saints deal back in the day when they gave up all the picks for Ricky Williams.
Yep. But this time, at least the difference is Ricky Williams was at least a known good player. You don't know what you're getting with this number one pick. You don't know what this quarterback's going to turn out to be.
True.
So that's insane. I mean, you gave up 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a top-level wide receiver for a guy that you don't know if he's going to be a hit when he comes in the NFL. Maybe he is. Maybe we'll look back at it and say the Bears were stupid making this trade. But
no, it's highly unlikely.
I don't know.
The Bears won this one. They're in desperate need of all sorts of stuff. The Bears are in shambles. I could see them making it, unless they screw up on their picks in the draft, which is possible.
Well, that's why I said the Bears were in a good spot, because the one thing the Bears had that none of these other top-level teams had is they had a quarterback already. They had a young quarterback that was already coming into his own, and they were able to acquire the number one pick. So that put them in such a great spot where they could fleece another team and get a hell of a lot from them because of the fact they had that little, chip, or they had a little, card in the back of their corner. So that's why they were able to get a big deal like this.
Right. So technically, they really got a first round. The Bears got a solid first round because, like you said, they got more. That was a good comment.
Exactly.
Bookend Tackle just said is like he's a third round pick, first rounder, and getting DJ Moore here. So you potentially get DJ Moore, which is an excellent first round, top 3 pick. And then they move back to number 9, right? So they get another first round pick this year.
Yep.
The Bears are set.
Oh,
They can still get a quarterback.
And you know what else further? They still have close to $100 million in cap space.
Mm-hmm.
So they could build that team up with a lot of depth, good players. The Bears could get good quickly. I'm not even afraid to say it. They could become good quickly. They need to fix that offensive line, though. They need to get defense, and they need to get some offensive line help. I think that's what their goal is right now.
They're in a position for defense, though. They can get whatever they want in defense, an edge, line. I don't say linebacker, but defensive line, corners.
No, you're not been a Bears fan since you were 46, Juice.
He said for 46 years.
Yeah, either way, no, Juice. You've not been a Bears fan for 46 years. You're a happy-go-lucky Saints fan. I see Lamar Jackson going to the Falcons. I don't. No, you haven't, Juice. They could trade number 1 from Lamar. Now I'm so confused. My Steelers want to draft Anthony Richardson. No, why would the Steelers draft Anthony Richardson? You have Kenny Pickett.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you draft Kenny Pickett then? Happy is a huge stretch. You're very happy. Bro, you won a Super Bowl in 2008, 2009.
I don't think the Steelers are set on Kenny Pickett.
I'd be shocked that they're not, honestly, further. I'd be shocked. He played actually pretty well last year at the end of the season.
For what they had, he did.
People will give up 2 first-rounders for him, but it's the contract.
Yes. And the fact he doesn't have his own agent, his mother right now is his agent. I think that's what people are going to be a little scared off by.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
So what? He has tiny hands. That's always been the case with him, and he's still been productive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Pickett has tiny hands, doesn't matter about hand size. I'd say Bears have a nice little collection of skill players. DJ Moore, Chase Claypool, Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet. That's not bad. And you have a good running game too. I like Khalil Herbert. They just need an offensive line. What's up, William? Well, I was planning on stopping, but now after this news just broke,
I'm a huge fan of Khalil. Khalil Herbert's going to have a great year now. I'm looking forward to the Bears. Oh yeah, go Tech.
I might just order a pizza or something and just I'm ready here. Jeffy Salupro. I've been a Steelers fan since I was 6 years old. DJ Moore reacts to the trade. What do you say? Wow. I think he's going to be thrilled to be able to go over there and play with Justin Fields. Bobby and Further, salute. Who's Bobby? Wow. Well, people wanted NFL news. You just got it. You just got a monster breaking news story that just happened. It's ultimately a good day if you've been holding Moore since 2000. Yeah, I think DJ Moore is going to be awesome next year for the Bears. Pizza, wings, and some brew. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, no Mets. Jeffy, keep my mother in your prayers. She had prayers out to your mother, William. Prayers out, my friend. Appreciate you. I appreciate and give you a lot of credit for wanting to share that. But prayers out to your mother, and hopefully she's going to make a full recovery. I didn't see Fields staying past the draft. This is crazy. Yeah. What's going on, LT Cards? I got like a renewed energy now.
That says Chicago also believes in Justin Fields.
Yep. I thought they believed him in all season, Coach. I thought they always believed in him.
I did too, but everyone's talking about they might draft a quarterback.
I never bought that for 1 second. I'm like, they're gonna take that. They're gonna take that number one pick, and they're gonna get a fortune back for him, and that's exactly what they did. Love it. Thank you very much, everybody in the chat, for giving your love and showing your prayers and love over there to William. Thank you, guys.
So, who are the top 5 quarterbacks going in this draft right now? Or top 3? We'll just do top 3, top 5. Who are the top quarterbacks that could
go in
the first round?
For me, the top 2 are Stroud and Levis. You can argue Young and Richardson. Richardson probably has the best talent of them all. He's just not overly accurate. And I'm talking about talent, not just passing, but physically.
Mm-hmm. Is Levis the guy from Kentucky?
Yeah, yes. Levis is from Kentucky. And then my 5th is going to be McKee from Stanford.
So what do you think? What do you think the Panthers are going to do here? You think they really are going for a quarterback?
Stroud. It's going to be Stroud or Young, one of the two.
Yeah.
I don't think Young is that great, but everyone else seems to love Young. So,
what if it's Levis, like you said?
Hey, it could be Richardson too. So
that could be Richardson. It's not right. The combine's still going on right now.
No, it's over with.
It's over with.
Yeah. Coach, I just thought of somebody too. How about Bijan Robinson to the Bears? Adding him to that offense.
But they need offensive linemen first. Yeah, I mean, you got two.
Yeah. They got a lot of picks. Yeah, they got picks.
They got 2 second rounders, so
the Bears can't be set on Fields.
And they're early in their draft too, so they could get the linemen too. So what do they need more? Tackles, or interior?
I think they need more tackle help.
Okay.
I think they need more tackle help. Miles Sanders to the Bears. That's another one. Yeah. The Bears could afford Miles Sanders if they want to get him.
Why would the Bears need Miles Sanders? They got Khalil Herbert.
2 running backs.
2 running backs. You need more than one.
Well, who was the number? They had the other guy.
They have David Montgomery, but I think
Montgomery. Yeah.
Further, how many running backs did you have? You had 3 starting running backs. You can't say Why would they? They're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, because Miles Sanders fucking sucked ass. We had to put Gainwell and Boston Scott in because Miles Sanders was going backwards and losing yards.
Yeah, but also I'm going to ask you this: how was he coached? Because when he was in college, he wasn't.
Well, we got rid of Deuce Staley, so that could be one of the reasons why. It's because we didn't have Deuce Staley as our running back coach anymore. He
wasn't Sanders your starter. Wasn't Sanders your starter?
Yeah, he was.
Didn't he gain over 1,000 yards?
I don't think he did.
Or close to it this year?
I gotta look that up. I can't remember.
Am I the only one who thinks the Bears didn't get enough for the number 1 pick?
I guess he did. He got 1,200 yards.
So there you go.
Yeah, 11 TDs. Yeah, but we're not going to pay him. He's going to go somewhere else.
And the Bears have the money to pay him, which is what Jeff is talking about. So, and now we're seeing teams are going to get 4 years, give out 4 years, but they're going to look for outs after 2. So, a 4-year contract is not as bad as you think, especially if you kind of, in a sense, front-loaded with all the guaranteed money. So the Bears
I'm going to say right now, DJ Moore is going to be a horrible trade. Is that a horrible for which side, Coles? I'm going to say DJ Moore is going to have a big year for Chicago in 2023.
I mean, come on. You also have whatchamacallit there with him.
Claypool.
Exactly.
And you got Mooney as a number 3.
Coles, who is it?
Oh, he's talking about the Panthers. The Panthers.
Oh,
it's a bad trade.
Exactly. We're all saying the same thing.
We agree with you. We agree with you.
Hey, maybe they could. Maybe the part of the sweeten the pot was they had to get rid of Moore.
Yeah.
But you're giving up 2 second-rounders. You're switching the first, and you're giving up another first. That's a lot.
It is a lot.
That in itself is a lot. Like if you pull up the grade boards for first rounders, a first round draft pick is 3,000 points. So you already gave up next year's, which is 3,000 points, plus this year's point for this year's first rounder. It's like knocking off maybe I think like 1,000 points to go down to the 9th, and the second rounders are going to be like 700 points apiece. So when you add everything up, bro.
This quarterback they get better be legit. He better it must be set in stone. This is going to be their franchise quarterback for the next 10 years.
That's why. Rappaport says that the Bears wanted DJ Moore. And to know they had him before free agency, they do now. That's why. They wanted DJ Moore included in the deal.
That's what I said. It was the only way that probably would work out is because they really wanted DJ Moore part of the pot.
Bears are going to get good very quickly. Watch out for the Chicago Bears in 2023.
Yeah, they're going to
know the track record for Alabama and OSU quarterbacks in the NFL. Well, Justin Fields looks like he's broke that track record. He looks like he broke that track record for quarterbacks in the NFL.
Do you really think Stroud and Bryce are going to be in the league after a decade, 10 years? Do you still see them being a part of the NFL? That's my. I want to hear your take on that.
You want me to be honest?
I'm going to say no.
I think Stroud's got a better chance than Young. I worry about Young's size.
Young is too short and doesn't weigh enough. He's not even 200.
No, Young bulked up for the combine, which is why he didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to lose it. So yes, you're right about that. Stroud probably has a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Bears wanted more, you still didn't have to give up all that. Bless you. You still didn't have to give up all those draft picks then.
Mm-hmm.
You still didn't have to give up all the draft picks.
No, that was stupid.
You could have saved yourself a second round, I think.
Basically, and even the first rounder for next year. I'll be honest with you. You could either give it up to 2 first rounders and more. Fine, I'll rock with you on that. But then to give it to 2 second rounders, man, because those second rounders are close to the top of the second round. It's not like they're in the middle.
But think about this, Coach. The Bears must have really been set on getting a quarterback. Then they were really down for somebody they had in mind because they did not want to give up that first round spot that easily. Then must be the case.
I get it. I'm not disagreeing. It's just To me, Carolina just gave up way too much.
Cole says it right
I
here.
don't know what
Panthers got desperate. Cole says it right here. Panthers were desperate. They could have got a quarterback at 9. That's exactly it.
Yeah, they could have gotten a quarterback. That's right.
Levis and Richardson probably would have been there. Because when you look at the draft board, the first two are going to push players down. You're still going to have offensive linemen. You're still going to have the defensive players that are there. One of those players would have been there.
They must have really wanted more. Now, explain to me what happened. You were telling me, Jeff, they wanted in the free agency last year. They wanted more.
They wanted more in free agency, and they couldn't get.
That must be the reason why. Then the reason why they were giving it to the Panthers was because they just wanted more. Because it doesn't make sense to the Panthers. Because why, if you are saying what you're saying, and you could have gotten Richardson, you didn't need to bump up to the first. You could have bumped up just to like the 7th, the 5th, something. Not you didn't even need to be the top 3. Pick.
Juice, the issue with Hooker is, number one, his injury. This is what people are going to look at. Okay, these are what evaluators are going to look at. They're going to look at his injury.
Yeah,
that's coming off of an ACL. And number 2, he's 25, going on 25. So they're going to look at that in comparison to the other quarterbacks who are roughly 21, 22. So you're looking at a 3-4 year difference. So that's what evaluators are going to look at, because now you can have X amount of years of that player.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, I agree with you. I was in love with Hooker before he got hurt.
Me too. Hooker was fantastic.
But you have to factor in the knee injury and his age.
Yep.
Those are things you factor in. That's just the reality of it. We can love him, but hopefully somebody picks him, develops him, and you know what? He shines through.
Right, because he you said he's 25, right, Coach?
He's 24 going on 25, I believe.
Oh, okay. So right there, that's 3 years. That's
Exactly.
3 years that you could have, been part on that rookie contract. When he's out of his rookie contract, then he's going to be what? 29?
Oh, here's more breaking news.
No, I didn't know about that. I knew that about an hour ago.
Oh, so they already did it?
Yeah,
well, a lot of news breaking in this last hour.
Yeah, so I saw that.
Oh, there's going to be more as the weeks continue towards the draft, man. I love it. There's going to be breaking news.
NFL is going to be insane. Everybody, what you just got today is the tip of the iceberg. This is the tip of the iceberg. The NFL has now become like the MLB and the NBA when it comes to free agency, the draft, and trades. Everything is on the table now. It's insane.
All right, fellas, I gotta get ready to rock and roll.
Yeah. I do too, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna close out the live stream because we're all gonna we just broke the last news. So thank you everybody for coming by the live stream. I appreciate everybody coming here for the last 5 hours and 15 minutes plus. Thank you all. I hope everybody has a great rest of your day. Take it easy, and as always, let's go New York Football Giants. Together blue, everyone. Have a great rest of your Friday, everyone.